Chapter 29-30. Lu Ruochang was also at a loss. He shook his head slightly and said, I don't know. Senior Jiao did not go into detail. She only stayed for half a day. She only asked about the situation of the Dao-seeking sword battle. At this time, all the sword masters had finished reading the sword slip. The sword slip finally fell into Chong Taishu's hands. Chong Taishu looked at the inch-long sword slip in his hand and smiled bitterly. He shook his head slightly and said, how good would it be if this thing came 10 years ago? Now that the warriors of the sword domain have killed their way to the Sky Patrol City, they can take it down at any time. Yet, this thing came at such a time. How can we? At this point, Chong Taishu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He raised his head and said, Sword Masters. What do you think is the right thing to do now? Should we quit while we're ahead and return to the sword domain with the spoils of the Dao-seeking sword battle? Or should we take down the Sky Patrol City in one go? Hee. Not only Qing Minghua who was beside Chong Taishu, but even the sword masters in the distance showed disdain on their faces and snorted coldly. However, no one spoke. They just waited quietly. Ruochang, what do you think? Qi Lianjie smiled slightly. She glanced at Lu Ruochang and asked with a smile, after all, you've experienced the first stage of the Dao-seeking sword battle. You have a deep understanding of the path sex cultivators and have your own confidence in this battle. Lu Ruochang was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he replied, Sword Master, in my opinion, this matter is decided by the sword domain. It has nothing to do with Senior Jiao. When she came to the sword domain last time, although she already knew that the soul sword battle was about to end, she did not let me inform the masters. This has already shown her attitude. Qi Lianjie nodded slightly and glanced at Chong Taishu. The two exchanged glances and seemed to have made a decision. Lu Ruochang said again, the path sex cultivators are the most cunning. Although there were not many talents comparable to Tu Hong in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City, during the Sword Tomb battle, I still fell into their trap and almost failed to live up to the master's expectations. Therefore, I feel that even though the sword domain has repeatedly used the Sky Patrol City as a diversion, the Dao sex cultivators, such as Pan Dongmin from the Lanli sect and Zhu Qinghe from the Su Yan sect, might have seen through the plan. Maybe they have already set a trap in the Sky Patrol City and are waiting for us to fall into it. In the worst-case scenario, they will even divert some of their attention to the Sky Sentry City to prevent us from launching a surprise attack on the Sky Sentry City. Ruochang, you mean, we should stop while we're ahead? Chong Taishu asked with a smile. Yes, that's what I think. Lu Ruochang said respectfully, since the sword master asked me to say it, I'll tell you what I think. After all, the Sky Patrol City has been managed by the Shuiyu spiritual master and the other castellans for tens of thousands of years. It's not easy to take down the Sky Patrol City. Moreover, if the path sex cultivators surround us from the outside, it'll be even more troublesome. You're right. Chong Taishu nodded. After the first stage of the battle, you've improved a lot. You know when to advance and retreat. You're not as reckless as you were at the beginning. I'm afraid you'll be the leader in the next sword battle. I wouldn't dare. Lu Ruochang hurriedly bowed and then changed the topic. All plans are based on knowing one's enemy. I only watched the battle from the Sword Tomb battle, so I can't fully grasp the subtleties of the battle. In fact, in my heart, I still think. Oh. What do you think? Qing Minghua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, do you have other ideas? Sword Master Cheng. Lu Ruochang nodded and said, logically speaking, I think we should withdraw. But in my heart, I'm a little unwilling. After all, we've already killed our way into the country of Shi and the country of Huan. In the first stage, we've gained the upper hand. In the second stage, under the leadership of our masters, we're not at a disadvantage even when facing so many nascent soul stage practitioners. Now that we've reached the final blow, wouldn't it be too regretful if we give up? The Sword Tomb battle is no longer a natural barrier, and the Sky Patrol City has replaced it as the key to defeating the enemy. If our sword realm takes down the Sky Patrol City, it's tantamount to having one foot in the country of Xi and a short sword firmly inserted in the territory of the 3 cultivation countries. This place is too important for the future development of our sword realm. If the sword masters have the means to kill it in one blow. Speaking of this, Lu Ruochang gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before saying, I still think we should take down the Sky Patrol City. But, if we take down the Sky Patrol City, dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners from the 3 cultivation countries will gather in the Sky Patrol City. Our sword realm only has a dozen sword masters here, and with the Sky Patrol City as a burden, I'm afraid it's not easy to resist these menacing nascent soul stage practitioners. Chong Taishu still had a smile on his face as he asked Lu Ruochang. Sigh, yes. That's why I'm hesitating. Lu Ruochang did not hide the contradiction in his heart. The warriors of our sword realm have always been good at offense and not defense. If we take down the Sky Patrol City, the Sky Patrol City will bear the brunt of the Dao Sword War in the future, and even the usual attacks will not be reduced. This is different from the previous war. Facing dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners, even those who did not participate in the war will come out to participate in the war when they see that things have developed beyond their expectations. This has a far-reaching impact. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. That's true. Chong Taishu praised. Ruochang's analysis of the war situation is very good. His estimation of the strength and reaction of the 3 cultivation countries is also very accurate. It's just that he underestimated the power of our sword realm. Isn't this Miss Jiaoxia's idea? Qi Liandia smiled. In order to keep it a secret, only the 5 of us know about the sky blue light sword formation. The sword masters only knew about it a year ago. It would be strange if Ruochang knew about it. Sky blue light sword formation. Lu Ruochang's face showed ecstasy. Sword master, are you talking about the sky blue light sword, Tai Qing green light sword, Tai Wei green light sword, Tai Xian green light sword, Tai Yi green light sword, and Tai He green light sword that are part of the innate 5 elements? Hee, you silly child, if it's not this sword formation, what sword formation is there? Qi Liandia rebuked, but her face was full of pride. Great. Since there's such a big killing formation, why are you still hesitating? Let's take down the Sky Patrol City. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and shouted. But after saying that, Lu Ruochang panicked again and hurriedly smiled. I'm sorry for my rudeness, please forgive me. It's okay, it's okay. Chong Taishu waved his hand and laughed. You've said exactly what we're thinking. The Sky Patrol City is now a piece of fat meat, and it's already at the mouth of our sword realm. How can we give it up? Not to mention the dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators who are participating in the battle, even if there are dozens more, they'll all fall into the sky azure light sword formation and die. That's right. Qi Liandia also smiled. The Taoist sect cultivators have backup, but so does our sword realm. When Sword Master Shao returns from the Battle of Soul Swords with the Sword Realm warriors, we'll surround the Taoist sect cultivators. We'll show them the power of the Iron Blood swordsman. Hearing Chong Taishu and Qi Liandia's words, all the sword masters smiled. They knew that even if they wanted to withdraw from the battle at this point, the participating swordsmen would not agree. This was a rare opportunity for the sword realm. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of swordsmen would withdraw from the Battle of Soul Swords, and they would be a powerful backup. They would have no problem dealing with the cultivators of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Then I'll return to the sword tomb and prepare to welcome Sword Master Shao back. Lu Ruochang bowed and said, I wish you all success and take down the Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop. Wait. Seeing that Lu Ruochang was about to leave, Chong Taishu stopped him. Oh. Sword Master Chong, do you have any other orders? Lu Ruochang was curious. Chong Taishu smiled and said, Ruochang, do you still remember Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder Sect? At the mention of Wu Ming, Lu Ruochang's face flushed with shame and anger. He nodded fiercely and said, Of course I remember, and it's unforgettable. If there's a chance to kill him with your sword, are you willing to go? Chong Taishu's expression remained unchanged, seemingly satisfied with Lu Ruochang's ruthlessness. Of course. Lu Ruochang replied without hesitation. I'll do whatever Sword Master Chong says. Before you came, I've already issued a Sword Master's order to the disciples guarding outside the valley. Your martial aunt Feng Suiwu is going to the Drifting Cloud Lake to stop Wu Ming. If you want to go, you can go with your martial aunt Feng. Shi Liandia looked at Lu Ruochang with satisfaction. Drifting Cloud Lake? Lu Ruochang was stunned. Isn't that the Meng Mountains? Wu Ming, why is he in Meng Mountains? Who sent this news? Of course someone sent it. And you know this person. Chong Taishu said with a smile, but he did not say the person's name directly. Lu Ruochang frowned, and there was a hint of realization in her eyes. As for why Wu Ming went to Meng Mountains, that person doesn't know, and neither do we. Chong Taishu said again, but, who is Wu Ming? I'm afraid it's beyond your expectations. Who is Wu Ming? Lu Ruochang was stunned again. She really did not know what Chong Taishu meant. But when Chong Taishu told Lu Ruochang that Wu Ming might be the terrifying phoenix Xiaohua, Lu Ruochang's face showed great astonishment. But after the astonishment, Lu Ruochang's brows gradually relaxed. Yes, there was nothing in this world that could be hidden from others. Everything could not stand up to scrutiny. The strength difference between Xiaohua and Wu Ming was too big, so no one could connect them. However, when someone really connected the two people with different identities, then countless clues would surface. People were good at catching wind and making groundless accusations. They could even make up groundless rumors, let alone this real thing. Chapter 29:31. That bastard. LV Ruochang gritted her teeth in hatred. After a long while, she finally spat out those two words. All right, you can go now. Shi Liandia waved her hand and said, it'll be best if you can uncover John Doe's secret. Otherwise, bring his head back to the sword domain. Yes, I understand. I'll look for Marshal Aunt Feng Suiwu now. LV Ruochang did not delay. She bowed and was about to leave on her flying sword when she suddenly stopped and asked softly, I have something to tell you, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Just say it. Chong Taishu smiled. I think that Xiaohua and the others are the heroes of the Dao sect in this great war of Dao sword. Whether they have their own secrets or are arranged by the Dao sect cultivators, their lives are very important to the Dao sect cultivators. Previously, we were focused on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Great War of Soul Swords, so we didn't pay much attention to them. Now that everything has been settled, why don't we leak the news of us killing Xiaohua and the others to the Dao sect cultivators? For the sake of the Dao sect's reputation, the cultivators will definitely send late-stage gold core or even early-stage nascent soul disciples to Meng Mountains. We can set up an ambush and take the opportunity to kill the Dao sect cultivators. LV Ruochang told them her plan in one breath and looked at Chong Taishu quietly. She felt that the sword masters would definitely agree to her plan of killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Chong Taishu shook his head with a smile and denied LV Ruochang's plan without discussing it with Qi Liandia and the others. Marshal niece LV, although your plan is excellent, the Dao sect cultivators might be able to see through it. Drifting Cloud Lake is deep in the sword domain. Will the Dao sect cultivators go there? Right now, the focus is not on Xiaohua and the others, but on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Sky Patrol City. As long as we don't take down the Sky Patrol City and drive the Dao sect cultivators away, the Great War of Dao Sword will not end. This is also the reason why I didn't kill Xiaohua and the others when they rushed into my sword domain to train. Most importantly, that Xiaohua might not be Xiaohua. Wu Ming is Wu Ming. Who knows what this mysterious person covets from my sword domain and the three kingdoms of cultivation? Even if we can't kill Xiaohua and the others this time, we definitely can't let the Dao sect's cultivators notice Xiaohua. This old man has a feeling that he might be related to something. Something? Not to mention Lu Ruochang, even Ruo Tian and the others were puzzled. Don't forget the death of Sky Patrol City's Tu Hong. Chong Taishu pointed his finger and said, this Tu Hong is a rarely seen commander among the Dao sect cultivators. He is definitely comparable to Marshal Nephew Lu. But who was the one who killed him? Qin Jian had personally admitted that he didn't know. When Tu Hong was killed, I was near Sky Sentry City and saw Tu Hong with my own eyes. He did not recognize my sword Qi, but I recognized him. He definitely did not kill Tu Hong. Moreover, as far as this old man knows, the person who killed Tu Hong knows the Devil Sect's concealment technique. Tu Hong's dual cultivation partner is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. At this point, Chong Taishu stopped talking and looked at everyone with a smile. This junior understands. Lu Ruochang's face revealed a look of realization again. He nodded and said, this person might be Wu Ming. Only Wu Ming's cultivation could kill Tu Hong. This Wu Ming is not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect. If he is a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, what is his purpose in sneaking into the Imperial Thunder sect? This is a very interesting scene. Chong Taishu said with a smile. Blue Butterfly also came to a realization. If Wu Ming is killed by Tu Hong, the Dao sect cultivators will be at a disadvantage in the Taoist sword war. The war will be chaotic, and the Dao sect cultivators will be able to focus on the war. Only then can the Heavenly Demon sect be established. Sigh, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Our sword domain and the Dao sect are fighting fiercely, but the Heavenly Demon sect is the one who benefits in the end. Therefore, even if we can't find Wu Ming, capture him, or kill him, we must hide this matter from the Dao sect. Chong Taishu said, let the Heavenly Demon sect cause trouble behind the Dao sect cultivators. In the end, won't the ones who benefit be us swordsmen? Yes, this junior understands. Lu Ruochang bowed and did not dare to say anything else. He turned around and flew away. Chong Taishu and the others naturally discussed a little and then left Lake Chui. In the quiet afternoon, the water of Lake Chui reflected the luster of the sun in the sky. The luster on the windless lake was so pale that it was even more bleak than the blood that flowed during the Taoist sword war. It was as if the clear emerald color of Lake Chui could not withstand the boundless waves of blood that were stirred up by a few words from a dozen transformed swords. Xiaohua naturally did not know that he had been completely seen through by the transformed swords of the sword domain. Currently, he was in a quiet room, looking at the sleepy little black and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Since that day in the ancestral hall of the Huda stronghold, Xiaohua had placed little black into his spirit storage pouch. Because he had discovered the secret of the green seal text, he had been comprehending the green seal text and had placed little black to the side. Today, after returning from Old Wu's place, he knew that he had 80 days of free time to cultivate. Thus, he took out little black and prepared to ask about it. But who would have thought that little black would become like this? Xiaohua was very familiar with little black's appearance. It was exactly the same as Little Yellow's appearance after swallowing its soul. Thinking of Little Yellow, Xiaohua's mouth twitched and he pulled Little Yellow out of the space. Sure enough, Little Yellow's eyes were also blurry and sleepy. It barely opened its eyes a little and then closed them again, as if there was 1,000 gene weight hanging on its eyelids. Xiaohua did not send Little Yellow into the space. Instead, he anxiously said in his heart, Little Black? This is Little Yellow, do you know him? Little Black also opened its eyes a little and looked around blankly. It only glanced at Little Yellow and said in a somewhat shaky voice, Yes, Father. This is Little Yellow. So he was with Father. Oh, you really are Little Black. Xiaohua was finally able to confirm this and sent Little Yellow into the space. Where did Little Yellow go? Little Black looked all around. In a moment, Father will send you to find him. Xiaohua smiled and asked, How do you know Father is called Zhang Xiaohua? Why did you have the Huda stronghold spirit warriors look for Father in Huan country? Also, do you know where Father came from? Does Father have a home? Is there anyone else in the family? Has anyone ever called Father Zhang Xiaohua that? Father agreed. Also, didn't Father have something in his hand? That little girl said it was a flying sword. Little Black's eyes were still closed and he answered intermittently. What's home? What do you mean there's someone else in the family? Fine, Xiaohua understood. This Little Black and Little Yellow were the same. They didn't know anything and he couldn't ask them anything at all. However, Little Black seemed to be a little more sensible than Little Yellow. At least he knew that he was called Zhang Xiaohua and that he used to have a sword embryo in his hand. Forget it, let's talk about it after I raise the two of you. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and sent Little Black into the space. Little Black was extremely astonished. He forced himself to open his eyes and look around at the unfamiliar place. However, when he saw Little Black, he felt at ease and obediently lay down next to Little Yellow to sleep. Little Silver, who had been swinging between the spirit grasses, was so scared that he jumped down from the spirit grasses when he saw Little Black suddenly appear. He burrowed into the roots of the spirit grasses and stayed there for a long time before his sharp nose and furtive rat eyes popped out and stared at Little Black. He didn't know what kind of divine being had suddenly appeared. After sending Little Black into the space, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out the soul nest that the Shaman King had given him and the bone that Huda Stockade's elder Wu had given him. Xiaohua first opened the soul nest and scanned it with his soul consciousness. Xiaohua was immediately stunned. This soul nest didn't look big, but the space inside was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary storage bag. Inside the soul nest, there were countless strange plants piled up. Some of these plants looked like spirit grasses, some looked like withered branches and withered leaves, and there were also many that were simply seeds. He couldn't tell what they were at all. Apart from these plants, there were some strange things. Some looked like materials for refining tools, some looked like broken pill furnaces. In short, Xiaohua couldn't tell the origin of any of them. Damn it, what's the meaning of this Shaman King? Do you really think this young master is a garbage collector? After Xiaohua's astonishment, he pulled a long face. These aren't the strange things you're looking for. What kind of bones did you get? Can't you give me the bone? I haven't collected all the bones in this young master's space yet. However, it was very obvious that Xiaohua was delusional to think that he could find these bones in the millions of Meng Mountains. There were some green seal scripts in these bones. Of course, they were things that soul cultivators could discover. The Shaman King also understood that how could he give these things to Xiaohua? Forget it, forget it. This was the second time Xiaohua had to accept this kind of extreme helplessness. He sent the soul nest into the space. At this moment, those puppets had stopped. They were no longer planting and harvesting millet seeds day and night. Xiaohua sent these puppets and the soul nest to another remote edge of the space. He let the puppets plant the strange plants in the soul nest one by one on the ground. Xiaohua's space was already more than 1,000 miles wide. Although it was far from the millions of Meng Mountains, it was more than enough to plant these things. Of course, it wasn't that Xiaohua didn't think that the Shaman King, who possessed divine arts, would be able to divine his biggest secret. However, he still felt that even someone as powerful as Jiao Xia would only be able to find some clues. It was impossible for him to know that this space didn't belong to Xiaoyu continent. If the Shaman King knew about this, would he still need to worry about the change of the weather in the millions of Meng Mountains? After arranging everything, Xiaohua sent his soul sense into the bone and carefully read through the contents of this green seal script. He already had an idea of how to practice this green seal script. Although this green seal script was not the same as the green seal script Reign of Misty Cloud sect, and even the nature of the record was very different, he had after all used this green seal script to refine his voodoo puppets. He had completely practiced the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain. Therefore, he wasn't unfamiliar with this voodoo incantation whose effect he didn't know. All he needed to do was to follow this record and cast the green seal script that formed the spell. Chapter 2932. Currently, Xiaohua was still practicing the most basic 50 green seal scripts in the heaven of Ring of Breath, and was still trying to understand the realm of Dao Xingyi. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to practice this new talisman technique. What he needed to do now was to follow the instructions given to him by Zi Ming, using the soul cultivator technique in the bone to record the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain. Initially, Xiaohua thought he had already mastered the green seal script, and he thought it would not be too difficult for him to record the technique using the divine will of Daoist sect. But when he began to record the technique according to the soul cultivator technique in the bone, he realized that the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script was completely different from the method used by Daoist sect to record the jade slip. The technique used to record the technique was completely a soul technique. If the method used by Daoist sect to record the jade slip was the writing method used by mortals, then there was no need to write anything, as all one needed to do was to copy the content stroke by stroke, and the quality of the handwriting did not matter. But the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script required one to understand the content of the text, and every stroke had to be exactly the same as the text. If there was even the slightest difference, the green seal script would not be able to be recorded. But in this case, recording the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain was like Xiaohua carefully comprehending the entire technique, and teaching it to others word by word. Thinking back to his reckless behavior in front of Grandmaster Wu that day in the palace, Xiaohua could not help but smile wryly. His arrogant behavior made his face burn. Xiaohua's body was flashing with a faint green light, countless soul threads were dancing in front of his eyes, and strange syllables were being played without any rhythm. The wind and clouds in the quiet room were flickering, and the capital star formation was changing from time to time, putting aside the fact that Xiaohua had recorded the lost art of traveling clouds and summoning rain for Meng Shan and Huda Stockade. In the distant territory of Lian Kingdom, there was a huge mountain range that had a beautiful scenery. The bottom layer of the steep foothills was lush and green, and there were some tall and straight spirit trees growing around it. Although there were no spirit birds flying among these spirit trees, it still gave off the aura of an immortal realm. Looking up at the foot of the mountain, the emerald green gradually turned into a dry and yellow color. The spiritual trees and spiritual grasses at the bottom of the mountain had already disappeared, replaced by some thorny plants. These plants were thick and strong, and between their branches, there was an aura that seemed to want to fight against the heavens. However, these plants only occupied an area of less than 1,000 feet. Further up the mountain, solid soil and hard rocks gradually began to appear. Furthermore, there were some gray-green spots. Upon closer inspection, these spots were actually some thumb-sized moss gathered together. Even the thistles and thorns couldn't survive here. If one looked up, then there was a faint snowy shadow and thin ice that went straight to the peak of the mountain range. Everything had become a world of white snow and ice. A mountain range actually had so many different sceneries. Even in the Xiaoyu continent, it was rarely seen. However, if one looked at the foot of the mountain, then one should be able to understand the formation of this scenery. At the foot of the mountain, there was a misty place. Under the misty clouds, there was an incessant gurgling sound of water. When a cold wind blew, all the clouds were blown away, revealing 9 large hot springs scattered in the valley like stars in the sky. Boiling water was gushing out from the hot springs. The boiling water sprayed several feet high, and some sprayed several feet high. When the boiling water fell down, it flowed into the 9 pools of hot springs. The water in the pools rippled, and the warm water circled around the foot of the mountain a few times, flowing far away from the foot of the mountain. Ding ding dong. Suddenly, just as the hot spring was covered by the mist, a clear and melodious sound of a zither came from one side of the mist. The zither sound came from a few small pavilions. These pavilions were hidden in the emerald green spirit wood, and a faint red tip of the pavilions peeked out from the spirit wood. A fist-sized bird was engraved at the top of the pavilions. If one didn't look at it carefully, one would really think that this bird was alive. Everyone would even think that this clear zither sound came from this bird. The zither sound was like a gurgling stream that surrounded the spirit wood and flowed into the hot springs. When it flowed away with the water, the sound gradually faded away. Before the zither sound faded away, clapping sounds came from another part of the spirit wood. A very bold and unrestrained voice shouted, Fairy Fian's zither sound is indeed out of this world. I haven't gotten tired of listening to it for many years. Every time the zither sound comes, my heart will calm down, and the chaotic thoughts in my mind will be orderly like the flowing water. If possible, I really want to continue this sword battle forever. Ha ha ha, senior brother Gu Yun, in this way, you are happy, but what about the disciples of your Kunlun sect? I'm afraid that martial Uncle Xian Jing will pull your ears and drag you back to Kunlun Mountain, right? Another rather bold voice came from another place. The place where the spirit wood was located was faintly a bamboo shed made of bamboo, and this voice was actually Zhu Qinghe of Su Yan sect. Thank you for your praise, senior brothers. At the sound of the zither, a clear and weak voice came out again. A petite female cultivator walked out of the pavilion and slowly walked to the edge of the hot springs. This female cultivator was in the early gold core stage. Her eyes were big, and her skin was white and clean. However, her face with big eyes was indeed mediocre. Even if she was wearing a Daoist robe, there were no curves on her body. She looked much stronger than ordinary village girls, but if this appearance was compared with the early gold core stage, it was extremely unworthy. However, this female cultivator's big eyes were so lively that even the clouds rising from the hot springs could not cover the divine light in her eyes. This female cultivator was the Jiang Fian that Gu Yun of Kunlun sect spoke of. She was a disciple of Nanming sect and was extremely good at analyzing details. She was often a wise person who could see the intentions of ordinary sword cultivators from the details that others could not see. Jiang Fian walked to the side of the hot springs. Her small nose wrinkled slightly, showing a trace of disgust. She raised her eyes to look at the other side of the spirit wood and said loudly, Senior Brother Pan, don't calculate anymore. Come and rest for a moment. Although this 9-eye hot springs has some sulfur qi, there is also a lot of spiritual qi in it. Resting here is extremely beneficial for our cultivation. TSK, a blue figure flashed across the sky. Zhu Qinghe was still wearing his blue robe and landed beside Jiang Fian. He had a smile on his face and said, Fairy Fian, I and the others seem to be nearby too, right? Why don't you know to call me? I'm afraid Brother Dong Min isn't the only one who has racked his brains for our Dao sex war, right? Jiang Fian did not even raise her eyebrows. She looked at the dreamy clouds and said indifferently, Senior Brother Zhu's wisdom is profound and far from what we can compare to. You only have to come up with one plan and it takes us half a day to think about it. Wasn't this 9-eye hot springs found by Senior Brother Zhu during his planning? I remember that at that time, I was still accompanying Taiqing sect's Daoist Yu Qing in Jinshuan Valley to think about how to ambush the Huan Kingdom's swordsmen. Senior Brother Pan also occasionally encountered the swordsmen at Peng River. If not for Daoist Qin Yan and Daoist Lao Yun of Mo Sang Mountain risking their lives to protect him, he might not even have seen this hot spring. Therefore, we can't compare to Senior Brother Zhu. Fairy Fian, we shouldn't have brought this. Zhu Qinghe laughed. This Zhu only said one sentence, but Fairy actually refuted so much. Are you praising me? Or are you insulting me? Of course I'm praising Junior Brother Zhu. A slightly arrogant voice sounded. Then, from the other side of the spiritual tree, a well-built mid-gold core cultivator slowly walked out. This cultivator's eyebrows were like laying silkworms and his nose was like hanging gallbladder. What was even more eye-catching was his 5 strands of long beard. Coupled with his fair skin, he looked exceptionally handsome. When Jiang Fian heard this, she quickly looked up. Her gaze landed on the cultivator's face, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. However, this smile was faint and quickly disappeared. Even her gaze, which had only met the cultivator's gaze for a brief moment, fell to the ground and once again looked into the clouds. Io, Senior Brother Dong Min. I'm already not Fairy Fian's opponent. Now that you're here, we're a pair of good-looking man and talented woman. How can I be your opponent? Zhu Qinghe slapped his forehead exaggeratedly and said in distress. Senior Brother Zhu. A trace of anger flashed across Jiang Fian's face. She said coldly, what do you mean by good-looking man and talented woman? This little sister wants senior brother to explain the origin of this. When, at this moment, a long whistle came from the other side of the nine-eyed hot spring. A series of strange crackling sounds came from the spiritual tree. Then, a well-built cultivator with bulging muscles and a few spiritual herbs on his body flew out from the spiritual tree. With a pang, he landed on the ground again and the entire ground shook. Senior brother Gu Yun. Hurry up and come over. Zhu Qinghe was extremely happy when he saw the person. He pointed his hand and said, hurry up and be the judge. When did this little brother say that we're a good-looking man and talented woman? In this world, there's only a good-looking man and a talented woman, right? No matter how ignorant I am, I won't make a mistake about this. The well-built male cultivator was Kunlun Sek's Gu Yun, who was in the later stage of the Gold Core realm. He naturally thought that Zhu Qinghe was fighting with Pan Dongmin of the Blue Li sect and Jiang Fian of the Nanming sect. Why would he get involved? He just chuckled and walked quickly to a hot spring. He sat down and took off his boots. His two black hairy feet dipped into the hot spring with a plop sound. Then, he stretched his body and lay on the ground. He opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath. He seemed to be extremely comfortable. That breath rushed into the clouds in the air. Moments later, an illusion like a flying crane appeared. It flapped its wings and flew above the hot spring, blowing away the clouds. Then, it disappeared. Chapter 29:33. Senior brother. Jiang Fian was originally angry at Zhu Qinghe's words, but when she saw Solitary Cloud's actions, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She stomped her feet and said, people say that burning the zither and cooking the crane and washing the feet in the clear spring are the most unpleasant things in the world. I didn't expect senior brother to have a method comparable to the ancients. Washing the feet in the hot spring should also be included in the classics, right? Solitary Cloud took a deep breath and rubbed his feet against each other in the hot spring, as if he was extremely satisfied. He then said lazily, Junior sister is still wrong. How can washing the feet in the hot spring be included in the classics? If it is to be included, I'm afraid it will be washing the feet in the hot spring. Ha ha ha, Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and laughed. Senior brother Solitary Cloud, you're right. I'll get a disciple who can remember this. This matter will definitely be spread throughout the cultivation world. How dare you? Solitary Cloud glanced at Zhu Qinghe. Be careful that I don't smash your face. Zhu Qinghe laughed and glanced at Pan Dongmin, who walked to his side but did not approach Jiang Fian. He said, even if senior brother smashes my face into a rotten persimmon, I won't feel the pinch. I can't compare to senior brother Pan in this life. Pan Dongmin frowned and did not answer. He also did not look at Zhu Qinghe. His gaze followed the clouds and went up again, as if he was admiring the different beautiful scenery at the foot of the mountain. Pan Dongmin did not react, but Jiang Fian's expression turned ugly. Zhu Qinghe looked at this strange situation and was overjoyed. He understood that although Jiang Fian was an early-stage golden core cultivator and did not look outstanding, she was very intelligent and far superior to most cultivators. The reason why she was called a fairy was also because of her intelligence, not her appearance. Jiang Fian was one of the 4 people in the Daoist sect who came up with the plan in this Dao sword war, and she was also the only female cultivator. Therefore, she thought highly of herself. Not to mention Zhu Qinghe and the others, she did not even care about ordinary nascent soul masters. However, Jiang Fian had tied a strand of love to Pan Dongmin at some point in time. However, perhaps Pan Dongmin did not notice it, or perhaps Pan Dongmin did not fancy Jiang Fian, but Pan Dongmin ignored Jiang Fian's gaze. If that was all, then it would be fine. However, Jiang Fian was an ordinary female cultivator. She would probably be more eager and take the initiative. This matter might not be completely hopeless. Unfortunately, Jiang Fian was not an ordinary female cultivator. She was a female talent who was full of vigor and vitality. How could she possibly lower herself to take the initiative? As a result, the two of them ended up in a lukewarm situation. Gu Yun and Zhu Qinghe were outsiders and could see everything clearly. Although Gu Yun saw it, he acted as if he did not see it. Zhu Qinghe, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. From time to time, he would make fun of the two of them. Or do you want to break them up? Zhu Qinghe originally thought that Pan Dongmin would use this as an excuse to avoid the awkwardness, but who would have thought that Pan Dongmin would stare at it for a long time, and he was very engrossed in it, as if he had discovered something strange on the foothills. Zhu Qinghe could not help but follow Pan Dongmin's gaze as well. However, the scenery on the foothills was the same as what he had seen for the past dozens of days. There was nothing special about it. Zhu Qinghe was stunned and asked curiously, "Senior brother Pan, what did you see? Why are you so engrossed?" "I saw the great battle of the Dao sword and even the ending." Pan Dongmin replied indifferently. Ah. Upon hearing that, Zhu Qinghe was not the only one who was shocked. Even Gu Yun and Jiang Fian, who pretended to ignore him, were shocked. All of them looked towards the foothills. However, Zhu Qinghe and Gu Yun did not gain anything after looking at it for a moment. Instead, Jiang Fian looked pensive and there was even a hint of joy in her eyes. "Junior brother Pan, spit out what you have to say. Don't be so mysterious." Gu Yun frowned and no longer looked at the foothills. Instead, he looked into the air and said coldly, "The great battle of the Dao sword has been going on for more than 10 years. The battle situation is just like the scene on the foothills." Pan Dongmin pointed with his finger and said, "At first, the swordsmen of the Huan Kingdom were unstoppable under LV Ruochang's command. They forced our Dao sect cultivators to a dead end and were restrained in every way. The victory of the swordsmen was just like the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs. It seemed to be unstoppable. However, at the end of the spiritual trees was the great battle of the sword tomb. The battle situation changed several times and was unpredictable. It was not clear whether it was warm or cold. Although the warmth still had the upper hand in the middle of the dried-up foothills, the higher it went, the colder it became. This also meant that our Dao sect battle became increasingly powerful and gradually gained the upper hand on the entire battlefield. Just like the ice on this mountain range, no matter which direction you go, you will only end up being covered by a layer of ice. However, no matter how many foothills were covered by a layer of ice, the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs below the foothills were ultimately unable to be destroyed by the ice." Jiang Fian's voice was somewhat weak as she said, "This is because the source of the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs' survival was ultimately unable to be reached by the ice. The Nine-Eye Hot Spring has always been hidden within the clouds. Although the cold wind would occasionally blow the clouds away and reveal the truth would immediately be covered by the clouds. All the chaotic scenes would then fill the air, causing us to be unable to find out where the truth lies." "Good," Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and said, as expected of a talented man and a beautiful woman. "I admire you." At this moment, Jiang Fian's face was slightly flushed. However, Pan Dongmin ignored her and continued to say, "Even if we saw through the clouds, we could only see one hot spring and 2 hot springs. It was impossible for us to know that there were actually 9 hot springs in this valley. Furthermore, there were so many spiritual trees and spiritual herbs around the hot springs. How could there only be so many spiritual trees and spiritual herbs?" Gu Yun sneered and said, "There are also 4 pavilions and straw huts, as well as people who burn musical instruments and cook cranes and wash the hot springs in their stinky feet." Hiss, hearing Gu Yun's words, Pan Dongmin, who originally thought that he had already thought deeply, gasped and said hurriedly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, could it be?" "Yes, junior brother Pan." Gu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Could it be that you feel that this great battle of Daoist sword is completely different from the previous one? Although we have already planned so much, we still feel that we are unable to do anything despite having the will to do so. The Huan country on the other side, the people who are competing with us, are far more powerful than what we expected. I really did not expect that the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom would actually have such wisdom. Let's not talk about other things. Just based on the current situation of the battle, I feel that it is not so simple. Although we have already thought and done a lot of things, and have taken precautions in all aspects, I still feel that we have overlooked something. You even feel that after this great battle of Daoist sword, there must be a reason that we do not know, but I still feel that the reason that we want to know is far from the root of this battle. The hot springs are hidden under the clouds and mist, but, although the hot springs are the root of these spiritual trees, beside the hot springs are. Jiang Fian muttered to herself, almost losing her voice. Could it be that the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom are not the only ones participating in the battle? They have the support of soul cultivators behind them? Moreover, perhaps, there are other cultivators that we do not know about guiding them from behind? The cultivators of the Dao sect. This is not something that we can point fingers at. But soul cultivators? Didn't the Battle of the Sword Catacomb reveal some clues? Pan Dongmin said faintly, isn't there a soul formation besides LV Ruochang Square Sword Formation? If it were not millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountain, would the swordsmen be able to set it up? But later, there were no more soul cultivators. Jiang Fian bit her pale lips and retorted. Pan Dongmin did not argue with her and only sighed. Unfortunately, it is extremely difficult for the cultivators of the Dao sect to sneak into the ranks of sword cultivators, and the information we receive is also very little. It is even more impossible for us to know the situation over at Meng Mountain. Actually, early on in the battle, the nascent soul masters had already sent some disciples to the Huan Kingdom. Zhu Qinghe said, but for some reason, although these disciples returned with news, none of them were about Meng Mountain. Meng Mountain is behind the Huan Kingdom. How could the disciples of the Dao sect approach it so calmly? Jiang Fian said coldly, even if senior brother Zhu could enter the Huan Kingdom, I'm afraid it would not be easy for you to receive news about Meng Mountain, right? Sigh, indeed. Zhu Qinghe nodded. After the great battle of the Sword Catacomb, the Changbai sect also sent some disciples with sword energy to sneak into the Sword Catacomb. Unfortunately, most of them were seen through, and only a small number of them were able to send back some news. But these news were all from the Huan Kingdom near the Shi Kingdom and the Lian Kingdom. Perhaps there is also a problem between the Su Huan Kingdom and Meng Mountain? Pan Dongmin's eyes flashed with a strange light as he suddenly said. It is not that I have not thought of this. Jiang Fian said with a bitter smile, but the Huan Kingdom has no reason to send troops from both sides. Moreover, it is very obvious that the forces of Meng Mountain are not much weaker than the three kingdoms of the Dao sect. If they are also at war with the Huan Kingdom, how could the Huan Kingdom send so many swords here? Sigh, if only some nascent soul master could make a trip to Meng Mountain. Guyun sighed, won't we know what the situation is when we see it? Pfft. Jiang Fian laughed, senior brother Guyun, if you want to go, no one will stop you. It is a great battle now. Just like those third-grade swordmasters, although they are powerful and can fly very fast, would they dare to enter the territory of the three kingdoms alone? Would they be able to receive news from the Kueha Sea? If they dare to go to the Kueha Sea, they must be prepared to die in the Meng Kingdom. Speaking of this, Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and looked at Gu Yun, asking, by the way, senior brother Gu Yun, didn't Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction of the Lian Kingdom bring a few disciples to the Huan Kingdom? Is there any news? Oh, you mean Li Zongbao, Kai Hongxia, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Guyan seemed to have realized something and said, when I first came to Sentry City, I heard from the sect leader that the four of them had broken through the sword catacomb that day, but after that, there was no more news. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. It has been so many years, I'm afraid they are doomed. Chapter 29-34. I've heard about it too. Zhu Qinghe, who had been silent all this while, said, Senior brother Gu Yun, I've always been puzzled. Why did these disciples break into the sword catacomb? Could it be the arrangement of Immortal He Ping from the Utopia faction? Sect leader asked Immortal He Ping that year. Immortal He Ping just smiled and didn't answer. Guyan didn't know either. Besides, Li Zongbao's master, Heng Zhao, has returned to the Utopia faction. Even Kai Hongxia and the others' teachers have returned. No one knows what they're doing. It must be the arrangement of some nascent soul stage teacher. Jiang Fian said calmly, who's free to rush into the Huan kingdom after the war? This. I'm not sure. Gu Yun hesitated. If Fairy Fian wants to know, oh? Jiang Fian was stunned and said curiously, I do want to know. Then junior sister and junior brother Dong Min should think about it carefully. Maybe we can solve this fog-like mystery and find a pool to bathe in. Gu Yun said seriously. Senior brother. Jiang Fian blushed. Just as she was about to scold him, a voice came from the mountain wall in the distance. Teachers, a message jade slip has arrived. Zhu Qinghe laughed so hard that he bent over. However, he was not like Gu Yun and didn't dare to be loud. He felt uncomfortable holding it in. When he heard it, he rushed to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, good, bring it to me. Immediately, a disciple in the early stage of foundation establishment flew in from outside the stone wall and landed outside the straw hut behind Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe landed on the ground and didn't speak to the disciple. Instead, he laughed loudly. The disciple was confused, but he didn't dare to ask and stood aside respectfully. After Zhu Qinghe finished laughing, he stretched out his hand and said, Give it to me. Yes. The disciple reached into his chest and took out a few jade slips and handed them to Zhu Qinghe. Uncle, these are 9 jade slips from various places. There are 4 from the Shi Kingdom and 5 from the Lian Kingdom. Please take a look. Good, you've worked hard. Zhu Qinghe took them and praised, It's your credit that the message was sent in such a timely manner. After the war, I'll ask for a reward for you. I don't dare. The disciple respectfully bowed. We juniors are all boorish fellows. We relied on Uncle Master and the others to devise strategies for the war. Everyone will do their best. Zhu Qinghe smiled as he watched the disciple bid him farewell. With a shake of his body, he landed in the straw hut. The hut was not big, similar to an ordinary quiet room. However, every blade of grass that made up the hut was emerald green, like a piece of jade. Strands of invisible green silk strands connected the grass. If an ordinary cultivator saw this, he would be stunned, because the grass was blue sky grass, and the strands were dark green silk. Both of them had the effect of calming the mind, calming the heart, and expelling evil spirits. Ordinary cultivators would place some of them around their quiet rooms. Cultivating in such a quiet room, it was easy to calm the mind, and inner demons and other things would not come to disturb them. However, this straw hut was actually built with these 2 strange items. It was really rare. Zhu Qinghe entered the straw hut, walked to a jade table, and sat down. With a wave of his hand, the 9 jade slips landed on the table. He casually picked one up and carefully read it with his divine sense. As he read, his eyebrows trembled slightly, as if he was thinking. After a moment, Zhu Qinghe finished reading. Then, he raised his head and looked at the blue sky grass with some confusion. He muttered in a low voice, Strange. Didn't the Lian country's Polonia Peak just kill thousands of swordsmen a few days ago? Why did they rush there again? Polonia Peak, Polonia Peak. It doesn't seem to have any vital points. After muttering for a moment, Zhu Qinghe raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. The jade slip flew out with a whoosh. Looking at his familiar movements, it was obvious that Zhu Qinghe often did this. Fairy Fian, don't think about how to take a bath. Take a look at the battle report first. Ha ha ha. As Zhu Qinghe spoke, he couldn't help but laugh again. Then, he picked up another jade slip and prepared to read it. However, just as his divine sense entered it, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Even the smile froze on his face. A strange and inconceivable expression appeared in his eyes. This. How is this possible? Zhu Qinghe muttered in a low voice that sounded almost like a moan. Then his eyes darted around and he glanced outside. His finger curled slightly, and the jade slip in his hands suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had never picked it up or even seen it. Of course, Zhu Qinghe's finger curled again, and another jade slip fell into his hand. However, this time, Zhu Qinghe was a little absent-minded. He seemed to have roughly looked at it, and without even thinking, he directly sent it out. Zhu Qinghe skimmed through the remaining 6 jade slips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He casually passed them to Jiang Fian. Then, as if he was thinking about something, he stood up and slowly paced around the straw hut. After the time it took to eat a meal, he finally raised his head and looked outside. Some of the confusion on his face had disappeared. He knew that Jiang Fian, Gu Yun, and Pan Dongmin had finished reading the 8 jade slips. It should be time for the 4 of them to discuss. Zhu Qinghe took a slight breath and his expression returned to normal. He walked out of the green heavens grass and jambi silk and walked towards Jiang Fian's pavilion. Jiang Fian's pavilion was also rare. It was built with many spirit-nourishing trees. When Zhu Qinghe walked to the front of the pavilion, Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin had already arrived. One of them was sitting on a wooden chair with a pink wine pot in front of him. A strong flowery fragrance was emitted from the wine cup in front of the wine pot. The faint pink wine brew was as intoxicating as the red lips of a beautiful woman. The other one was standing with his hands behind his back and facing outside the pavilion. He seemed to be looking at the clouds in the foothills. Jiang Fian was sitting behind a jade table. There was a 6-stringed zither on the table. However, at this moment, Jiang Fian's hand was gently pressing on the zither's strings. Her fingers were moving intermittently, but there was no sound. The 8 jade slips were scattered in front of the 6-string zither. Senior brother Gu Yun is in such a good mood. Zhu Qinghe glanced at Gu Yun, who was holding a wine cup, and said with a smile, "Your beautiful lips have flushed the Tiantai fragrance out of the 9 heavens in an instant." Gu Yun pursed his lips and looked at the small tea stove on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He looked at the small red charcoal fire under the tea stove and said in annoyance, "In this state, it should be green ant fresh wine and red clay stove to cook dog meat. How can the Tiantai fragrance that's so bland that birds come out of the mouth be completed?" "Humph." Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, are you saying that I'm spoiling the fun? All right then, I'll return to the Nanming sect now. Senior brothers, you can enjoy yourselves again." Don't. Gu Yun hurriedly waved his hand and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "If you leave, won't others change your name to Jiang Hongyan in their hearts?" Zhu Qinghe naturally understood the message sent by Hongyan. He immediately understood that Gu Yun was alluding to Pan Dongmin again. Senior brother, Jiang Fian was a little anxious and stood up. Ahem. Zhu Qinghe knew that it was time for him to speak up. He hurriedly coughed twice and sat on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He said, "Senior brother Gu Yun is an elegant person. We're just ordinary people. Let's enjoy the Tiantai fragrance. Fairy Fian, he's obviously envious of us. Why are you still arguing with him?" "Humph." Jiang Fian was given a way out. She pouted and sat down. She still glanced at Pan Dongmin's back. When Zhu Qinghe picked up his teacup and took a sip, Pan Dongmin beside him said softly, "Junior brother Zhu, the messages that are coming in are getting more and more complicated. Have you noticed anything?" "Sigh, I just don't understand. That's why I'm here to listen to everyone's opinions." Zhu Qinghe said with a bitter smile, "The things in these jade slips are all over the place. I can't see anything special at all. They're all ordinary troop arrangements. There's even some extremely useless things. I'm having a headache just looking at them." "Is that so?" Pan Dongmin turned around and looked at Zhu Qinghe in confusion. "Is that so?" Zhu Qinghe felt a little guilty for no reason and asked in confusion, "What about senior brother Gu Yun?" Pan Dongmin shifted his gaze away from Zhu Qinghe and looked at Gu Yun. Gu Yun took another sip of wine and said calmly, "I feel that today's messages are very strange. They're all pointless troop deployments. But it's really so boring. They've already revealed the intentions of the sword cultivators." "That's right." Jiang Fian, who was beside him, also made up an excuse. "After reading it, I feel that the sword cultivators are about to bare their fangs." This. Zhu Qinghe's face was slightly red. He really didn't check it carefully and thought that it was the same as the previous messages. He didn't expect that the three of them had already reached a consensus. However, Pan Dongmin didn't ask much. He only said in a low voice, I also feel that it's a little strange. The actions of the sword cultivators this time are really messy. It feels like they're trying to cover it up. It's different from all the previous arrangements of the sword cultivators. Yes, or rather, it's only this time that it gives a familiar feeling. It's as if the previous movements weren't the arrangements of the sword cultivators. Only this time, it's the real movements of the sword cultivators. Sigh, it's a pity that I still can't see any specific movements from the messages in the jade slips. The goal of the sword cultivators. We still can't be sure. Even LV Ruochang, who commanded the first stage of the war, actually left the sword tomb and returned to Huan Kingdom. In the previous few years, although LV Ruochang didn't directly participate in the war, he's always been guarding the sword tomb. I have an extremely bad feeling. Jiang Fian said seriously, the goal of the sword cultivators will definitely stun us. Maybe LV Ruochang is preparing for this. I hope that our arrangements will be of some use. I also hope that we can find the nine-eyed hot spring behind the fog before the sword cultivators launch their final attack. Pan Dongmin turned again and looked at the dreamy fog in the distance. Oh right, senior brother Zhu, where's the other jade slips? Jiang Fian suddenly asked. Chapter 2935. Oh. Zhu Qinghe was shocked. His expression was a little unnatural. He rolled his eyes and asked curiously, how did you know? Hee, don't joke with me. Jiang Fian pointed at the jade slip in front of her and said with a smile, it's written clearly in this jade slip. This time, 9 jade slips were sent. Senior brother Zhu, did you not see them? Zhu Qinghe smiled faintly. He waved his hand and took out the jade slip. He handed it to Jiang Fian and said, the information in this jade slip is a little strange, so I took it out alone to discuss with the three of you. Oh. Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, what's so special about the information in this jade slip? Take a look for yourself. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, weren't you asking just now? Where did LV Ruochang go? There are some clues in this jade slip. Although Jiang Fian was a little surprised and did not understand Zhu Qinghe's actions today, she did not have any special suspicions. Moreover, when she immersed her divine thought in and saw it, she threw her doubts away. What? The Sword Master of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect issued the Sword Master command? He went to Drifting Cloud Lake to kill the cultivator with the surname Shao. Yes. Zhu Qinghe took advantage of the situation and said, all the information in this jade slip is similar to the information in the other 8 jade slips. They are all deceiving themselves. However, this piece of information is mixed in, and it's so obvious. This Zhu suspects that this is a trap. That's why I took it out to discuss with you. The jade slip was passed between Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin. Both of them looked at it and then frowned slightly. They looked at each other and suddenly understood. Junior brother Zhu, I think that this information should be true. Gu Yun said faintly, this information was sent by our cultivator's secret pawn in the sword tomb. Moreover, the way he got the information was normal. What's more, when he got the information, it was when LV Ruochang left the sword tomb. These two pieces of information corroborated each other and should prove that both pieces of information are true. It's precisely because both of them are so coincidental that I just thought that the message was sent here. That's why I'm so suspicious and feel that there's something fishy going on. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, it must be a trap set up by the swordsmen here. They want to draw our attention away from their target. Speaking up to this point, Zhu Qinghe said confidently, the fact that they are trying to cover up so much shows that our previous actions must have already found the sword cultivator's vital point, and they have no choice but to cover it up. But, the vital point that we found. Where is it? No. This information is correct. Jiang Fian shook her head firmly. If they wanted to set up a trap, they would have set it up near the sword tomb. How could they set it up directly at the flowing cloud lake? That flowing cloud lake was far away in Huan country. How can cultivators like us go there? Oh. Zhu Qinghe frowned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "It may not be as simple as junior sister thinks. The cultivator surnamed Xiao must be Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua is with Li Zongbao from the Utopia sect." Jiang Fian did not wait for Zhu Qinghe to finish speaking. Her fingers flicked on the 6-string zither, and a sharp sound rang out. Li Zongbao and the others actually broke through the blockade of Huan country, and they even entered millions of Meng mountains. How did they do it? And that Black Phoenix Sword Sect Sword Master actually issued the Sword Master command. It seems like they have already attracted the attention of the sword cultivators. This matter is definitely fishy. Fairy Fian, you mean? Guyan asked with a serious expression. However, Jiang Fian did not pay attention to Guyan. She seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes stared straight at the 6-string zither in front of her, and her brows were tightly knitted. "Go and save them," Pan Dongmin said straightforwardly. "What the sword cultivators want to do is what we want to stop. What's more, Li Zongbao and the others are the heroes of the great battle of Dao and Sword. If the other disciples know that we have received the news but do not go and save them, what will they think? Their hearts will definitely turn cold. I object to sending the participating disciples to save them." Zhu Qinghe frowned and said, "Even if this news is true, the participating nascent soul stage masters have the entire battle under control. If they leave, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to the battle. Moreover, this news is more than a month ago. Even if Zhenren He Ping of the Utopia faction wants to save them, I'm afraid it will be too late. If we don't send the participating disciples, let the disciples of Shi country go." Pan Dongmin replied without hesitation. Guyan nodded. Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the flag of the great battle. We must not let him fall. Since Huan country wants to send the non-participating swordsmen to kill them, then our Dao sect will also send non-participating cultivators to save them. Sky Patrol City. It's Sky Patrol City. Jiang Fian, who had been pondering, suddenly relaxed her brows. An indescribable glory radiated from her not-so-beautiful face. It was a kind of confidence, a kind of pride. Sky Patrol City? Gu Yun, Zhu Qinghe, and Pan Dongmin were all stunned. They looked at each other, and there was a trace of understanding on their faces. Yes, Sky Patrol City is a bright lamp in the dark night, illuminating the battle between Shi country and Huan country. Under the brilliance of this bright lamp, we are searching for the mystery of this battle. However, we have forgotten the source of this brilliance. As long as the sword cultivator of Huan country takes down Sky Patrol City, the entire battle will fall into darkness, and we will inevitably fall into a passive state. Jiang Fian explained with a smile of exultation. But Zhu Qinghe still disagreed. He shook his head and said, "It's not that we haven't discussed the Sky Patrol City before, but we always rejected it. The Sky Patrol City has never lost in any of the previous wars. Not in the past doesn't mean it won't in the future." Jiang Fian's tone was a little high-pitched, and she seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Zhu Qinghe's distrust of her. Maybe the sword cultivator has never had the means to take down Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop, so he has been delaying the battle. Pan Dongmin heard Jiang Fian's high-pitched voice and frowned slightly. There was a trace of displeasure in his eyes, but he still said, "Junior brother Zhu, I remember a long time ago when you were at Floating Duckweed Mountain with your sect leader Bai Kongzi and sect leader Sun Yunzi, the sect leader of Jinghua sect, Quangtian Zhenren of the Imperial Thunder sect received a message from our disciples, saying that the sword cultivator's ultimate goal is Sky Patrol City, right?" Zhu Qinghe smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed. At this time, Quangtian Zhenren of the Imperial Thunder sect and Qian Diheng have been brooding over it. I have also reported this matter to all of you, and everyone treated it as a joke that day. Well, now it seems that we were really wrong. The one who sent this message is probably Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect, the Foundation establishment disciple who was with Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction. All of this is true. But I don't know how they got this news. This is absolutely incredible. Jiang Fian sighed. Why didn't I think of it that day? If I had set up a backup plan back then. Why not? Guyan raised his eyebrows. We have already left disciples to guard Sky Patrol City, and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain are also in the city. Even the two nascent soul early-stage masters outside the city are keeping an eye on it. Moreover, the judgment at that time could only be regarded as unfounded and impossible. If this message was sent now, or a while ago, we would naturally understand. And we wouldn't have become a joke. What are you waiting for? Pan Dongmin had already turned around and ordered, since we feel confident, let's quickly inform the nascent soul stage masters and mobilize the troops. Yes, and Li Zongbao's matter. Guyan didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly got up. If Heping Jinren knows that just as he said this, he heard the sound of wind above the foothills. A rainbow streaked across the distance and rushed to the sky above the nine-eyed hot spring in the blink of an eye. Oh no. It's the nascent soul stage masters. Gu Yun's cultivation was the highest. He had already sensed it and hurriedly rushed out of the pavilion. Sure enough, where the rainbow landed, a nascent soul middle stage cultivator appeared. It was Yunmengzi from the Changbai sect. At this time, Yunmengzi's face was extremely gloomy. The sword light around his body was produced from time to time, like a dragon swimming around the surface of his body. Greetings, Martial Uncle Yunmengzi. Gu Yun saw Yunmengzi's expression and knew that something was wrong. He immediately asked while bowing, Martial Uncle, you came in a hurry. Could it be that Sky Patrol City has fallen into the enemy's hands? Oh. You already know the sword cultivator's intention? Yunmengzi raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. That's right. Pan Dongmin, Zhu Qinghe, and Jiang Fian had already bowed to Yunmengzi at this time and hurriedly said, we have already noticed the abnormality from the recent news and were about to inform the disciples to send a message to the masters. Yunmengzi looked at the four of them and then at the many Foundation establishment disciples flying in from outside the mountain. He smiled bitterly and said, of course, Sky Patrol City has not fallen into the hands of the sword cultivator. Fu, Zhu Qinghe and the other three heaved a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other with a look of relief in their eyes. But Yunmengzi changed the topic. All the sword cultivator swordsmen have abandoned their targets and madly rushed to Sky Patrol City. There are so many swordsmen attacking Sky Patrol City so openly. We are afraid that Sky Patrol City will fall. It's good that Sky Patrol City has not fallen yet. Jiang Fian smiled and said, we have already set up a trap near Sky Patrol City. It should be effective. At the very least, the four nascent soul realm seniors from the Celestial City, Senior Shuiyu, Imperial Thunder Sect, and Mo Sang Mountain will be able to resist for a while with the help of the Celestial City's formation. When the True Path Sect disciples arrive, we will defeat the Sword Cultivator with the help of the Celestial City's disciples. Alright, since the martial nephews have already decided, let's hurry up and leave. Yunmengzi sighed and said, looking at the madness of the Sword Cultivator, this battle is already the final blow. We cannot afford to be negligent. Chapter 2936. Yes, we'll follow Martial Uncle's arrangement. Everyone bowed. Yunmengzi didn't delay. With a wave of her hand, a rainbow covered the four of them. A rainbow flashed under Yunmengzi's feet, and several people quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared. As for Jiang Fian's request to send a message to the sects in the country of Shi, hoping that they would send their disciples to fight against the sword cultivators and rescue Li Zongbao and the others from the sword cultivators' attack, the four of them had already forgotten about it. After all, their safety compared to the Sky Patrol City was too insignificant. Xiaohua naturally didn't know about this. He was still sitting cross-legged in the quiet room. Right now, it had already been several days since he started recording the cloud-traversing rain summoning technique. Without anyone's guidance, Xiaohua finally recorded the 36 green seal characters into his bones one by one according to the instructions in the soul technique Zi Ming gave him. Although Xiaohua was unbearably tired, his mental strength was also greatly exhausted. But the harvest was extremely rich. Not only did Xiaohua have a deeper understanding of the green seal characters, but the flexibility of the soul strands were also much better than before. Xiaohua was even confident that if he was given another 10 days, he would absolutely comprehend the green seal characters given to him by Elder Wu. However, just as Xiaohua put away the bone and rested for a few days, a guard called from outside again. Xiaohua didn't even think about it. He immediately removed the capital star array and walked out of the quiet room. He knew that today must be the auspicious day for Zi Ming to light the soul-extinguishing lamp. He couldn't delay this lantern-burning ceremony. Sure enough, when the dark-skinned guard saw Xiaohua come out, he immediately bowed and greeted him. Similarly, he spoke fluently in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation respectfully. Young Master Xiao, tonight is the lantern-burning ceremony of Miss Zi Ming of the Huda Stockade. This humble one is specially ordered by Elder Wu to invite young master. Good. Xiaohua nodded. Looking at the sky outside, it was dusk. Presumably, Zi Ming's lantern-burning ceremony would be held at midnight. This way please. The guard bowed and extended his hand, inviting Xiaohua to walk in a direction. You lead the way. Xiaohua looked at the somewhat gloomy corridor, and asked again, where are the other senior brothers of this Xiao? Shall we go together? Reporting to young master. The imperial bodyguard followed Xiaohua's instructions and walked to the front. He bowed slightly and turned his head. Young Master Li, young Master Xiao, and the others have already left. In order to show our respect to the distinguished guests, Elder Wu instructed us to invite you one by one. Young Master, I was the first to arrive. However, because young master was in seclusion, I waited for a while. I believe the other guards have already invited young Master Li and the others over. Xiaohua casually nodded. He followed the guard through the layers of shadows. The dusk gradually became heavier, shrouding the many palaces in Huda village, giving birth to a heavy feeling. Walking in this heavy atmosphere made Xiaohua feel like he couldn't bear the burden. As he was walking, an old maidservant suddenly appeared from the side of a palace door and blocked the guard's path. The guard was obviously stunned, then immediately bowed. Without waiting for him to speak, that servant girl raised her voice and said, Xiaohua, young Master Xiao, my family's G-man has a matter to ask. Young Master Xiao, please follow this humble one. Oh. Xiaohua raises his eyebrows. He looks at the servant girl from head to toe and says coldly, is G-Manda in this Huda stronghold? Or is it Elder Wu? Naturally it's Elder Wu. The servant girl's face is slightly angry. Even if Elder Wu is more honorable than my family's G-man, you can't disobey G-man's orders. What a joke. Xiaohua doesn't want to see G-man at this time. He waves his hand and says, this Xiao is going to the Dipankara ceremony under Elder Wu's orders. If G-man wants to see this Xiao, please come to the Dipankara ceremony. Impudent. The servant girl is furious. She seems to have never seen someone like Xiaohua who doesn't put G-man in his eyes. Young Master Xiao. At this time, a faint voice comes from the palace behind the servant girl. Greetings to G-man. The guard hurriedly bows and greets, his face carrying a trace of embarrassment. It's G-man's dignified and irrefutable tone. Greetings to G-man. Xiaohua also bows and says, forgive this junior for being rude, but this should be Zi Ming's Dipankara ceremony. Lord G-man and this junior should appear at the ceremony on time. Even if G-man doesn't want to go, this junior can't delay. The Dipankara ceremony is my Huda village's most important ceremony, and it hasn't been held for many years. As G-man, how can this old one be delayed on such an occasion? Actually, if this old one isn't here, this Dipankara ceremony, hee. G-man says halfway, then changes the topic. However, it's still early to the Dipankara ceremony. Just like when you went to the netherworld with Ziyi, you were able to rescue Elder Ji-lan and find the netherworld bamboo in this period of time. can't this old one ask you a few questions? Hearing Ji-man mention the netherworld it seems to be a threat. Thinking about Zi-ming and the Dipankara ceremony that is close at hand, Xiaohua nods and says with a smile, since Ji-man wants to go to the ceremony with this junior in a while, this junior also hopes to listen to senior's teachings. Come in. Ji-man's voice is faint, the two of you stay here and guard. Yes. That maid fiercely glares at Xiaohua, and the guard also helplessly stands at the side of the hall door. Xiaohua walks into the hall and sees Ji-man standing in the middle of the hall. At this time, Ji-man is dressed in splendid clothes. There are several layers of decorations on her head like a flower crown, and there are many thumb-sized white bones around her neck. Her clothes look very complicated, and there are many layers of strange patterns and tassels all over her body. Xiaohua can't help but stare blankly at her. Young Master Xiao. Ji-man doesn't care about Xiaohua's gaze, and directly asks, which great scholar's disciple are you? Great scholar? Xiaohua stares blankly, somewhat baffled. What's a great scholar? This junior doesn't understand? Ji-man frowns slightly, and says indifferently, Young Master Xiao, since you are familiar with Zi-ming, you must have heard her mention it. This old one has a longing for the path of Confucianism, and this shaman stockade also has the legacy of Confucianism. Since there are some changes in your middle dantian, and you even asked this old one for the inheritance of Confucianism, could it be that you are not a disciple of Confucianism? Xiaohua suddenly understands. Although he knows that Ji-man has already left the ancestral hall before he asked Elder Wu to search for the seal on his middle dantian, he also believes that even if Ji-man didn't know the secret of the seal on his middle dantian from Elder Wu, she can also know that he is asking Elder Wu for help regarding his middle dantian. From these two aspects, it is normal for Ji-man to infer that he is a Confucianism. However, Xiaohua naturally has to deny it. Ji-man misunderstands. This junior thought that I was more curious about Confucianism, and in my early years in Shi country's Jianghu city, I saw a descendant of Confucianism, especially when I heard that Ji-man has the inheritance of Confucianism, so I asked for it. As for this junior, I am a genuine disciple of Taoism. Shi country's Jianghu city? Ji-man frowns. Which great Confucian's descendant is that? Hee, Lord Ji-man, this is junior's secret, it is not convenient to tell senior. Xiaohua flatly refuses. Sigh, young Master Xiao. Ji-man sighs. Are you still so guarded against this old woman? Senior, what are you talking about? Xiaohua says with a smile, you are the influential figure of Huda's stronghold, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. This junior is only a passerby of Huda's stronghold, completely unrelated to senior, there is no need to be guarded against. Sigh, Xiaohua. Ji-man is not satisfied with Xiaohua's explanation and sighs again. This old woman knows that this matter is my fault. I almost sent you, Zi-ming and the others into the arms of Huda great god. However, you should also put yourself in this old woman's shoes. Lu is this old woman's legitimate son. He is the candidate for Elder Wu of Huda's stronghold. How can this old woman not be anxious about his death? Back then, when this old woman and Zi-ming's mother were fighting over Ji-man, there were some differences, but Zi-ming's mother was one step ahead and was chosen by Elder Wu, and this old woman was not chosen. What Ji-man did to this old woman that day, there is no need for this old woman to explain in detail. In the words of your Dao sect, the dead are the most important. Even if this old woman said it, you would not believe it. Later on, Zi-ming's mother entered the arms of Huda great god. Zi-ming was too young to succeed Ji-man, so this old woman once again took over the position of Ji-man. But at that time, the soul-falling lamp had already been bestowed to Zi-ming by Elder Wu. Although Lu had the qualifications to be Elder Wu, these qualifications fell behind Zi-ming and Zi-yi. At that time, Lu was extremely sensible. Under this old woman's persuasion, he did not put the position of Elder Wu in his eyes. But what about Zi-ming? She took Ji-man's position as her own. She saw Lu as her enemy. Even when Zi-yi returned to the arms of Huda great god, she did not report this matter. She still let Zi-yen be ranked after Zi-yi who no longer exists. This old woman already knew about this matter, but this old woman did not point it out. This old woman even tried to cover it up for her. This old woman knew what she was thinking. She wanted to take back the position of G-Man that belonged to her mother. In fact, although this old woman coveted G-Man's position, it was also for the sake of my Huda village. That year, if it was not for Ziming being too young and unable to take over G-Man's position, this old woman would definitely have rejected Elder Wu. This old woman's tolerance time and time again. I did not expect that Ziming would repay kindness with enmity. Xiao Hua, if you were in her place, and you heard that your family was killed, and this ending was what you had been worried about all this time, how would you react? Facing G-Man's questioning and confession, Xiao Hua was silent. That day, G-Man was truly crazy, almost taking the lives of Xiao Hua and the others. But today, after hearing G-Man's words, Xiao Hua also understood the hardships of being a mother, as the village's G-Man. That's right, this old woman did scold Ziming's mother, but Ziming's mother scolded this old woman 100 times more vicious than that day. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not answer, G-Man continued, and this old woman wanted to kill all of you. But that was because this old woman did not know the specific reason. She thought that you were the culprits who killed my Lu. Xiao Hua, think about it, even at that time, Ziming did not take out the soul bead. She actually suspected this old woman to that extent. This old woman's heart is still in pain. Chapter 2937. Huda village is the descendant of Huda great god. Ziming, Ziyi, Ziyan, and a few other juniors have inherited the bloodline of Huda great god, and their bloodline is very pure. It is not as complicated as the bloodline of Shibai village, and it is not as chaotic as the other shaman villages. In my opinion, since Huda village is in the hands of me and Grand Shaman, we should focus on unity and harmony. We must stick to our familial ties and overcome the most difficult obstacle in Meng Mountains. As for whether Ziming becomes G-Man, or Ziyi becomes Grand Shaman, it doesn't matter. After all, they are the descendant of Huda great god. Besides, Grand Shaman and G-Man don't have much conflict. When G-Man reached this point, she paused for a moment and continued, Ziming is wary of me because he wants power. Oh. The bloodline of Shibai village is thin? The conflict of shaman villages? Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He understood what G-Man was trying to say, but he didn't want to get involved too deeply. He frowned and asked curiously. Humph. G-Man said coldly, if not for the thin bloodline of Huda great god, how could Xiao Mao gain the respect of the people of Bailu village when he came to Meng Mountains? How could he gain the loyalty of Bailu village's Grand Shaman and G-Man? Xiao Mao's arrival is really timely. It is like a drop of cold water falling into boiling oil. The chaos of Shibai village is getting more and more disorderly. To be honest with young Master Xiao, when I saw Xiao Mao, I already had the intention to kill him. With his existence, Shibai village will most likely be divided. Is this the reason why you and Grand Shaman didn't want to do anything? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he said calmly, actually, you and Grand Shaman know about Xiao Mao's background? No. G-Man shook her head and said, what I said to Grand Shaman is the truth. We really don't know about Xiao Mao's background. Besides, that killing intent was something I used to maintain the stability of Meng Mountains. Now that I know you are Daoist Xiao Mao. I'm afraid he was sent here by Great God Shibai. Since this is the will of Great God Shibai, why should I care about him? Then. Xiao Hua glanced at G-Man. He understood that this G-Man was an old woman who placed the safety of Huda's stronghold and even Meng Mountains as her #1 priority. Perhaps she had some complaints about Ziming, but she would never act as Ziming thought and kill him ruthlessly. In fact, after knowing the truth behind Ziyan's death, she didn't resent Ziming and Xiao Mao too much. Perhaps, because of Ziming's words, Xiao Hua had misunderstood her. Of course, Xiao Hua also knew that his understanding was only his understanding. The real truth was probably only known to the Huda god. Following which, Xiao Hua asked respectfully, with G-Man's thoughts, what will Xiao Mao do? Oh. Do you really want to listen to this old woman's opinion? G-Man asked curiously. Yes, please explain, Senior. Xiaohua replied sincerely. It's simple. G-Man said, if you're strong, you'll have the shaman village in your heart. If you're weak, you'll have to be independent. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua finally understood. Of course, since Venerable Wu has promised young Master Xiao, I believe he will have some discussions with Venerable Wu of Shibai Stronghold. Young Master Xiao, what can you do if you wait for Venerable Wu's news? G-Man said again. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua bowed. Then, can you be honest with this old woman now? Which family of Confucian cultivators are you? G-Man finally asked again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and told her about his encounter with the descendants of Zhu clan in Jianghu City. After listening to Xiaohua's explanation, G-Man's face was filled with desolation. She sighed and said, according to the records in the inscription on the armor, when Confucian cultivators were flourishing, the Zhu clan was a clan that could stand up to the emperor. But now, they have been reduced to such a miserable state because of that talisman. How pitiful. G-Man, you said that this talisman was originally a method of your Meng Mountains. How could it be, used to curse the descendants of Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua couldn't understand. The green seal script is the essence of heaven and earth. If it was one of the 12 great gods. G-Man shook her head slightly and said, originally, it could only be used by the descendants of the 12 great gods through the power of their bloodline. However, the heavenly Tao has changed. Soul cultivators are not the only powerful ones. Daoist sects, Buddhist sects, Confucian cultivators, and so on are all rising. Even young Master Xiao is able to use the green seal script, right? If young Master Xiao is the one who uses this talisman, as long as young Master Xiao is not afraid of exhausting his life essence, he can also use it as a curse. Then tell me, how would this old woman know who cursed the descendants of Zhu clan? And, this junior understands. Xiaohua bowed and said. Actually, with young Master Zhao's benevolence, it suits the righteousness of Confucian cultivators. You should be an excellent successor of Confucian cultivators. G-Man said regretfully, unfortunately, young Master has already joined Daoist sects. Confucian cultivators are not accepted by Daoist sects. If this old woman passes the legacy of Confucian cultivators to young Master, it will be harming young Master. Moreover, young Master already has the cultivation base of Daoist sects. If young Master continues to cultivate Confucian cultivators, he will definitely be distracted. Not only will his cultivation base not improve, it will even cause conflicts and delay young Master's growth. It's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile, it's all fate. It's good that young Master understands. G-Man raised her eyes and looked outside the hall, it's already late. Young Master, you don't have to leave early, but this old woman has to leave. Today's matter will be remembered in young Master's heart. You don't have to tell Ziming a single word. The more you say, the more she feels that this is this old woman's trick. Hee, G-Man, you're too naive. Seeing this, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He knew that this was an extremely good opportunity. He would rather bet on the kindness of the human heart, so he said with a smile. Oh. What do you mean? G-Man was obviously stunned. G-Man, please take a look. Xiaohua said as he clapped his hands and took out the rejuvenation pill. He said with a smile, Ziming asked this junior to pass this to G-Man. Ah, rejuvenation pill? G-Man was obviously shocked. Joy appeared on her face, but she immediately smiled bitterly. Young Master Xiao must be joking. This originally belonged to young Master. You're helping Ziming to cover up his lie, right? Xiaohua naturally thought that G-Man was not so easily deceived. His mind quickly turned and he said, Senior, you're wrong. This rejuvenation pill is Junior's, but Junior doesn't have it anymore. This rejuvenation pill was given to Ziming by Junior. Even if you gave it to Ziming, it was because you used the green seal text. Ziming returned this rejuvenation pill to you to replenish your life essence. G-Man was indeed perceptive and did not hide it. Senior, you're too confident. You were still talking about Ziming earlier. How could you make such a mistake? Xiaohua still said calmly, this rejuvenation pill was given to Junior by Ziming when he entered the netherworld eye with Junior. Oh. G-Man's eyes lit up. When Ziming gave the rejuvenation pill to Xiaohua, G-Man was not in the ancestral hall. Elder Wu naturally would not tell this to G-Man. That day, Ziming said clearly that after tonight, there would be no more Zai in this world. What's the use of this rejuvenation pill? Thinking about G-Man's love for me, I might as well use this rejuvenation pill to exchange for her favor. Xiaohua said word by word. However, this rejuvenation pill, Ziming did not give Junior the netherworld eye to Senior. When would that be? G-Man asked. If Ziming returned to Huda God's embrace because of Ziming's matter, it would be the time for this rejuvenation pill to be given to G-Man. If Ziming lit up the soul falling lamp because of Elder Wu, it would also be the time for this rejuvenation pill to be given to G-Man. Xiaohua cleverly changed Ziming's words and said with a smile, since today is the time for Ziming to light up the soul falling lamp, Junior will give this rejuvenation pill to G-Man according to Ziming's words. This child is just like her mother. G-Man sighed slightly, even if she wants to curry favor with others, but she doesn't let others know of her own suffering. And her mouth is also unforgiving. It's good that G-Man knows. Xiaohua said with a smile, sometimes, it's because we're familiar with each other that we neglect the most precious thing. At the same time, when we think that we're familiar with each other, we always feel that we know each other, so we don't communicate. But in reality, we might have misunderstood each other. Thinking about this, if G-Man and Ziming were honest with each other, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. Even if there were Devil Cultivator's possession, there wouldn't even be a chance for Devil Cultivator to take advantage of it. Young Master Xiao is right. G-Man nodded. This old one is older and thought that blindly enduring would be able to make Ziming understand. It seems like it's all this old one's fault. If there's a mistake, then change it, as long as there's a chance. Xiaohua said again, don't wait until there's no chance, even if you want to change it, you won't be able to. Good. This old one understands. This old one also thanks young Master Xiao for reminding me. G-Man nodded and looked at the rejuvenation pill in Xiaohua's hand. As for this pill, if G-Man doesn't take it, how can Ziming get rid of the knot in his heart? Xiaohua flicked his hand and the rejuvenation pill landed in front of G-Man. Forget it. This is that girl's filial piety. How can this old one not know how to return the favor? G-Man was a little puzzled in her heart, but the temptation of this rejuvenation pill was too great. She didn't think too much about it and took the rejuvenation pill and said with a smile, Ziming's lantern ceremony is about to begin, this old one will leave first. G-Man, please. Xiaohua stepped to the side and let G-Man go first. G-Man walked past Xiaohua and nodded with an elegant smile. When she walked out of the hall, she turned around and said with a smile, Young Master Xiao, you have to hurry over too. Ziming has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yes, this junior understands. I will definitely not let G-Man and Ziming wait for too long. Xiaohua also nodded with a smile. The guards who were waiting outside the palace were a little nervous. They had been thinking about how to report to the old witch if something happened to Xiaohua. But when they saw Xiaohua come out safely, and even G-Man who was walking in front of him was so amiable, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. As for the servant girl, her eyeballs were about to fall out. She understood in her heart that although G-Man could be considered amiable and approachable, but to treat people like this, it seemed to be the first time she saw it. Although the two of them didn't understand, one of them hurriedly followed G-Man, while the other still led Xiaohua forward with suspicion. These two people, N plus G-Man, seemed to not know that Xiaohua was worried about his gains and losses. Chapter 2938. Yes, after all, Xiaohua had given this rejuvenation pill to G-Man on his own initiative. This was an absolute gamble. Xiao Hua was well aware of the effect this pill had on a woman, and the effect it would have on Ziming. The reason why Ziming didn't want to give this pill to Ji-Man was because he was afraid that Ji-Man would be filled with vitality and regain her youth, allowing her to sit in the position of Ji-Man for a longer period of time. In this way, even if Ziming lit up the soul-setting lamp, she would never be able to get the position of Ji-Man. Since he couldn't get Ji-Man, wouldn't Ziming's soul-setting lamp be lit in vain? Wouldn't Ziming's years of hard work be wasted in vain? However, the conflict between Ji-Man and Ziming had been brewing for many years, and now it had reached its peak, and the conflict had officially broken out. In Xiao Hua's opinion, if nothing unexpected happened, there would be many more conflicts like this in the future. Not to mention that Ziming, who was determined to get the position of Ji-Man, would be on guard against and alienate Ji-Man. Even Ji-Man, an elder, would also set up a dam in her heart, pushing Ziming away from her concern. And the best time to ease this conflict, to resolve this conflict, was now. The time when everything was not completely clear yet. And the only way to resolve this conflict was for one of them to take a step back. Actually, it might not be just one step, but half a step was enough. Although it was only half a step, Ji-Man's dignity and her injuries had determined that she would not take a step back, and the young and vigorous Ziming would also find it hard to take a step back. Therefore, Xiao Hua had no choice but to take a step back for Ziming. Coincidentally, Ziming's last rejuvenation pill was in Xiao Hua's hand, and Xiao Hua took it out in a flash of inspiration. Sigh, there are many precious things in this world: power, youth, life, kinship, any of them are hard to give up. But giving them up doesn't mean losing them. By giving up power, you will get kinship, and the stability of Huda's stronghold. If Ziming knew about my painstaking efforts, perhaps he might not blame me, right? Although Xiao Hua was clear about this, and he also hoped that the kinship in Ji-Man's heart could continue, he was after all not Ziming. Walking in the dark corridor, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Looking at the silhouette of the palace, which looked like a huge monster in the night, he sighed in his heart. Although Huda's stronghold had a large number of people, and was one of the strongest powers in Meng Mountains, it was facing many internal and external troubles as well. While Xiao Hua was pondering, he followed the guard to the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain was filled with guards. There were spirit beasts flying in the air, and each of the guards was holding a strange lantern. The flame in the lantern emitted a green light that illuminated the entire mountain. Xiao Hua understood that the Dipankara pawn would be held in the ancestral hall of the Huda stockade. Sure enough, as the guards led Xiao Hua through the mountain path, the guards holding lanterns on the mountain path all stared at Xiao Hua with unusual vigilance. Even when Xiao Hua arrived at the entrance of the ancestral shrine, he still felt countless piercing gazes following him. "Young Master Xiao, please wait a moment." That guard very politely asked Xiao Hua to wait, while he himself took out a thumb-sized transparent skull and walked in front of the ancestral shrine's gate. There were already several dozen guards wearing pitch-black armor standing in several rows on both sides of the gate. This was the first time Xiao Hua saw this armor. It looked very cumbersome, and it covered the guard's head, face, body, and other parts. Moreover, outside the thick armor, there were tendons as thick as a thumb. The surface of the armor looked like the soul runes that were drawn on the skin of the spirit warriors. Occasionally, a dark green beast head would appear where the tendons were. The guard handed over the skull and whispered a few words to the guard who came to greet him. Then, he led the guard to Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao, I can only escort you up to here. Please follow this palace guard into the ancestral shrine. Venerable Wu should be waiting inside." "Okay, thank you." Xiao Hua nodded lightly and expressed his thanks. The palace guard looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at the skull in his hand. He waved his hand, indicating Xiao Hua to follow him, then he turned around and walked away. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and walked up a few steps. Just as he followed the palace guard up the stairs, there was a burst of noise behind him. A slightly louder voice shouted, "Venerable Wu of Shibai village has arrived." The steps that were originally filled with people walking up and down suddenly quieted down. Then, everyone hurriedly moved to the sides of the steps. The palace guard who led Xiaohua also stopped and moved to the side. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then followed the crowd and moved away. After standing firm, Xiaohua turned his head to look. He heard the sound of the mountain path. Among the dozen or so burly guards wearing the same pitch-black armor as the palace guard, a thin and tall old man quickly walked over. This old man's skin was yellow, and he was dressed very solemnly. On his white bearded face, there was a pair of thin and long eyes that were slightly narrowed. The old man's face was also thin and long. His thin lips were tightly shut, and the wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife covered his cheeks and forehead. A kind of coldness, calmness, and pressure was emitted from this old man's body. No one dared to look at him, let alone approach him. Following the old man's silent footsteps and the palace guard's heavy footsteps, everyone who passed by bowed and saluted, their faces filled with extreme respect. The old man acted as if he didn't hear this, and his eyelids didn't even move. Until he walked up the steps of the Ho-Tu village's ancestral temple. At this time, there were more than 10 people standing respectfully on the steps. All of the people of Ho-Tu village bowed and saluted. Even the palace guard wearing pitch-black armor raised his right arm as if he was saluting. Only Xiaohua stood there with his arms folded, indifferently looking at the venerable Wu. Xiaohua was originally thin and tall, and when he stood next to the palace guard, he was half a head taller than the palace guard. Now that everyone was saluting, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Even if the venerable Wu of Shibai village didn't want to see it, he had no choice but to see it clearly. Oh, much to Xiaohua's surprise, the venerable Wu of Shibai village made a strange sound from his throat. His narrowed eyes slightly raised, and 2 balls of ghostly green light flashed out from the venerable Wu's eyes. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt his entire body was covered by a kind of ice. An incomparably heavy and extreme coldness came from his skin, and from the bottom of his heart at the same time. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. The protective golden light around his body immediately flourished, wanting to disperse the coldness. However, after the protective golden light appeared, the coldness on the surface of Xiaohua's body seemed to be covered, and there was some faint warmth. However, the coldness in his heart became even more intense, as if it was about to freeze his blood vessels. Damn it, the venerable Wu of Shibai village, indeed lives up to his reputation. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Xiao Mao, this guy is a bit troublesome. After bitterly smiling, Xiaohua simply didn't resist, and just stood there quietly. The venerable Wu of Shibai village also seemed to be startled. He didn't expect that Xiaohua would give up resisting when he tried just now. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have let go. After all, Xiaohua was a junior, and this was the ancestral shrine of the Huda village. Unfortunately, the venerable Wu of Shibai village was only startled for a moment, and then a trace of a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. An indescribable heartbeat sound came from Xiaohua's ears. Thump, thump, thump. This heartbeat sound was extremely slow, as if there was a strange suction force. Xiaohua felt this sound become increasingly louder, surrounding his entire body, and his own heartbeat also slowed along with this sound. The power of blood vessels. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization, this old bastard. The instant Xiaohua came to a realization, thump, 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 the sound in his heart suddenly sped up, and Xiaohua suddenly felt his entire body throbbing. Moreover, at the end of his blood vessels, his entire heart seemed to be about to burst. This is bad. Xiaohua hurriedly circulated his magic power, and just as he was about to do his best to resist, he heard a faint voice say, "Jimin, this is just a junior cultivator of the Daoist sect. Why are you willing to give up your face and make things difficult for him?" Immediately, a faint dark green brilliance flashed around Xiaohua's body, and all the coldness and sound disappeared, returning to the previous silence. This old man naturally doesn't want to make things difficult for a junior, but there are some juniors who overestimate themselves and want to make things difficult for this old man. Jinji, don't you think this old man should let them know that the people of Meng Mountain aren't easy to bully and fool? The venerable Wu of Shibai village raised his eyes, looked at the venerable Wu of Huda village who appeared on the stairs, and coldly snorted and said, "The matters of the juniors will naturally be settled by the juniors, I'm already old, so why should I care so much? The Venerable Wu of Huda village answered indifferently, and then glanced at Xiao Hua, and changed the topic, saying in an extremely serious tone, furthermore, this young friend Xiao is a distinguished guest of our Huda village, not to mention our Huda village, even if it's within the borders of Meng Mountain. If anyone dares to make things difficult for young friend Xiao, it's the same as going against our Huda village. Oh. The Venerable Wu of Shibai village frowned, and coldly said, Genji, are you going against our Shibai village? You know very well the matters of your Shibai village, this old man is too lazy to ask. The Venerable Wu of Huda village waved his hand and said, this young friend Xiao has nothing to do with your Shibai village. If anyone dares to touch him, even the Shaman King won't allow it. Ah. The Venerable Wu of Shibai village was startled, and opened his eyes. His cold gaze swept over Xiao Hua's body, and he looked very shocked. Jimin, why aren't you coming in? Other than Tanje and you, everyone else has already arrived. This is the grand meeting of the Huda village, and you're the closest one, yet you're the last one to arrive? While they were talking, a tall old man appeared next to the Venerable Wu of Huda village, and shouted loudly. The Venerable Wu of Shibai village glanced at him, then coldly looked at Xiao Hua, and quickly walked up the stairs. Caw, a beast's roar resounded through the sky from afar, and then, the back mountain of Huda village, which was already cold, was suddenly filled with a fierce wind. A dark shadow, like a shooting star, rushed over from afar, and in just a blink of an eye, it flew above everyone's head. Chapter 2939. Hiss, how can its flying speed be so fast? Seeing that the black shadow's speed had far surpassed his own, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he was shocked. When the black shadow landed on the steps of the ancestral temple, Xiao Hua could clearly see that the black shadow was a bird beast with 4 wings on its back. Not only did this bird beast have 4 wings, but it also had 3 claws under its abdomen and chest. On top of its head, there was a phoenix coronet. Damn it, I'm late again. Without waiting for this strange bird beast to stop, an old man who was as thin as a bamboo pole jumped down from the back of the bird beast. His body swayed slightly, and in the fierce wind, he flashed to the side of Huda village's elder Wu. You're Jianghu village's elder Wu, so you're naturally good at speed. Even if you're late, can't you just fly a little faster? The tall old man mocked, so, you're always late. Minghua. I have something to do this time. Jianghu village's elder Wu argued, my Meng Mountain is in such a dangerous situation today, of course I have to rack my brains to think of a way. Minghua. Although these few elders were speaking in the language of Meng Mountain, Xiao Hua could not understand them. However, when this elder Wu uttered the words Minghua, it sounded very similar to the name Chia Xiao when Xiao Hua heard it. Xiao Hua could not help but shudder in his heart. Could it be, this old man is the Minghua that the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress is looking for? Xiao Hua looked at the tall elder Wu on the steps in the distance, and the white-haired elder Wu's appearance. No matter how hard he tried, he could not put him together with the Empress's peerless appearance. It was like the feeling of cow dung and fresh flowers. Then, several people said a few more words and entered the ancestral temple. When the figures of several people disappeared, everyone on the steps let out a long breath and slowly moved. When Xiao Hua followed the palace guard into the ancestral temple, he saw Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and the others standing in a corner not far from the door. Xiao Hua did not need the palace guard to lead him and walked over. But just as Xiao Hua took 2 steps, the palace guard behind him anxiously said, Young Master Xiao, your position is not here. Oh. Where is it? Xiao Hua turned around and asked curiously. The palace guard glanced at the skeleton with his sole consciousness and pointed to the top of the ancestral hall. He smiled apologetically and said, Young Master Zhao's position is just above the 11 Grand Shaman Elders. No need, I'll just stay here. Xiao Hua looked at the Daoist robe on his body and shook his head. At this moment, he finally understood why so many soul warriors had been staring at him. This lowly one does not dare to disobey Elder Wu's orders. Young Master Xiao, please proceed. How could the palace guard let him do as he pleased? Go and tell Elder Wu. Xiao Hua said indifferently, since I have the qualifications to stand there, I can naturally stand here as well. Seeing that Xiao Hua wasn't going, the palace guard could only leave and report to Elder Wu. Xiao Hua ignored him and walked towards Fairy Xianxia and the others. Big brother. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to approach, Xiao Mao waved his hand with a smile. What took you so long? Fairy Xianxia grumbled, we've been waiting for so long and thought that something had happened to you. Sigh, from what the guard said, we've only just arrived. Xiao Hua sighed, however, I just met G-Man outside the palace. Oh? What for? Fairy Xia's face tightened as she hurriedly asked. Nothing, nothing. Xiao Hua knew that everyone was like him and had some preconceived ideas about G-Man. He waved his hand and said, she only asked about Zi Yan and Zi Ming, she didn't make things difficult for me. Furthermore, this G-Man is really pitiful. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Fairy Xianxia said coldly, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. This. Xiao Hua was speechless. What? Am I wrong? If not for her indulgence towards Zi Yan, if not for her rejection of Zi Ming, would Empress Earth's stronghold have fallen to such a state? Fairy Xianxia retorted, don't look at how she cares for Zi Ming on the surface and gives in to him in everything. She's actually retreating in order to advance. Once she catches hold of Zi Ming's weakness like before, she'll definitely kill Zi Ming. All right. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Xiao Hua was speechless. After all, everyone had their own judgment. He only hoped that his judgment wasn't too outrageous. Ignoring Fairy Xia's reproach, Xiao Hua looked at the entire ancestral hall. Today was different from the last time. There weren't many people in the ancestral hall today, but they were all rather old. Most of them were Wu Lao. Furthermore, these Wu Lao were divided into 3 groups, clearly separated. The first group was the Wu Lao from the 12 main strongholds. They stood in front of the statue of Empress Earth Great God, occupying a large area. Behind them was the second group, close to 200 people. These 200 people were divided into 2 groups, standing on the left and right sides of the statue. They should be the Wu Lao from the 99 upper strongholds of Empress Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold. Lastly was the third group. They were also divided into 2 groups, following behind the 99 upper strongholds. Each group had about 300 people. They should be the Wu Lao from the 360 lower strongholds. Xiao Hua looked around. There were many Wu Lao here, and they all looked similar. He really couldn't differentiate the Wu Lao from the Bai and stronghold that he first met. Zi Ming doesn't seem to be in the ancestral hall? Xiao Hua looked around for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Sure enough, the surroundings of the statue were empty, and there wasn't any trace of people. No, G-Man isn't here either. She should have come a long time ago. Zi Ming is the main character of tonight's lantern burning ceremony, and G-Man is second only to the Wu Lao in Empress Earth Village. How could she not be here? As he thought about this, Xiao Hua focused his gaze on the left side of the statue, trying to find some clues. However, what he saw was still empty. Now, above the ancestral hall, the Wu Lao from the 12 main strongholds of Meng Mountain were gathered. Any one of them was an existence that Xiao Hua looked up to. How could Xiao Hua dare to release his Buddha's consciousness? After looking around, Xiao Hua gave up and turned his gaze to the 12 Wu Lao who were whispering to each other. Among the 12 Wu Lao, other than the Wu Lao from Empress Earth Village who looked young, there were 3 others who were also abnormally young. However, these 3 people were facing Xiao Hua from the side, so Xiao Hua couldn't see their faces. In particular, the Wu Lao from Xianming village that Xiao Hua saw outside the ancestral hall seemed to have the name Minghua. His body was really big, and he was standing at the outermost area, blocking the other Wu Lao. Even if Xiao Hua wanted to see the faces of these Wu Lao, he couldn't. However, occasionally, from the side of Wu Lao's body, Xiao Hua could still see the back or side of those Wu Lao. They all seemed to look a little strange. There was even a Wu Lao who had a third arm growing out from his right arm. TSK. It's really a strange phenomenon. Xiao Hua blinked. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, Wu Lao, Minghua, raised his arm and moved away from the Wu Lao who had 3 arms. Coincidentally, the cloth that the Wu Lao was wearing on his head was suddenly lifted up. Under the cloth, a ferocious ghost face was revealed. His eyes, which looked like bloody holes, met Xiao Hua's gaze. Hiss. Xiao Hua was shocked, and all the hair on his body stood up. If he saw the ghost face on a normal day, he might not be afraid. However, the sudden appearance of the ghost face behind the Wu Lao's head and under the cloth was completely out of his expectations. Fortunately, the cloth seemed to have been brought up by the mysterious Nether Fort's Elder Wu when he swayed. As the mysterious Nether Fort's Elder Wu lowered his arm, the cloth fell again and covered the ghost face behind the Elder Wu's head. Furthermore, the mysterious Nether Fort's Elder Wu's figure completely covered the Elder Wu. Damn it, who are these Wu Lao of Meng Mountains? Xiao Hua thought to himself with lingering fear, what do these so-called 12 great gods look like? Could they all be? Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. I understand now. These 12 great gods, could they be related to the ancient spirit beasts? These people in Meng Mountains are the descendants of those spirit beasts, just like how there are many cultivators with spirit beasts bloodlines in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Furthermore, doesn't Fairy Xianxia have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix? Isn't the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan also in Meng Mountains? However, these 12 spirit beasts are too powerful. Oh. Not necessarily. They are probably similar to Fairy Xia's ancestor, the Ice Phoenix. Otherwise, the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan wouldn't be in Meng Mountains. Perhaps the Kai clan couldn't establish themselves in Meng Mountains, so they moved from Meng Mountains to my Dao sect's country of Shi. Hee, what a pity. If the Kai clan was also in Meng Mountains, would also be able to become a Fu man. Thinking of Fu man, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. Where did you go? Doesn't he want to kill Xiao Mao? Now that Xiao Mao's identity is still unknown, it's the best opportunity for him to strike. Once Xiao Mao's identity is recognized by the shaman of Shibai village, what chance would he have? Io, that's not right. I'm afraid Yu has already said something to the shaman of Shibai village. Xiao Hua frowned again. Otherwise, why would the shaman have a problem with me before entering the ancestral shrine? Why would he block so many people in front of the ancestral shrine of Ho-Tu village and attack me? Was he going to attack yours truly? Or will he attack Xiao Mao? The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Looking at Xiao Mao's face, which was filled with excitement and expectation, he couldn't help but feel worried. While Xiao Hua's thoughts were running wild, another hour of waiting had passed. The entire ancestral shrine was noisy. Not only were the 12 great shaman talking, but many other shaman were also whispering to each other. This Dipankara ceremony was indeed rare. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from outside the ancestral hall. The hall, which was originally quiet and noisy, immediately quieted down. Even the 12 great shaman who had gathered together to discuss hurriedly dispersed, and stood in their respective positions. Chapter 2940. Elder Wu of Huda village turned around and floated up into the sky. He gave the crowd a glance and said, Elders of Huda village, welcome to Huda village. Welcome to the rare Dipankara ceremony of Huda village. As you all know, Huda village hasn't held a Dipankara ceremony for several tens of thousands of years. If we follow the teachings of our ancestors, none of the G-man of Huda village can be called G-man. Meng Mountains is the sacred mountain of the 12 great gods, and also the place where the descendants of our great gods live and reproduce. For thousands of years, countless storms have washed over Meng Mountains, but we have always stood on the peak of Meng Mountains, and never backed down. In order to continue the bloodline of the 12 great gods, it is unavoidable for us to be at death's door, unavoidable for us to panic, and unavoidable for us to lose our confidence. However, we are after all the descendants of the great gods, and we are not the same as mortals. The great gods have always entrusted us with their hands. Although there is no Dipankara ceremony, the Dipankara ceremony has always existed in our hearts. Although G-Man of Huda village is not the rightful G-Man, in the hands of the great gods, she is still the rightful G-Man. And now, under the order of the great god Hudu, the soul-falling lamp of Huda village has been repaired. From now on, when the G-Man is confirmed, we can hold the Dipankara ceremony again. G-Man of Huda village can now carry out the order of the great god Hudu. As Elder Wu's voice echoed out, the entire ancestral hall was boiling with excitement. Not only were the elders of Huda village chanting in some unknown language, even the elders of Huda village had gone crazy, as each of them was chanting the grace of the 12 great gods. Looking at the boiling scene, the young Elder Wu of Huda village descended from the sky and began chanting in some unknown language, while his body began dancing slowly. The 11 elders of Huda village standing behind Elder Wu dared not to be negligent. Their faces were filled with solemnity and longing, while they were chanting the same language, and their bodies were dancing together with the movements of Elder Wu of Huda village. When the 12 elders of Huda village moved, the other elders of Huda village dared not to wait any longer. Their cheering stopped immediately, they began chanting in the same language. The entire ancestral hall was filled with an extremely solemn and pious voice. Strands of dark green light mixed with strands of golden light began to gather around the statue of the deity. There were even some dark green lights coming from the outside of the ancestral hall. Clearly, all of the soul warriors and natives of the Back Earth Palace were worshipping the deity statue at the same time. Not only that, but there were also some dark green lights coming from outside the ancestral hall. Clearly, all of the soul warriors and natives of the Back Earth Palace were worshipping the deity statue. At first, the light was like a small stream, but after the meal, it was like a tidal wave, filling the entire ancestral hall and covering the statue of the god. His power of faith? Xiao Hua saw the green brilliance and the faint golden threads, and couldn't help but guess. Xiao Hua and the others couldn't hear what the old shaman of the Huda village said earlier in the shaman language. Xiao Hua wanted Xiao Mao to explain, but when he saw that Xiao Mao had the same longing expression as the other old shamans, Xiao Hua swallowed his words. However, even though Xiao Hua didn't understand what the old shaman of the Huda village was saying, he could roughly guess from the old shaman's expression and the reactions of the surrounding elders of Huda village. As time passed, the brilliance became even more numerous, as if it was real. However, the golden threads in the brilliance became fewer and fewer, almost invisible. Gugajiji. Suddenly, the old shaman of the Huda village let out a hysterical roar and jumped up from the ground. Then, the sound from his mouth changed greatly, becoming extremely loud and resounding. His body danced crazily in the air. However, the shaman language of praise in the entire hall still maintained the same rhythm as before, neither fast nor slow. As the old shaman of the Huda village danced, a layer of blood-red light appeared around his body. This blood-red light floated from the surface of his body, just like the true blood dharma body of a disciple of a cultivation family. It gradually condensed into the image of the Huda god in the air. This dharma body was so clear that it was as if the hair on the great god's body could be seen. Moreover, a majestic and supreme aura gradually emerged from the dharma body. Aoo, the dharma body suddenly swung its snake tail and let out a roar that caused the hearts of others to tremble. At the place where this roar fell, a deep sound was immediately produced. In front of the statue of the Huda god, more than 10 jade skeletons appeared. In the middle of these skeletons, Ziming and Ji-Man, who were dressed in splendid attire, also appeared. At this time, Ziming was kneeling on the ground with his hands held in front of his eyes in an extremely sincere manner. His hands were like blooming lilies as he held the soulfall lamp. Ji-Man from the Huda village didn't kneel. Instead, she stood to the side with her waist slightly bent. However, her hands were also holding a small bone staff in her right hand. Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Red Dawn Fairy stood at the back with a trace of surprise on their faces as they looked at everything in front of them. In the ancestral shrine, everyone was dancing. Many of these elders had dark skin and their clothes were also strange. If they were to be described as a group of demons dancing, it wouldn't be more appropriate. Looking at Xiao Mao, he seemed to be dancing on his own without anyone teaching him. Moreover, there was also a faint green light coming out from between his eyebrows and converging into the current in the ancestral shrine. Caw 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 caw, the hooded village's elder Wu suddenly stopped flying, and the sound from his mouth grew louder. The Dharmakaya slowly flew toward the statue along with the seemingly solid green stream. Seeing the two extremely similar figures approaching, the hooded village's elder Wu's body fell to the ground like a meteor, and he prostrated himself deeply in front of the statue. At the same time, all the other elders stopped dancing and prostrated themselves on the ground at the same time. Boom! A faint roar sounded and the hooded village elder rushed into the statue of the hooded great god. The statue of the deity instantly emitted an extremely resplendent green light. Moreover, the 7 hands behind the statue emitted a faint black aura. As soon as the green light and black gas appeared, the green light in the ancestral shrine mixed with faint golden threads rushed into the statue like a swarm of bees. The entire statue let out a strange sound. This sound was almost exactly the same as the hooded village elder's chanting of the hooded village elder. Woo woo woo! When the green light in the ancestral shrine completely disappeared, a shrill ghost-like wail was clearly emitted from the god statue. A feeling comparable to a huge boulder pressing down on one's head instantly spread out from the god statue. Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hong Xia, who had been standing quietly and watching everything in the ancestral shrine, had no strength to resist at all in the face of this heavy pressure. They were immediately overturned and pressed down on the ground. This. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. The golden light around his body flashed chaotically. Unfortunately, whether it was his magic power or strength, it couldn't be compared to this seemingly unparalleled heavy pressure. Looking at the statue again, the hooded village elder's Dharma body was also squeezed out and returned to the elder's body in an extremely sorry state. Furthermore, as Elder Wu's celestial body appeared, a cold, barbaric, and merciless aura appeared from the deity statue. The moment this aura was released, it immediately filled the entire ancestral hall. Moreover, it was as vast as the sea of smoke as it enveloped the entire hooded stockade. Aoo, the strange thing was that Ziming and Ji-Man were pressed down by the heavy pressure. The soul-falling lamp in Ziming's hand flew up and a terrifying aura rushed out from the soul-falling lamp. The 3-headed black hound in the spirit treasure immediately appeared and even opened its mouth to roar. G-A, G-A, G. Just as Xiao Hua raised his head with difficulty, the statue that was originally an inanimate object suddenly let out a cryptic, hard to understand and rare syllable. It seemed to be green seal script but also seemed to not be green seal script. Following this syllable, the 3-headed black hound's body immediately emitted an intense green light. A kind of heart-trembling fluctuation came from the soul-falling lamp. Pooh! It was also at this time that Ziming, who was lying on the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It really landed in mid-air. The blood essence instantly turned into a phantom image of the hooded great god. When the 3-headed black hound saw this phantom image, it roared again. One of the beast heads opened slightly and the phantom image entered it like a stream of light. Swoosh! Following the entrance of the phantom image, countless ghost wails and wolf howls came out from the void all around. Furthermore, countless of light and shadow rushed into the ancestral shrine from all directions. All of the flames in the entire hooded stronghold disappeared at this moment. Suddenly, a jade-colored flame was born from the 3-headed black hound's head. Once the flame was born, it immediately lit up the entire ancestral shrine. Xiao Hua could not help but close his eyes. Even so, the jade-green flames still penetrated Xiao Hua's mind, and even his soul. Waves of shock pulsed along with the flickering of the flames. It was as if the flames could see through the entire world, illuminating everyone's soul. See, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. This spirit treasure, isn't it too powerful? Just as this thought appeared in Xiao Hua's mind, the flame immediately retracted. Furthermore, the phantom image of the 3-headed black hound also entered the fallen soul lamp. The entire ancestral shrine sunk into an indescribable darkness. Only the brilliance of the fallen soul lamp was reflected in everyone's eyes. Huff. Another sound like an old man gasping for breath came out from the darkness. Xiao Hua suddenly felt his body become lighter. Furthermore, that frightening aura also disappeared like a torrent. Wah wah wah. Yiu. Just as Xiao Hua was about to stand up, countless shaman language once again emerged from within the ancestral temple. Streaks of green light once again appeared within the ancestral temple. In front of Xiao Hua, the hundreds and thousands of shaman elders once again began to dance with tears streaming down their faces. The atmosphere was even crazier than before. Xiao Hua slowly stood up amidst this jubilation. His heart was extremely puzzled. His eyes also flashed with fear as he looked at the god statue in the middle of the green light. Chapter 2941. That aura. Does it belong to Huda Great God? Why is it so vast? What is that pressure? Is it pressure? Is human strength like an ant in front of this pressure? If all of this belongs to Huda Great God, then where is he? How did he come into this statue? In front of this aura, let alone a nascent soul cultivator, even a divinity separation cultivator or a body fusion cultivator. I'm afraid they are no match for it. If I want to fight against this aura, I have to cultivate more. Poor Xiao Hua. He could only imagine a divinity separation cultivator. He didn't even know what a body fusion cultivator was. How could he compare the aura of this statue to a body fusion cultivator? Perhaps he would only know such a superficial thing after he cultivated to the body fusion level. In the ancestral shrine, whether it was the descendants of Huda Great God or the other 11 great gods, all of them were dancing with tears streaming down their faces. They had always been proud of the bloodline of the great gods. Although the Daoist cultivators looked down on them and thought that they were uncivilized barbarians, they knew very well that in terms of inheritance, they were not much worse than the Daoist cultivators. However, they had never thought about where the bloodline they were so proud of came from. Or perhaps, they had thought about it before, but they had always relied on and revered this kind of power, and it was impossible for them to have a rebellious heart. It was also impossible for them to be as curious as Xiao Hua and think so much, even thinking about how to resist this aura. It had to be said that sometimes, success or failure didn't lie in cultivation or talent, but in the starting point, in the vision, in dreams. As a human, whether it was a mortal, a cultivator, or a swordsman, as long as they had dreams, their lives would be romantic and they would never be lonely. After a full hour, the entire ancestral shrine calmed down again. The noisy and crazy aura still lingered in the ancestral shrine. Elders. The elder Wu of Huda village stood in front of the crowd. His ruddy face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was extremely weak. However, what didn't match his weakness was the ecstasy and excitement in his eyes. The elder Wu waved his hand and said loudly, "Huda Great God didn't forget his people. After tens of thousands of years, he still came to Meng Mountains under our devotion. He is like this, and so are the other 11 great gods. Therefore, we should firmly believe that no matter what happens in Meng Mountains, no matter what difficulties we encounter, we will be able to face them and overcome them with ease." Then, Old Wu waved his hand, and the lost soul lamp that was floating in the air slowly fell into his hand. At this time, the lost soul lamp had returned to normal. It was almost exactly the same as when Xiao Hua first saw it. The only difference was that the bean-like flame on the lost soul lamp was like an emerald gem, sparkling and translucent, and did not move at all. Huda village's witch elder, Jianghu, under the oracle of Huda God, I bestow this soul-falling lamp to the god's descendant. Ming, let her take charge of our Huda village's soul treasure in preparation for the position of Ji-man. Although Xiao Hua couldn't understand what he was saying, Xiao Mao tactfully explained to Xiao Hua and the others at the side. Boy obeys old Wu's order. Ming drifted to Grandmaster Wu's side, knelt down on the ground, raised his hands high above his head and said respectfully, "With the soul-fall lamp as my life, I will accompany it at all times, and I will comprehend the oracle of the great god Hudu. I will keep the stability of Huda village and the safety of Meng Mountains in my heart. Old Wu's face revealed a kind smile, and he gently placed the lost soul lamp in Ziming's hand. Ziming slowly rose to his feet, his face filled with pride and pride. Good. As Ziming held the lost soul lamp in his hand and walked to the side, Old Wu of Huda village said in a loud voice, "Fellow Old Wu, today is the burning lamp ceremony of our Huda village, and in this grand occasion, I have an important announcement to make, Elder Wu." Just as everyone was slightly stunned and waiting for Elder Wu to reveal the truth, G-Man from the Huda stronghold took a step forward and said with a smile, "I also have a small piece of news that I would like to announce. I hope Elder Wu can forgive me for being rash." "Oh? What do you want?" Elder Wu furrowed his brows, clearly unhappy. However, G-Man didn't care. She glanced at Ziming and smiled. Ziming, who was holding the lost soul lamp in his hand, felt his heart tighten, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. He didn't know what G-Man was going to do. "Fellow Old Wu," G-Man of Huda village said in a clear voice, "today is the ceremony of our Huda village, and also Ziming's day. As G-Man of Huda village, I am happy for her from the bottom of my heart. Everyone knows that when the previous G-Man returned to the great god's embrace, Ziming was a baby boy and couldn't take over the position of G-Man. It was me who took over the position for her. Now, Ziming finally lit the lost soul lamp and completed the test of the Huda great god. She is the real G-Man. Just now, when Huda god descended, I suddenly understood that I was just sent by Huda god to lead the way for Ziming." Ah! Not only was Elder Wu surprised, even Ziming turned pale with fright. They had never imagined that G-Man would actually say something like that. Especially Xiao Hua, after Xiao Mao's explanation, he was also stunned. How is this possible? But, it's just a rejuvenation pill. This G-Man, how could she give the position of G-Man to Ziming? Even if the rejuvenation pill is important, but, if it doesn't exist today or tomorrow, who knows if it will exist in the future? As G-Man, to obtain the rejuvenation pill, wouldn't it be harder than ascending to the heavens? This was truly a little strange. Could it be that the missing rejuvenation pill? G-Man? Old Wu whispered, "This matter, G-Man." Ziming was also used to modestly declining, "Boy is still young, not enough to intimidate everyone, not enough to sit on the position of G-Man. Old Wu, when Huda great god descended just now, I was already enlightened. Forgive me for being a little willful, but I have already decided, 10 years later, I will give the position of G-Man to Ziming." G-Man said seriously, "I will tell all the Old Wu about this at Ziming's lantern ceremony. Please be my witness." 10 years? Old Wu pondered for a moment. Looking at G-Man's expression, she didn't seem to be faking it, so he nodded slightly and said to the 11 Old Wu of the shaman villages, "Everyone, although this is an internal matter of my Huda village, since everyone is here, how about you be my witness?" "Good." The tall Old Wu of Xianming village clapped his hands and praised, "Although our 12 shaman villages have always valued bloodline above all, we are all descendants of great gods. It's inevitable that there will be some conflicts and grudges when fighting for the position of Old Wu and G-Man. G-Man's actions make me feel gratified. I will be your witness." Immediately, several people clapped their hands and cheered. Ziming would still hesitate if he were to hand over G-Man's position to him now. After all, he wasn't able to convince the masses, and it would be difficult for him to take over the position. Who knew, G-Man might even do something to him. But when he heard that G-Man would give the position of G-Man 10 years later, it was giving him time to grow his wings. Only now did Ziming know that G-Man truly wanted to return the position of G-Man to him. "G-Man," Ziming called out softly. That feeling was like when she brought Xiao Hua to Huai Xian Pavilion that day. That voice was like Ziming's childish voice calling out, "Boy." As he spoke, Ziming choked a little and didn't know how to continue. G-Man also smiled and nodded lightly. A ball of warmth appeared in her heart. This was a feeling she hadn't felt since Ziyan's death. Perhaps, it's true. Xiaohua couldn't be sure if Ji Man's abdication was related to the rejuvenation pill. When old Wu saw Ji Man give the position of Ji Man to Zi Ming in front of so many people, he was also overjoyed. He understood the conflict between Zi Ming and Ji Man better than Xiaohua. As the saying goes, if the family is harmonious, everything will prosper. With the conflict between Zi Ming and Ji Man, how could the Huda village be stable? Even if Zi Ming couldn't directly go against Ji Man, he couldn't resist the temptation of some small fries. Or, even if Zi Ming and Ji Man weren't enemies, it was obvious that many people wanted to choose their own direction. Would they follow Zi Ming? Or would they follow Ji Man? This could easily form many undercurrents in the Huda village. It could be said that Zi Yan's death, the invasion of the demon dwellers, was also related to this conflict. Although the two of them hadn't completely reconciled, Ji Man's concession had made this conflict gradually fade and disappear. It was believed that the Huda village 10 years later would be completely different from the Huda village today. Good. Old Wu raised his eyebrows and said, "This old man thought that today was my Huda village's double happiness. But I didn't expect it to be 3. I really have to thank Huda great God. Old man Jinji, what's your 3rd happiness? Hurry up and tell me." A vulgar voice shouted, "Could it be that you have another little old Wu?" Hee hee. Old Wu of Huda village wasn't angry. He laughed and said, "This is the 3rd happiness. It's the biggest happiness today. Not only is it a happiness for my Huda village, but it's also a happiness for my Meng Mountain." Oh. Old Wu of Xianming village suddenly realized something and said anxiously, "Jianji. Are you talking about the Shaman King?" "Ha ha ha, that's right, that's right." Old Wu of Huda village laughed and said, "The Shaman King summoned us and dismissed us without waiting for the result of the discussion. If it weren't for this great happiness for my Huda village, wouldn't his God-connecting technique be useless? Hurry, hurry." Old Wu of Xianming village was anxious. "Jianji, hurry up and tell us the reason. I've invited great God Xianming for this matter, but I didn't expect that the root of this problem is with great God Hudu. Everyone, please wait." Old Wu nodded with a smile and said to Zi Ming, "Zi Ming, tell the seniors about the millet seed." Chapter 2942. Yes, this boy knows. Zi Ming gracefully rose to his feet and put away the lamp of lost soul. Then, he reached his hand into his bosom and took out a storage bag. After opening it, he took out a handful of millet seeds and said, "Dear Magi, please know that these are the millet seeds sent by the great deity Hudu from the QC. They are completely different from the millet seeds we have in Meng Mountains. Not only are they not afraid of drought, they also grow very fast and can be harvested many times a year." "How is that possible?" The elder of Xianming village waved his hand and a few millet seeds fell into his hand. After taking a closer look, he still couldn't believe it and said, "These are just ordinary millet seeds. I can recognize them clearly. I've even studied them carefully for the sake of millet seeds." "Please wait a moment, Elder Wu," Zi Ming said with a smile. "The effect of these millet seeds has been tested by Kueha village, a subordinate of Shibai village. I'd like to ask Elder Wu to explain it to you." As he was speaking, the Elder Wu of Kueha village walked out from the crowd in a panic. He was only one of the 360 senior magi in the Shibai village, and had an extremely low social status. Normally, he didn't even have the chance to meet the senior magi of the Shibai village, not to mention meeting the senior magi of the 12 main villages. "Greetings, Grand Elder Wu. I'm Kiji." The Elder Wu of Shibai village, who didn't even mention his name when he met Xiao Mao, finally announced his name and bowed to the 12 Grand Elder Wu. "You little kid, why are you so polite? Tell me, are these millet seeds as Zi Ming said?" The Elder Wu of Xianming village waved his hand impatiently. "Yes, Grand Elder Wu." The Elder Wu of Baiyan village said hastily, "I've planted them twice, and each time, I've harvested a lot of millet seeds. Not only is the harvest 30% more than the previous one, the harvested millet seeds can also withstand drought and ripen early. Ha ha ha. Seeing that someone had already tried it, the other 10 Grand Elder Wu's faces were filled with wild joy. Only the Elder Wu of Shibai village had a gloomy expression. Ziming, is this a storage bag? The Elder Wu, who had 3 arms and a face hidden behind a square cloth, was stunned when he saw the storage bag in Ziming's hand. That's right, Grand Magus Elder. Ziming said with a smile, how can the people of Meng Mountains travel to QC so easily? It was sent here by the Dao sect cultivators under the guidance of the Huda Great God. A Dao sect cultivator? Everyone in the ancestral shrine focused their gazes on Xiao Hua's group. At this moment, they also understood why there were several Dao sect cultivators in the ancestral shrine of the Empress Earth Stockade. Young Master Xiao, please come over. Ziming's clear voice rang out. Following Xiao Mao's analysis, Xiao Hua saw that everyone was looking at him, and Ziming had called out to him. Xiao Hua knew that it was time for him and the others to go on stage. Therefore, Xiao Hua nodded at Xiao Mao, and under Xiao Mao's lead, they walked out of the crowd of shamans and came to the front of the statue of Huda God. Taiyan village's Elder Wu was also in front. When he saw Xiao Mao walk past him, his face flushed red. He wanted to open his mouth to call out, but he didn't dare. How could Xiao Mao not know what he was thinking? He only nodded slightly at him with a smile on his lips. This smile immediately put Taiyan village's Elder Wu at ease. Junior Xiao Hua of the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder sect greets all the seniors. Xiao Hua was the first to bow, and Xiao Mao and the others followed suit. Many of the shamans nodded slightly and didn't pay much attention to him. However, Xianming village's Elder Wu asked in the language of the Dao sect in disbelief, you found this grain? This one and this one's junior brother, Xiao Mao, found it together. Xiao Hua corrected. Where did you find it? QC, of course. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's just that it's a barren island. Junior brother and I encountered a storm. If we were to find it again now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Why did you come to Meng Mountains? Junior is here to gain experience. Xiao Hua was still neither haughty nor humble, but I didn't expect, under the arrangement of Huda Great God, I'm here to deliver the grain seed to the people of Meng Mountains. Jianji, you're here to deliver the grain seed on behalf of Huda Great God, so you're Huda Great God's messenger. Shebi village's Elder Wu said coldly, but when will this Dao sect cultivator become the messenger of Meng Mountain's Great God? Jamin, Huda village's Elder Wu's expression changed, which was rare for him, and he said faintly, I only said that Xiao Hua is here to deliver the grain seed, but I never said he's the messenger of Huda Great God. The grain seed is far away in the QC, and the people of Meng Mountains rarely go there. That's why Huda Great God sent a Dao sect cultivator here. What's wrong with that? Besides, even if Huda Great God sent Xiao Hua as her messenger, I won't doubt it. Oh. Before Shebi village's Elder Wu could speak, another young shaman asked curiously, what do you mean? You must know about the sacred beast that descended from the sky a few dozen years ago, right? Huda village's Elder Wu said faintly. Oh, that's right, where's the sacred beast of your Huda village? Only now did many shaman elders remember, and they all looked at the table in front of Huda Great God's statue. That sacred beast is Xiao Hua's soul beast. Huda village's Elder Wu said, Xiao Hua came here to train himself in order to find his soul beast. Tell me, if Huda Great God didn't send him here, why did his soul beast come to Meng Mountain's Huda village before him? Hearing Elder Wu's words, Xiao Hua also took out Blackie. Blackie was obediently lying in his hand, and its eyes were hazy with sleep. Many grand shaman elders of shaman villages gasped. They had seen Blackie before, and they knew that it was not an ordinary soul beast. But this strange creature was actually in Xiao Hua's hand, and it was so intimate with him. Even if Xiao Hua was the messenger of Huda Great God, who could refute that? A thoughtful look appeared in the eyes of several shaman elders. Of course, Xiao Hua is a cultivator of Daoist sect, and he has never said that he is the messenger of Huda Great God. He came here only to take away his soul beast and leave behind the seed that Huda Great God entrusted to him, to help the people of Meng Mountains get through this crisis. That is all. Huda Village's elder Wu looked at the crowd and added. Do we not need to pay any price? Huda Village's elder Wu asked. Xiao Hua smiled. Without waiting for Huda Village's elder Wu to answer, he said, there is no need to pay any price. This seed is given to the people of Meng Mountains by Huda Great God, and it is not ours. Why should we pay any price? All right. Huda Village's elder Wu nodded, then turned to Huda Village's elder Wu and said, Jianji, since Xiao Hua has said so, this old man will not be polite. But there are so few seeds, I'm afraid it will not be easy to distribute them. You don't need to worry about that. Huda Village's elder Wu said with a smile, since he is sent by Huda Great God, how could he not consider it thoroughly? Hee hee. Ming also laughed. He extended his hand and took out 5 more storage bags from his bosom. So many? Huda Village's elder Wu's eyes flashed with joy. I have more here. Huda Village's G-man also walked over and took out 6 more storage bags. Huda Village's elder Wu said with a smile, Huda Great God sent us 12 storage bags, and each of our 12 main villages will get one. Although there are other shaman villages in Wu Meng that do not have one, our 12 main villages will distribute these seeds first. After a year and a half, we will distribute them in Wu Meng. All right. All the shamans were overjoyed, and their gazes fell on the storage bags. The shamans of Huda Village and Shebi Village are all here. After a while, we will distribute them carefully. The other shamans can take a storage bag and distribute them yourselves. G-man said with a smile on the side. Hearing this, the shamans did not stand on ceremony. They each took a storage bag and opened it to take a look. Their eyes were filled with satisfaction. After all, Xiaohua had left a lot of seeds in these storage bags. Although they could not solve all the disasters in Meng Mountains in one go, it would not be a problem for 5 to 6 years. In the eyes of these great shaman elders, 5 to 6 years was just a blink of an eye. Jianji, thank you so much. A shaman elder with a blue face said, the people of Rushu Village will remember the kindness of Huda Village. Don't be so polite. Huda Village's elder Wu said with a smile, we are all descendants of the 12 great gods. We should support each other. If you really want to thank, you can thank these 2 little friends from Daoist sect. They came from Meng Mountains and suffered a lot in sword domain. Xiaohua wanted to put on a smile and humbly decline. Unfortunately, after the shaman elder glanced at him and Xiao Mao, he only nodded slightly. Although there was no arrogance on his face and no disdain in his eyes, it was obvious that they were nothing in the eyes of these great shaman elders. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. The shaman elder with a blue face moved his gaze away from Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, nodded at the Huda Village's elder Wu and said lightly. A hint of helplessness appeared in the eyes of Huda Village's elder Wu. He valued Xiaohua very much, but he couldn't ask the other shaman elders from the other 11 shaman villages to have the same opinion as him. Xiaohua's status might not be any worse than his, so he couldn't force him. All right. Huda Village's elder Wu nodded and said with a smile, Meng Mountains are now full of mourning. The earlier we leave, the earlier we can make plans. Wait. Right at this moment, Shebi Village's elder Wu opened his mouth and said with a strange expression, Jinji, some things are better said in front of all the shaman elders. Since they are all here, why don't you tell them about him? After saying that, Shebi Village's elder Wu looked at Xiao Mao and even pointed at him with his finger. Jamin, this is the business of your Shebi Village and Huda Village. It has nothing to do with us. The tall and burly Xianming Village's elder Wu smiled and said, you should solve it yourselves. In fact, when Ming pointed out Hebi Village's elder Wu, all the great shaman elders had realized something. If Huda Village wanted to test these millet seeds, they would definitely choose the shaman villages under Huda Village's command. It was impossible for them to look for the shaman villages under Shebi Village. Besides, Shebi Village's elder Wu had attacked Xiaohua before he even entered the ancestral temple of Huda Village. There must be something fishy about this. These shaman elders didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the two villages. Chapter 2943. Jamin, it's better for me to talk to you in private. Elder Wu from Huda village didn't want to reveal Xiao Mao's incident to the public. After all, he wasn't sure what had happened in Shibai village. We, the 12 shaman villages, have always shared weal and woe, and there's nothing that we can't talk about. Elder Wu from Shibai village said indifferently, but you, Huda village, are using a Daoist sect cultivator to threaten me with this seed? I'd like to ask, Jianghu, why is Huda village so interested in the internal affairs of Shibai village when even the shaman king can't interfere with our internal affairs? Hee, Jamin, so that's what you're thinking. Elder Wu from Huda village sneered, I wanted to help you, but since you've misunderstood me, I have no choice but to be frank with you. Huda village's Elder Wu was depressed. Unlike Huda village, Shibai village didn't have as many descendants as Huda village. The bloodline in the village was getting thinner day by day, and many factions had formed in the village. Although Elder Wu didn't care too much about it, he was still scratching his head. Especially this time, the drought in Meng Mountains was very serious, and because of it, various factions had taken action. Not only were the conflicts increasing, but the methods they used were also more severe. When Elder Wu from Shibai village returned from the Shaman King's place, he immediately heard that something was wrong with Baili village. To his surprise, someone with the purest bloodline of great god Shibai had appeared in Shibai village, and this person was a Daoist sect cultivator. When he heard that this person was with Ziming from Huda village, Elder Wu was infuriated for no reason, thinking that Huda village was trying to encroach on his Shibai village. But today, he saw Elder Wu from Huda village take out the seed that could save lives, and this seed. Elder Wu from Baili village didn't report it to him in time. Obviously, he had been instructed by Elder Wu from Huda village to launch an attack and threaten him with this seed. That was why he couldn't help but jump up in anger. Jianghu, let these kids go first. Elder Wu from Baili village glanced at them and said indifferently. His face had turned blue. All right. Elder Wu from Huda village nodded, then he turned and said, G-man, Ziming, bring Huda village and Huda village to Huda village's Huda village and distribute the seed. In addition, let Changji tell them about the things they should pay attention to and how to sow the seeds. The grains of our Meng Mountains have always been nurtured by nature. They might not even know how to sow them. I know. G-man nodded, then slowly walked out of the ancestral hall with the hundreds of senior magi. Where are these cultivators? A young magus asked. This is a matter of Meng Mountain. Although they don't understand magus language, they shouldn't stay here. Senior Marshal Brother Li and Senior Marshal Sister Hong Xia can leave, but my big brother can't leave. Facing the 11 elders, Xiao Mao felt weak in his heart and hurriedly argued. Oh. When the Xianming village's Elder Wu heard Xiao Mao's sorcerer language, his eyes lit up. He looked at the Shebi village's Elder Wu strangely, and the others also understood. Shibai village's Elder Wu's face was terrifyingly dark. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Huda village's Elder Wu. It was clear that he had placed all the blame on Huda village's Elder Wu. After Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao left, the entire ancestral hall fell into silence. No one said a word. Jianghu, don't you want to explain something to me? Finally, Shebi village's Elder Wu spoke. I don't want to explain anything. Huda village's Elder Wu said calmly, look at this young man's face and see if you have any impression of him. I've never seen him before. Shebi village's Elder Wu answered firmly. What about someone who looks like him? Or his ancestor? Huda village's Elder Wu frowned. What are you trying to say? Jianghu. Shebi village's Elder Wu said coldly, do you think he's a descendant of some senior magus of our Shebi village? Shebi village's Elder Wu emphasized the word think. Poor Xiao Hua, he couldn't understand a single word. Xiao Mao's face was filled with fear, and he didn't dare to say anything else. Isn't he a descendant of your Shebi village? Huda village's Elder Wu was getting anxious, Didn't you hear his Magus language? If he's not the descendant of great god Shebi, how could he speak so fluently? What I heard. Speaking up to hear, Elder Wu glanced at Xiao Mao and transmitted his voice to Shebi village's Elder Wu. Although the 10 great Magus elders were standing there, their gazes were either looking at the storage pouch or the statue of great god Hudu. It was as if their minds weren't here. Hearing Elder Wu's transmission, Shebi village's Elder Wu's face turned red, and he retorted. Huda village's Elder Wu laughed. Looks like I've made a mistake. I thought I was that person. However, if he's not that person, he must be related to your Shebi village. Humph, there are many people related to my Shebi village. Shebi village's Elder Wu snorted coldly. But someone with such a pure bloodline. I'm afraid he's the only one, right? Huda village's Elder Wu advised, now your Shebi village is really in a mess. Sword cultivators and cultivators are all acting like your own sword domain. What about the message I sent you last time? How is it? Is it true? Shebi village's Elder Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, it's true, and it's even spreading. I've killed over 20,000 people. I have to thank you for this. Over 20,000 people? Huda village's Elder Wu was dumbfounded. I didn't get that much information, did I? Humph, they are all my people. I can kill as many as I want. Shebi village's Elder Wu snorted coldly. Didn't you kill 5,000 people too? It's the pot calling the kettle black. Hee hee. Huda village's Elder Wu laughed. If it didn't involve the foundation of my Huda village, how could I be so ruthless? Also, my fellow elders, their target is the people of Meng Mountains. I've told you this in my previous message. Don't be careless. Got it. The few senior Magi's eyes brightened up, and they agreed without pause. That's enough, Jianghu. This little kid from Daoist sect has nothing to do with me. Shebi village's Elder Wu seemed to hate Xiao Mao. He waved his hand and said, if there's nothing else, I'll return to Shebi village now. Don't be hasty. How could Huda village's Elder Wu let him go so easily? He raised his head and said, Xiao Mao, show him the portrait in the jade slip. Perhaps he can find something. Yes. Xiao Mao bit his lips, then took out the jade slip he had hidden in his pocket and handed it over to Shebi village's Elder Wu respectfully. Shebi village's Elder Wu glanced at the jade slip on the ground indifferently. He grabbed it with his hand, but didn't take it. Xiao Mao looked at this unfriendly Elder Wu, but he didn't take a step back. This jade slip was very important to him, and he had to take it back. Shebi village's Elder Wu glanced at the jade slip, then casually returned it to Xiao Mao and said, I'm sorry, Jianghu. I've disappointed you. I don't know this woman. That's strange. Huda village's Elder Wu was really puzzled. If Shebi village's Elder Wu didn't know her, how could she be from Shebi village? He turned to look at Xiao Mao and said, do you have any other keepsakes? This. Xiao Mao naturally had the jade pendant his mother had left for him. But seeing Shebi village's Elder Wu's attitude and Huda village's Elder Wu's helpless expression, he didn't dare to take it out. This was the only thing his mother had left for him. He would rather not find out his identity than lose this jade pendant. He didn't want to make the same mistake as Jianghu City. No. Xiao Mao refused decisively. Sigh, then there's no other way. Huda village's Elder Wu sighed. It seems, oh, wait a moment, just as the Huda stockade's Elder Wu and Xiao Mao gave up, the Shibai stockade's Elder Wu seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his hand and said, show me the jade slip again, yes. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He quickly took out the jade slip again and handed it over. This time, Shebi village's Elder Wu looked at it for a long time. He frowned slightly. When he returned the jade slip to Xiao Mao, he said, I have some impression of this girl. She. Xiao Mao felt his mouth go dry. He opened his mouth and looked at Shebi village's Elder Wu. Can I tell you who she is? Shebi village's Elder Wu rolled his eyes and said coldly, but before that, you have to tell me, Who asked you to come to Meng Mountains? What's your purpose in coming to Meng Mountains? No one asked me to come to Meng Mountains. Xiao Mao understood what Shebi Village's elder Wu meant. He smiled and said, besides, I came to Meng Mountains to accompany Big Brother and the others to train. In fact, before I came to Meng Mountains and met Hebi Village's elder Wu, I didn't even know I had the bloodline of Meng Mountains. Humph. Shebi Village's elder Wu harumphed coldly. How could he believe it? Elder. Xiao Mao had no choice but to tell him about his impression of his parents, and how he came to Meng Mountains with Xiao Hua and the others. In the end, he said, if it wasn't because Yu wanted to kill me, I still wouldn't know I have an enemy in Shebi Village. Of course, I think Hebi Village's elder Wu might have mistaken me for someone else. Yu? Shebi Village's elder Wu frowned even more. He is a sword cultivator, and he is our Shebi Village's servant. What grudge does he have with you? I don't know. Xiao Mao answered honestly. Until now, I'm still confused. Hee. Jimin, can't you see through such a simple thing? A young elder Wu with a red face sneered. If I'm not mistaken, this kid's mother must be an unknown girl in your Shebi village. Even you didn't pay attention to her. And this kid's father should also be a swordsman. Although this kid doesn't know Yu, he looks exactly like his father. That's why Yu was able to recognize this kid's origin with just a glance. But why did Yu want to kill this kid? I'm afraid that this kid's father has some secret with Yu. Chapter 2944. Panju, why do you have to be so vague? A similarly young shaman with long cheeks said straightforwardly, from what this old man sees, this child's father must have the same goal as this night rain. He must have wanted to go to Shibai village to win the favor of Ji-man and obtain the position of Fu-man. Unfortunately, this child's father was a sentimental person. When he met this child's mother, for the sake of an unknown woman from Shibai village, he didn't even want the position of Fu-man and directly eloped with this woman. The women of Meng Mountains are sentimental. Shibai village is close to the border of Meng Mountains, so it has a lot of contact with the swordsmen of Sword region. This kind of thing is not unusual, right? Jimin, tell me, am I right? Jimin, am I right? The elder Wu of Ho-Tu village had a smile on his face. Obviously, he had also guessed it, so he asked. Yes, I can't remember the name of this girl. She seems to be a servant girl who served Ji-man of Shibai village. The elder Wu of Shibai village didn't have a bad expression on his face. He said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, what Feng Min said should be correct. I can't believe it. Feng Min said with a smile, a lowly servant girl and the son of a swordsman from Sword region actually have such a pure bloodline of a great god. The strangeness of this is really hard to understand. Jimin, this servant girl, and this swordsman. And that you have to investigate carefully. There might be some interesting stories behind this. A tall and thin old man who had been silent all this while said with a smile, I remember that there was a case of bloodline loss in your Shibai village, but before this old man could finish, the elder Wu of Shibai village sneered, Jianfeng, you don't have the right to talk about me, do you? You're acting like it's easy to get the position of elder Wu of Shibai village. Jimin, just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, it's the internal affairs of your Shibai village. I won't interfere. Even if the shaman king is here, he won't interfere. The elder Wu of Shibai village shrunk his head and smiled wretchedly. Fine. Let's end this matter here. The three-armed venerable Wu said with an indifferent tone. This is the moment of life and death for Meng Mountains. Let's wait until these millet seeds have spread all over Meng Mountains, and the trillions of people of Meng Mountains have overcome this crisis. You are a citizen of Shibai village. No matter how big the matter is, it can't be bigger than this. Yes, Swan and I is absolutely right. Nothing is as important as this. Elder Wu of Huda village nodded and said, I wanted to mention it to Jimin because Xiao Mao sent the millet seed here and the bloodline of Shibai village has become weak. Since Jimin doesn't want to care about it, please just laugh it off. Humph. Shibai village's elder Wu snorted coldly to show his dissatisfaction. After that, 10 elders of Shibai village nodded their heads at Huda village's elder Wu, then turned into black winds and left the ancestral hall. At this moment, Shibai village's elder Wu's expression was much better than before. After all, he didn't have any intention of meddling in the affairs of Shibai village, and Xiao Mao's background was only related to a little maidservant of Shibai village. Even if it was spread out, it wouldn't be a big deal. Especially, Xiao Mao's bloodline of a great god was indeed very pure, which made him very interested. However, his interest was only limited to asking Xiao Mao a few questions, then he also turned into a black wind and left. Jimin, all the shaman villages of your Shibai village are distributing the millet seeds in Huda temple. Don't you want to go and have a look? Huda village's elder Wu stopped him. No need. You have made the preparations, so I'll leave it to you. Shibai village's elder Wu didn't stop. His figure gradually disappeared, but his words were still lingering in the air. Ask Swan Nig to give me my share. Sigh. Looking at the disappearing black smoke, Huda village's elder Wu sighed. In the entire ancestral shrine, only Huda village's elder Wu, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao were left. Elder Wu frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Xiao Mao, on the other hand, had a joyful look on his face. In fact, he had never thought about the position of Elder Wu. All he wanted was to find out where he came from. However, when he arrived in Meng Mountains, he was raised to the position of emperor by Bai Lu village's elder Wu and Ji Man. The desire in his heart was ignited involuntarily. However, now that he had witnessed the incident at the Huda stronghold and the abilities of the 12 shamans, he knew that he was nothing more than a little bug in their eyes. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua could not put up any resistance, let alone him. Therefore, he had achieved his goal of coming to Meng Mountains, and he didn't have any regrets. In this ancestral shrine, the only one who was confused, depressed, and bored, was naturally Xiao Hua. Although he stayed in the ancestral shrine, from the beginning to the end, all the shamans were speaking in Meng Mountain's shaman language. He couldn't understand it at all. Xiao Mao didn't dare to say anything. He was just like a log standing there. He might as well follow Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao and leave the ancestral shrine. Hee, big brother, Xiao Mao finally noticed Xiao Hua and said with a smile, I'm sorry, big brother. Little brother's matter has been settled. Hee, it's fine. Since you know where you come from, everything is easy. Xiao Hua said with a smile, looking at that elder Wu from Shebi village, it seems like you don't have much relationship with him. Yes. Xiao Mao said with a smile, little brother's mother is just a servant girl of Ji-man from Shebi village. In his eyes, I'm just a nobody. Oh. Then why is Yi Yu so hostile towards you? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiao Mao explained the whole story with a smile. Yi Yu is just gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Little brother is just here to find out where he came from. How could he possibly threaten his position? On the contrary, because of him jumping up and down, he revealed the plan of the swordsman to Shebi village's elder Wu. I'm sure elder Wu will do something about it, right? That's strange. If it's like what you said, even if your mother knows the language of shamans, it's impossible. Xiao Hua was sharp enough to think of this. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly. Big brother, it's already like this. Little brother is already very satisfied. How could the elder Wu not know about what big brother knows? Since they don't want to tell me, why should I ask? Sigh, Xiao Mao is right. The Huda stronghold's elder Wu said, the development of this matter has exceeded my expectations. The secrets of this matter are too deeply hidden. The identity of Xiao Mao's mother is a problem. The identity of Xiao Mao's father is also a problem. If we continue to investigate, that would be the matter of Shebi village. Judging from Jimin's reaction, he might not pay attention to it. After all, the disaster in Meng Mountains is the most serious. He can only think about other things after overcoming this crisis, right? Senior, little brother thanks you. Recalling what he saw just now, Xiao Mao knew that if it wasn't for Elder Wu from Huda Village's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to meet the Elder Wu from 11 Shaman Village, and it would be even more impossible for him to learn about his background from Elder Wu from Shebi Village. Especially, according to what Patriarch Wu of Shebi Stronghold said, this might be a shameful incident of Shebi Stronghold. If he went to Shebi Stronghold recklessly, he would offend this Patriarch Wu and G-Man of Shebi Stronghold. Perhaps, before he could even get close to Shebi Stronghold, he would be killed in Meng Mountains. Therefore, Xiao Mao bowed and thanked Elder Wu sincerely. It's all right. Elder Wu from Shebi Village waved his hand and said, not to mention that little brother Xiao is your big brother, just the fact that you have the bloodline of Meng Mountains in your veins is enough for me to lend you a hand. Senior, that Elder Wu from Baitan Village will be fine, right? Xiao Mao had a good impression of Baitan Village's Elder Wu, so he asked. Nothing will happen. Elder Wu said with a smile, Changji pledged his loyalty to you because of your bloodline, not because of you. In Meng Mountains, pledging loyalty to a descendant of a great god is very normal, so Jimin won't punish Changji too much. Besides, Changji is very experienced in planting millet seeds. I think Jimin wants Changji to teach him how to plant them, right? After saying that, Elder Wu looked at Xiao Hua and asked, little brother Xiao, aren't you going to Wu Meng? Xiao Hua knew that this was Elder Wu's concern. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, let's wait a little longer. Not to mention that I haven't passed the obstacle of Meng Mountains, it's not appropriate for me to go there now. Even senior brother Li of the younger generation was eager to return home. I still have to escort them through Huan country and return to Shi country. All right. Seeing that Xiao Hua had made up his mind, Elder Wu nodded, if you are going there, you will have to pass by my Huda village. Other elders don't care about this, but I still recognize your kindness. Just come. I understand. Xiao Hua recalled the coldness of the 10 great elders and said with a smile, if I didn't come to Huda village to find you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know where Wu Meng is. Isn't there? Elder Wu was stunned, thinking that Xiao Hua didn't know there was a route in the Witch King token. Big brother has always been bad at directions. Xiao Mao laughed, if you let him find it himself, he will never find it. Ha, so that's how it is. Elder Wu also laughed and waved his hand, let's go and see how the millet seeds are distributed. Once I'm done with the matters in the village, I'll personally send you off from Meng Mountains. That won't do. I'm really scared. Xiao Hua knew that Elder Wu had a noble status and wouldn't leave the witch village easily. How could he let him personally send him off? Little brother Xiao, don't be so polite. While walking, Venerable Wu said, you've done a lot for Meng Mountains. If I don't even send you off, wouldn't that make the cultivators of Daoist sect laugh at the people of Meng Mountains for not being civilized? All right. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Yi Yu. Who knew what kind of tricks this guy would play on his way back? Of course, he wasn't afraid of leaving Meng Mountains, but within Meng Mountains, it was better to have Elder Wu accompany him. When the three of them came out, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were already waiting outside. They didn't ask anything and followed the three of them to Huda Palace. Chapter 2945. In the Huda Palace, Ji-Man and Zi-Ming were busy instructing the guards and maids to distribute the seeds. The Huda village's shaman village was easy to deal with, as Zi-Ming had already distributed the seeds beforehand. They only needed to send the seeds into the soul nest. Many shaman elders who had already distributed the seeds were now surrounding the shaman elder of Bai village. Obviously, they were asking how to plant the seeds. As for the shaman elders of Shibai village, they were lining up, waiting for Ji-Man's order. Ji-Man was distributing the seeds while asking Zi-Ming something. Looking at Zi-Ming's expression, he didn't have the embarrassment and dissatisfaction he had in the ancestral temple. Instead, he had a smile on his face. Therefore, it was easy to take a step forward or a step back, but the result was totally different. Obviously, Xiaohua was happy to see this result. Seeing the elder of Huda village come in, many elders stopped what they were doing and bowed to him. The elder waved his hand, signaling them to continue. He walked to the top of the Huda palace, looked at the 2 seats, and said in a low voice, "Sigh, everyone is envious of these 2 seats. But in fact, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. I've suffered enough in these years. I've been worrying about the Huda village almost all the time. How can I be free?" Ji-man was wise to withdraw in time. "I still want to find a suitable elder to replace me. But, where can I find one? The rich have their worries, the poor have their sorrows. And the poor will never understand the worries of the rich." Xiaohua stood next to the elder and said with a smile, "But if you put the people of Meng Mountains in your heart, watching them laugh, watch them cry, watch them live a happy life, Elder Wu, I'll never be able to enjoy this kind of enjoyment." "Ha ha ha, little friend Xiao, you're right, you're right." The elder laughed, "If you have such thoughts, sooner or later, you'll have such enjoyment too." As he spoke, Elder Wu's figure flew up to descend onto the seat at the very top. As soon as Elder Wu sat down, the dignified aura he exuded from before was instantly born. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare look at him in the eye, and a feeling of respect arose spontaneously. "Master. Master." A timid voice came from the side. Xiao Mao looked over and found that it was the elder of Bailu village. Xiao Mao hurriedly smiled and said, "Elder Wu, please don't say such things again. Shibai village's elder Wu has already told me about it. My background. I'm afraid it's not what you think. Besides, I'm also preparing to leave Meng Mountains immediately." "My lord." Taiyan Stronghold's elder Wu's voice grew softer, "Since I've already said it, I won't change it for the rest of my life. This lowly one is loyal to the bloodline of great god Shibai, and the people of Hongdi village are even more so. Even if you don't have any status, I and your people know better than anyone what you've brought to our Baitan stronghold." "Shoo." Xiao Mao carefully looked at Grandmaster Wu, who was high up. Naturally, he knew that Grandmaster Wu could hear their conversation. He signaled to Grandmaster Wu and said, "Even if you think that some words are true, you have to keep them in your heart. There's no need to say them out loud. Furthermore, I understand Venerable Wu's intentions. But I am a cultivator of Dao sect. After I leave, I will return to the kingdom of Shi and continue my cultivation. This trip to Meng Mountains is just a trial for me. The road ahead of me and Meng Mountains is very long. Who knows what will happen? Don't you think so, Grandmaster Wu?" Yes, very much so." Taiyan Stronghold's elder Wu lowered his head and answered. "Xiao Ji." Huda Stronghold's elder Wu spoke. "Great Elder Wu." Xiao Ji elder Wu said with great respect, "What orders do you have?" "Jimin wants you to bring the millet seed from Shibai and Stronghold to him. You have to be careful. You have to know what you can and can't say." Huda Stronghold's elder Wu ordered. "I understand." Taiyan Stronghold's elder Wu bowed and said, "I'll go get the millet seed right now and rush to Shibai and Stronghold." "Oh, right." Xiao Mao suddenly thought of something and whispered, "Big brother, where are the 3 treasures from Bai and Stronghold? You should return them to them." Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and rolled his eyes. "When have you ever seen Big Brother take back something that has fallen into his hands? Don't even think about it." Then, all right. What else could Xiao Mao say? Thinking of the benefits that Xiao Hua brought to Bai and Stronghold, these spirit treasures could be considered as a price. Big Brother has no use for this thing. If you want to return it to him, then return it to him. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and stuffed the bone case of the bone snake into Xiao Mao's hands. Xiao Mao took it and smiled bitterly. "They gave us 3, and now I'm giving them 1. What's the meaning of this? I might as well not return it. If you don't want to return it, then keep it for yourself." This is a bone snake spirit treasure. It seems to be related to the snake on God Shibai's ear. It might be useful when you have the power of blood meridians. Xiao Hua smiled and whispered. It was not convenient for Xiao Mao to open it now, so he kept it in his storage bag. Looking at the noisy Huda Hall, Xiao Hua said to Huda Hall's elder Wu, Senior, it seems that the matter here will not be settled in a short time. Junior and the others will return first. Wait until Senior has nothing to worry about, then we'll bid farewell. All right. Elder Wu nodded and ordered the guards in the hall to send the 4 of them back to the quiet room. Once they arrived at the quiet room, Fairy Xianxia said anxiously, Darling Xiao, the millet seed has been delivered, and Ziming has lit up the soul-falling lamp. His heart was somewhat depressed because Ziming had come. The moment she saw Xiao Hua, the originally reserved and dignified Ziming quickened her pace and approached him. With a trace of reluctance in her voice, she said, Young Master Xiao, Fairy Xianxia naturally came out of her meditation as well. Seeing Ziming's expression, she was unhappy and hurriedly said, Miss Ziming, how should we address you now? Can we address you as G-Man? Hearing Fairy Xia's reminder, Ziming's face dimmed, and his cheerful steps became heavy. When he was a few feet away from Xiao Hua, he stopped and turned to look at Fairy Xianxia, saying, Little sister Xianxia, this concubine has only lit up the soul-falling lamp, and has the qualifications to inherit G-Man. Even if G-Man personally agreed to give up G-Man's position 10 years later, that is still a matter for the future. This concubine is the same as before. You can call me whatever you want. Hee, that's good. Fairy Xianxia said with a smile, this way, I and the rest don't have to pay respects to Miss Ziming. Hearing Fairy Xianxia use the word, I, to remind her of the difference between her and Xiao Hua, Ziming felt even more sad. But this expression lingered on her face for a moment, and disappeared when it was seen by Xiao Hua. Young Master Xiao, young Master Li. Ziming bit her lips and said, Elder Wu has already finished dealing with the matters in the stockade. He has just ordered that the 4 of you will be sent out of Meng Mountains in 3 days. Chapter 2946. Very good. Fairy Xianxia raised her eyebrows. The anxiety that she had suppressed for the past 9 days was awakened once again. I and the rest have left Xi for a long time. It is time for us to return. Li Zongbao's eyes flashed with anxiety, but he did not say anything. But Xiao Mao's expression was a little lonely. For him, the journey to Meng Mountains was like a dream. Although he had told Xiao Hua that he was very satisfied with everything he had done, Xiao Hua was still not satisfied. But it was impossible for him to not have any other thoughts. Sure enough, looking at Xiao Mao's expression, Ziming said, regarding Xiao Mao's background, Elder Wu said that he will help you investigate it in detail. Thank you, Elder Wu. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. It's not just that. Ziming looked outside the hall and lowered her voice. Now that the bloodline of Shebi stronghold is thin, and the swordsmen are causing trouble, the entire Shebi stronghold is showing signs of falling apart. Moreover, the 99 upper strongholds and 360 lower strongholds of Shebi stronghold are even more chaotic. Otherwise, Elder Wu and G-Man of Shebi stronghold would not be so bold to treat you. Therefore, Elder Wu said that you still have a chance. Although the chance is not great, but it's better than nothing. You should focus on your cultivation. If there is any witchcraft passed down by your ancestors, you must pay more attention to it. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Ziming naturally could not say too much, but her words represented Elder Wu. Since Elder Wu thought so highly of Xiao Mao's chances were naturally much greater than the others. Xiao Mao's face lit up with joy. He bowed and said, I won't say any unnecessary words. My elder brother is Master Xiao. Even if I can't be Master Xiao, I will be a Xiao who loves his people. At this point, he really could not say what he wanted to be a Xiao. Young Master Xiao, don't think too much. Elder Wu can't interfere with the internal affairs of Shebi stronghold. Everything depends on you. Ming smiled again, and the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Yes, this Xiao naturally understands. Xiao Mao smiled and said, doing my best is exactly what this Xiao thinks. Good. Ming clapped her hands, I will pass your words to Elder Wu. Ming then looked at Xiao Hua, in 3 days, you will be leaving. Ming said in a low voice, I will ask Grandmaster Wu for permission and try my best to send you off. However, Ji-Man and Venerable Wu couldn't leave the shaman stronghold at the same time. Since Venerable Wu was sending Ji-Man off, Ji-Man had to stay. And as the next Ji-Man, I will most likely have to accompany Ji-Man. Miss Ziming, if you can send him off for 1,000 miles, you'll have to do it eventually. Instead of sending him away for a long time, why don't you make a decision now? Seeing Ming's affectionate gaze, Fairy Xianxia was displeased. She said with a double meaning, it's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. This concubine naturally knows. That's why I've come to send everyone off today. Ming bit her lip and forced a smile. She was a bit conflicted. Because her feelings towards Xiao Hua were very complicated. To say that she treated Xiao Hua as her lover like Fairy Xianxia, this was clearly not possible. After all, the two of them had only known each other for a short period of time. It was impossible for their feelings to reach that stage. However, if one were to say that he was really as pure as Ziyi and Xiao Hua, that was obviously not too realistic. After all, in the Netherworld path, in that dark and special environment, Ming, who had always been strong, rarely revealed a trace of his heart to Xiao Hua. With their fingers intertwined, how could Ming treat Xiao Hua as an ordinary person? Unfortunately, the two of them had different identities and experiences. Xiao Hua still had a long way to go and the responsibility on her shoulders was also very heavy. As the saying goes, fate makes fools of people. Perhaps Ming could only find a position between lover and acquaintance. With such thoughts in mind, Ming was filled with mixed feelings towards Fairy Xia's sensitive senses. Then many thanks Miss Ming. Fairy Xia dragged her voice and did not wait for Xiao Hua to speak. Rubbish, this was the future Ji-Man of Ho Tu stronghold. Other than beauty, Fairy Xia could not compare to her in any other aspect. That sense of danger filled Fairy Xia's heart. Also, facing Fairy Xia's pressure, Ming retreated slightly. Looking at Xiao Hua who had not spoken, she said softly, Young Master Xiao, Ji-Man asked me to give you something. However, before Ming could take out Ji-Man's gift, Fairy Xia, who was at the side, said in a sharp tone, Why is there only darling Zhao's? There's nothing for us? Fairy Xia's emphasis on Xiao Hua was very heavy. If sister can take out a spring return pill, you will naturally receive Ji-Man's generous gift. Ming said indifferently, as though she was starting to retaliate. You gave the spring return pill to Ji-Man? Fairy Xia was curious. Looking at the silent Xiao Hua, and then at the grateful Ming, then if Ji-Man stays young forever, wouldn't Ming? But, at this point, Fairy Xia stopped. Obviously, she had understood the cause and effect of this matter. This concubine, sometimes my precautions are too much. This is this concubine's fault, and also, the fault of coveting power. Ming bit her lips and said softly, during the Dipankara ceremony, Ji-Man made an unimaginable concession. This concubine then understood. After many days of reflection, this concubine finally understood young Master Zhao's painstaking efforts. But what is this rejuvenation pill? This concubine being able to ask for 4 was already unexpected, how could I dare to ask for half more? Moreover, this concubine also hesitated on whether to give this rejuvenation pill to Ji-Man or not. This Xiao knew that you would have such thoughts, so I did it for you. Xiao Hua said again. This Xiao was also somewhat hesitant that day, afraid that you would blame this Xiao, afraid that I would do something wrong. Moreover, now that I think about it, perhaps Ji-Man thought that this rejuvenation pill was given by Ming at that time, but after that, she might have understood. Since she still made the decision at the Dipankara ceremony. Then, she must have the same thoughts as Miss Ziming, and did not want to disregard the safety of Empress Tu village. This concubine does not dare. Ziming pursed her lips and said with a smile, this rejuvenation pill was originally young Master Xiao's. How to deal with it naturally depends on young Master Xiao. In fact, just as young Master Xiao said, Ji-man has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators, and also admires the freedom of reading 10,000 books and traveling 1,000 miles. Now this concubine has a heavy responsibility. 10 years later, she may go to the depths of Wu Meng, or perhaps go beyond Meng Mountains to find the truth of the destruction of Confucian cultivators. Cough, cough, Fairy Xianxia could not help but cough. In that case, Miss Ziming and Ji-man's wishes have been fulfilled. I really have to congratulate you. Oh, that's right, Miss Ziming's 5th rejuvenation pill. When this Xiao has the opportunity to refine it, I will definitely refine it. Xiao Hua glanced at Fairy Xianxia and said, of course, if this Xiao has no time, I will ask Xiao Mao to send it over. Chapter 2947. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Ziming's eyes flashed with gloom as she said, there's no need to rush the 5th rejuvenation pill. This concubine may not be able to use it in this lifetime. Xiao Hua comforted her, now that young Miss Ziming has ignited the soul lamp, you can carefully comprehend the mysteries within it. With young Miss Ziming's painstaking efforts, you will surely be able to move heaven and earth. You will surely be able to attract the pity of the great deity Hutu. Zai's resurrection may not be impossible. Ziming smiled and said, thank you, young Master Xiao, for your auspicious words. If Zai is alive, he will surely understand young Master's sincerity. At this moment, Li Zongbao, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke, Junior Brother Xiao, you gave Ji-man the rejuvenation pill for some other reason, right? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at Ziming and the others who were puzzled. He revealed a bitter smile and said, Senior Brother Li is right. However, this little brother is the same as Ziming. Only after giving the rejuvenation pill did I realize that since Ji-man was so happy to see the rejuvenation pill and even accepted Ziming's sincerity, that means Ji-man didn't get the rejuvenation pill from Ziyen. So where did Master Ni Qin's rejuvenation pill go? Sure enough, Ziming frowned and said, you are right, young Master Xiao. I have the same question. My previous methods were too. I killed many of Ziyan's subordinates. Not many soul warriors have returned. I have asked around and they did not go to the soul refining cave. Of course, it is normal that they did not go. Ziyan is very careful in his actions. Even if he wanted to kill me or Master Ni Qin, he would not let his subordinates know. He could do it with just a few divine guards. Although the rejuvenation pill is not in Ji-man's hands, it does not mean that Ziyen did not kill Master Ni Qin. Perhaps the rejuvenation pill was lost in the process of being sent to Huda's stronghold. But obviously, there was only one possibility. Not to mention that Ziming's subordinates would give the rejuvenation pill to Ziming, Ziyan's subordinates would not dare to keep it for themselves. Or perhaps the demonic person used the rejuvenation pill for some other purpose? Li Zongbao whispered. Didn't Elder Wu search Ziyan's soul after he was possessed by the demonic person? Fairy Xianxia asked curiously, Miss Ziming didn't ask Elder Wu about it? Soul searching isn't omnipotent. Ziming shook her head, I've asked Elder Wu, but Elder Wu didn't get this information from the devil cultivator's soul. Xiao Hua's heart moved as he said, or perhaps Ziyan really didn't go to kill Master Hua Qin? Was it done by someone else? But this 6. What does it mean? Ziming obviously couldn't figure it out. Forget it. There are no absolute secrets in this world. Sooner or later, there will be clues. When Xiao Hua thought about Master Qin's arrangements and Master Qin's so-called last words, he felt that this matter was even more strange. Just saying that it was confusing was not enough to describe how strange it was. He could only support his forehead with his hand. Hee, young Master Xiao, I'm afraid, you're thinking about G-Man's things, aren't you? Ziming blinked his eyes slyly when he heard this. But just as she finished blinking, she felt a little regretful in her heart. Fairy Hongxia was obviously here, why would she do such a thing for no reason? Speaking of which, Ziming's thoughts were quite normal. She was the next G-Man of Huda's stronghold. She was second only to the two of them, and her status was incomparably noble. Usually, other than the twin Midnight, who else had seen her smile before? It was also this Xiao Hua who gave Ziming a sense of security and magnanimity. In front of him, Ziming could do things without any pressure, without any burden. With Venerable Wu's status and his solemn warning, Venerable Wu would definitely not tell a second person about the seal on his body. Perhaps only the word perfunctory could describe G-Man's intention in giving this jade slip. However, when Xiao Hua looked at it a few more times, a trace of pleasant surprise actually appeared on his face. Because the last few sentences were written by G-Man, it explained the origin of this tortoise shell. Although it was only a few sentences, it truly moved the greedy Xiao Hua. As it turned out, this damaged tortoise shell was called Ji Ding, and it was a legendary item in the Confucian Cultivator inheritance. There were a total of 9 such damaged tortoise shells, namely Ji Ding, Yan Ding, Qing Ding, Su Ding, Ong Ding, Jing Ding, Liang Ding, Yong Ding, and Yu Ding. After gathering all 9 of these damaged tortoise shells, one could piece them together into a complete tortoise shell, and this complete tortoise shell had an even more resounding name, Heavenly Book and River Diagram. As for the use of this Heavenly Book and River Diagram, G-Man only used one word to describe it: flesh sanctification. After reading to the end, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with joy, but his heart suddenly turned cold. This so-called sanctification of the flesh was simply too massive. Xiao Hua, who had experienced many life and death situations, did not believe that a Heavenly Book and River Diagram could allow one to reach the heavens in a single step. Moreover, if the Confucian cultivators had such a miraculous treasure, how could they have been completely annihilated by the Dao sect? The most important thing was that if Xiao Hua had such an arrogant treasure, how could he give it to someone else? Even if he could not find the other 8 tortoise shells, he would definitely keep this Ji Ding in his space and be secretly happy, right? Everyone is now focused on the distribution and sowing of the millet seeds. You also know that the millet seeds of our Meng Mountains have always been left to their own devices. Even the natives have never planted them. It is indeed troublesome to let them plant the seeds. Besides, young master also knows that there aren't many millet seeds to begin with. Although every shaman stronghold can get some, the amount is different after all. It is inevitable that there will be some conflicts. Ziming had already gone to inspect every shaman stronghold yesterday. With her prestige, it was enough to intimidate all the shaman strongholds under Huda's stronghold. Besides, this is also her training before she takes over as G-Man's leader. Therefore, this old man can only come to see young master off. I don't dare. Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and said, since Huda's stronghold is so busy, Venerable Wu doesn't need to see us off. It is better for us to stay in the stronghold. Junior and the others can return to the country of Shi by ourselves. Venerable Wu laughed. If it was before our Huda's stronghold distributed the millet seeds, young Master Xiao can leave or stay as you wish. But now? If this old man doesn't see you off, I'm afraid young master won't be able to take half a step out of Meng Mountains. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. His eyes quickly turned, sizing up his left side, which was no different from usual. The expression on his face changed slightly. That's right. Ever since the Venerable Wu of the other 12 shaman strongholds received Xiao Hua's millet seeds in the ancestral temple of Huda's stronghold, Xiao Hua was already a little vigilant in his heart. It was as if in the eyes of these Venerable Wu, he was just a little soul beast, and his life and death were all under their control. These millet seeds, although they were placed in Xiao Hua's dimensional storage, it was no different from being placed in the hands of these venerable Wu. But the bird cry just now was obviously different from all the ones he had heard before. His voice was low, hoarse, and sharp, which made people's hearts tremble. Unknowingly, Xiao Hua was extremely curious about Venerable Wu's mount. However, when that black shadow got closer and closer and appeared in the field of vision of Xiao Hua and the others, Xiao Hua and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. They looked with some disbelief at this approximately 300-meter-long mount. How could this be a mount? This was not an ordinary spirit beast, nor was it an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was a gigantic skeletal phoenix. A white bone that was several feet wide and several hundred feet long pierced through the body of the skeletal phoenix. At the front of the white bone was the skeleton of the skeletal phoenix that was several feet long. Although there were no feathers or phoenix crown, the skeleton was still proudly raised. From where the eyes of the skeletal phoenix were located, the darkness could even suck in one's gaze. At the back of the white bone was the skeletal phoenix's tail. Now that it was swaying slightly, traces of black gas were emitted in the air, and gusts of bone-piercing cold wind were also slowly produced. The two ends of the white bone were where the skeletal phoenix's wings were located. Now, they were also white bones. These white bones had some scarlet brilliance within them, and traces of black gas were also entwining these white bones. As the skeletal phoenix approached, the skeletal phoenix's wings slowly retracted, and the white bones danced rhythmically. An indescribable sense of beauty and a strange feeling of fear unconsciously arose in everyone's heart. Chapter 29:51. Sigh, fine. Xiao Hua sighed, but he wasn't disheartened. The reason he used the thunder summoning technique and the cloud summoning technique was to intimidate the weak, and at the same time, he could give the millions of natives of Meng Mountains rain and dew in exchange for a soul cultivator's cultivation technique. Killing two birds with one stone, why wouldn't he do it? For the next few months, Xiao Hua used the cloud summoning technique every day. Moreover, the green seal script didn't seem to cause any harm to Xiao Hua's life essence. His face was still the same as before, and time didn't leave any trace on it. Moreover, in these few months, Xiao Hua's nascent divinity soared 90,000 miles in the mysterious dark clouds, directly reaching the peak of clear God heaven. He was only one step away from reaching bright Ruah heaven. Of course, the effect of the cloud summoning technique on the nascent divinity was the same as the effect of spirit pills on a cultivator's cultivation. It was always extremely effective in the beginning, but the further one used it, the weaker the effect would be. As for those soul scholars, swordsmen, and even cultivators who coveted Xiao Hua and the others, in the beginning, the number of people who noticed Xiao Hua's divine ability didn't decrease. But as the reign increased, more and more people noticed Xiao Hua's divine ability. Everyone knew that Xiao Hua was important in Huda's stronghold, and even in the entire Meng Mountains. Everyone understood that a person like this wasn't someone that a single power could control. Therefore, in the end, the number of soul senses and divine wills that swept over actually decreased by a lot, gradually disappearing. Of course, the most important thing was that since Xiao Hua knew the cloud summoning technique, who could guarantee that he didn't know other killing techniques? Within Meng Mountains, all soul warriors and shamans knew that using green seal script incantations would consume their life essence. No one dared to use it carelessly. Even if it was an incantation used to kill, they would still be extremely cautious when using it. Now that they saw Xiaohua casually using the green seal script, who would dare to come and look for trouble? Huff. Although Xiaohua couldn't distinguish north from south, east from west, and couldn't tell if he was near Drifting Cloud Lake, he estimated that it was about time. Only then did he let out a long breath. His killing the chicken to scare the monkey, or as it was called, joining forces finally had some effect. Little friend, you've worked hard. Old Wu looked at Xiaohua descending. The green light on his face was extremely bright. He said indifferently, your empty fort strategy is almost used up, you should rest more. If you have any rejuvenation pills, you can take some. Although you can use the green seal script incantations, it isn't as simple as you think. In the future, if there's no special reason, I advise you to use it less. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua knew that he had reaped what he had sown and made Elder Wu somewhat dissatisfied, but he had no other choice. Once they left Meng Mountains, they would have to rely on themselves. If they did not make any plans for themselves, why would they need others to worry about them? His teat. Just as old Wu said, at this moment, the green light in Xiaohua's clear spirit heaven was dim. Other than the little white dragon's soul that was not affected, whether it was Xiaohua's primordial spirit or those soul strands, they all felt weak. There were even specks of green light. Those 50 green seal characters were also weakly floating in the sky. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. He took out some twilight moon from his space and sent it into Qingshan heaven. Immediately, an indescribable nourishment was transmitted into Xiaohua's soul along with the green light of Qingshan heaven. Its sharp gaze swept across Xiaohua, so much so that Xiaohua could feel an indescribable heat wave around him. Naturally, Xiao Mao could sense Hanba's hostility. He snorted coldly and opened his mouth to scold Hanba. Hanba helplessly shrunk his neck, which was almost gone, and blinked his eyes. On his face, which had already lost its red hair, there was obviously a resentful expression. It was almost the same expression that Xiaohua had when he faced Elder Wu. Damn it, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, Xiao Mao, ask this fire ape what's its relationship with it. How did it come to millions of Meng mountains from the country of Xi? Why are you looking for it? If this fire ape is Hanba's man, Big Brother will treat this fire ape well. Once it's finished, I'll set it free. Man? This time, it was Xiao Mao's turn to not know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head slightly and began to ask Hanba. Hanba's voice was very hoarse. It was impossible to make out any syllables. However, Xiao Mao seemed to be able to understand it, nodding his head from time to time. Big Brother. In the end, Xiao Mao smiled and said to Xiaohua, Little Brother has already asked clearly. This fire ape and Hanba don't have any special relationship. They're just demon beasts that have taken shape. They've met a few times in the past. This fire ape didn't come to millions of Meng mountains to look for Hanba. It came to look for one of its close relatives. As for what Hanba is, I'm not sure. It just received a message from the fire ape and came to meet it. Before the fire ape was sealed, they knew each other. They can even send messages? Xiaohua was a little stunned. Furthermore, there's a close relative of the fire ape in millions of Meng mountains? Damn it, are these demon beasts going to become demons? Big Brother, according to what Hanba said, there are indeed demon beasts that have become demons in this world. I heard that the terrifying phoenix in the Dao sword war was actually a nascent soul nameless and had the strength of a first-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. I've long been impressed. Now that I've met you, I'm even more impressed. You even have the 9 stars soaring sun sword intent. If little brother is interested in joining my sword domain, I can recommend myself to help little brother reach the divine sword realm. At this moment, Qin Heng frowned and reminded, Feng Suiwu, the 9 stars soaring sun sword sect's secret technique. I know little brother Xiao is willing. Feng Suiwu glanced at Xiao Hua in an extremely charming manner and smiled. I'm not afraid of the flame bamboo sword sect. What can others do about our love? Formless sword, as expected. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the crowd. He knew in his heart that there was no chance of survival today. He couldn't help but feel anxious. When he heard Feng Suiwu's teasing, he licked his lips and said with a smile, TSK TSK. Old witch, how old are you? You're actually still thinking about this, young master? Isn't the legend of an old cow eating young grass exactly like this? Hee, Feng Suiwu actually didn't get angry. She smiled and said, I'm an old witch. How can you be worse? You're drooling over Fairy Hongxia's youth and beauty. Isn't that the same as an old cow eating young grass? Good little brother, just submit to this concubine. As long as you tell the whole story and reveal your identity, won't you be able to fly away with me? And this Fairy Hongxia, I can also treat her as a little sister. Not to mention how many good little sisters you have, even if you have more, I won't care. Don't you like the 9 stars transit? How about I and my 8 sisters transit the sun together? Bah, Fairy Hongxia's face turned red. She spat and cursed, old witch. Bitch, Feng Suiwu sneered. She flicked her finger, and an ice flower pierced towards Fairy Hongxia. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his hand, and the wishful staff struck out. With a pang sound, it hit the ice flower. The ice flower turned into fragments, and the moment it fell, it once again rushed towards Fairy Hongxia. Humph. Fairy Hongxia hurriedly waved the phoenix command in her hand, and a 5-colored brilliance fell in front of her body. Puff 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 puff, the series of sounds rang out. The fragments hit the brilliance and instantly shattered the defensive brilliance. Fortunately, those sword lights were shattered by Xiao Hua, and after passing through the defense of the phoenix token, by the time they reached Fairy Hongxia's body, they were unable to break through her protective brilliance, and fell from the sky one after another. Little girl. Feng Suiwu said coldly, don't think that you can block this sword intent. This sword was only afraid of hurting little brother Zhao's heart, so I didn't go all out. Fairy Hongxia muttered a few words, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Obviously, against a second-grade sword transformation realm swordsman, she really didn't have the strength to fight back. Nameless. Qin Heng said faintly, sword friend Feng is right. You have my sword domain sword energy, so why did you sneak into the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder sect? Which sword sect of my sword domain are you a disciple of? As long as you tell us the reason, we will definitely not make things difficult for you. In fact, we will even assist you. Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple with a nascent soul realm cultivation? Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple kill a sword cultivator? Xiao Hua said coldly, besides, Qin Jian's life, Ling Yunwu's and Yuan's lives, won't you all pursue it? And, the lives of these few Dao sect disciples. It's precisely because Senior Nameless has the nascent soul realm cultivation of the Dao sect and my sword domain's sword transformation realm cultivation that our sword domain's sword transformation realm senior treats you so well. Lu Ruochang chuckled and said, isn't a sword transformation realm swordsman who can control the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder sect more important than the entire Sky Patrol City? Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said coldly, I'm afraid that Sky Patrol City is already heavily guarded by our Dao sect disciples. If you all attack, speaking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked and knew that he couldn't continue. If he said too much, he might expose Jiu Xia. Oh. Senior Nameless actually knows that Sky Patrol City is the target of our sword domain's battle? Lu Ruochang was naturally stunned, but then he smiled and said, to be able to see this point in such a complicated battle situation, Senior Nameless is indeed amazing. If that's the case, our sword domain will have to invite Senior Nameless back. Furthermore, I've also revealed to you that even if the Daoist sect's cultivators manage to find out about the sword domain's goal, the Sky Patrol City will still fall into the hands of the sword domain. There will be no change at all. Well, if you follow us back, you might be able to see how the warriors of our sword domain will attack Sky Patrol City. I'm not going. Xiao Hua didn't believe Lu Ruochang's words. He had already sent the message to the Imperial Thunder sect. He didn't believe that such an important piece of news would not be taken seriously by the nascent Soul Realm Masters in the meeting hall. Moreover, he originally wanted to go through with it. However, looking at Qin Jian's master and Ling Yunwu's senior uncle, how could he back down? Senior Nameless, you don't have to worry. Our sword domain accepts all kinds of cultivators. Not only do we have beast cultivators, weapon cultivators, bird cultivators and soul cultivators. The one who set up the soul formation in the sword tomb that day was a soul warrior from Meng Mountain. Naturally, this soul warrior has something to do with our sword domain. Since our sword domain can accommodate a soul warrior, why can't we accommodate a mere cultivator? Lu Ruochang persuaded again. Besides, in your 3 kingdoms, there are more than thousands of cultivators who have submitted to our sword domain. One more Senior Nameless won't make much of a difference. Why do you care? I'm afraid none of those thousands of cultivators are in the nascent soul realm, right? Xiao Hua said coldly, since one more won't make much of a difference, one less won't make much of a difference either. If I submit today, I'm afraid my path of cultivation has come to an end. Moreover, how can I give up on my fellow disciples? Xiao Hua understood that if Lu Ruochang and the others attacked him, Fairy Hongxia and the others would have a chance to live. However, if he submitted, Fairy Hongxia and the others would definitely die. Good little brother, don't tell me you don't want to live anymore. Feng Suiwu smiled tenderly. Don't you want to take pity on me? Old witch. Xiao Hua scolded coldly, not wanting to say a word more. Now that things have come to this, we can only take action. Xue Chendong, who had not spoken until now, waved his hand faintly and said, I've said it before. Unless we capture this guy and search his soul, it's impossible to know his background. LV Ruochang also sighed. A living Nameless Hua was much more valuable than a dead Xiao Hua. A lively Nameless Hua was naturally much more useful than a demented Xiao Hua. However, if they captured him, it might not be impossible for them to turn the situation around. What's the use of explaining? Damn it. Xiao Hua scolded, it's all because of your hitorigami. After I refine the rejuvenation pill, I won't give you half a pill. Oh, right, you still have a mission. As he said that, Xiao Hua took out a storage pouch and threw it to Xiao Mao. This is the remaining spiritual seeds. When you're driving the airship, find a suitable place and scatter some. Big brother, you can't order me around like this, right? Xiao Mao looked at the spiritual seeds in the storage pouch and stomped his feet. There are so many spiritual seeds. How long do I have to scatter them? You're the messenger of Huda great god. Xiao Hua laughed, if you're not the one doing this job, who else can do it? Hurry up and fly, we're still waiting to return to the country of Shi. Yes, I'll drive the airship right away. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly and looked at Red Cloud Fairy. Senior sister, even if you want me to drive the airship, you should at least tell me where I'm flying to, right? I can't possibly break into the sword domain again, right? Red Cloud Fairy rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and looked at the jade scroll cautiously. She pointed in another direction and said, "Fly there." "Yes. I guarantee that under senior sister's command, the direction is correct." Xiao Mao replied in a loud and clear voice. He urged the flying boat to soar into the sky and charged in the direction that Fairy Hongxia had pointed out. "Hee, it's finally easy." Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief and looked towards the direction the airship was heading towards. It was a piece of ice field and there was no direction to refer to. "Darling Xiao, how's your spiritual will?" Red Cloud Fairy kept her smile and asked with concern. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and released his spiritual will. A strong pressure rushed out like a storm. In the golden core. The greatest contributor had returned to Shi Kingdom through the secret passage of soul cultivators, and did not go to Celestial City. What about the sword battle between swordsmen and soul cultivators? Now, it had reached the most critical stage. The towering Celestial City was still standing in the snowy region like a huge fortress. The snow and ice around it were still unmelted, quietly shining a dazzling white under the sunlight. Today was a rare sunny day in the snowy plateau. The pale white sun was hanging in the sky without any clouds, and the azure sky looked like a boundless green pond hanging upside down in the sky. Under the clear sky, Sage Shui was sitting leisurely on a cushion in the quiet city lord's mansion. A small red furnace was burning in the air in front of him. There was a fist-sized emerald green teapot on top of the furnace, and it made gurgling sounds as it was being licked by the red flames. Along with the sound, wisps of white smoke spurted out from the teapot's spout. This white gas was very strange. It didn't disappear like normal water vapor. Instead, it was like a long snake slithering in the air. There was a lot of white gas, and the whole teapot's surroundings looked like a dense fairyland. This white gas was the spiritual energy that the teapot breathed in and out. City Lord. Just as Shuiyu's spiritual master stood in front of the palace door with a pale face, bewildered, Jean King, whose face was also pale, rushed over and shouted in a panicked tone, "Bad news, bad news." Humph. Master Shuiyu had already made a decision. Seeing Jean King so panicked, he snorted and said calmly, "Even when the mountain collapsed, your expression did not change. Even when the enemy was at the city gates, your spirit did not waver. Jean King, if even you are so panicked, what will happen to the disciples of Sky Patrol City?" Phew. Jean King took a deep breath and barely suppressed his panic. He said anxiously, "I know I was wrong. However, today's situation is beyond my expectations. I don't know how to deal with it." "Easy." Master Shuiyu said coldly, "The first thing is to activate the city defense formation of Sky Patrol City. Secondly, send a distress signal to the cultivators of the three kingdoms. Lastly, stop the teleportation formation to prevent the sword cultivators from using it to attack Sky Patrol City." "Yes, I know all of this." Jean King nodded and said, "I have already informed the city guards to adjust the city defense formation to the Snow Eagle level. All the disciples guarding the city are in position. Also, I have already issued an order to mobilize the disciples of the two sects to the four sides of the city gates and prepare to face the enemy. However, from what I can see, this Snow Eagle level defense can only withstand the first wave of attacks from sword cultivators. If you want to withstand the illusory sword and sword transformation level, then you have to activate the formation to the Snow Peak level. Then, you have to ask the City Lord to personally issue a City Lord order. As for the distress signal," Jean King smiled bitterly and said, "I just received a message from the patrolling disciples outside the city. I wanted to send the signal through the teleportation formations that are not fixed. However, I found that all the teleportation formations, whether they are fixed or not, cannot be used at all." Master Shuiyu was stunned. However, this subordinate still followed the city lord's instructions and sealed the teleportation array. Jianghu was a little relieved when he said this. How serious is the situation? Master Shui had already seen the situation outside Sky Patrol City, but he still asked. Jianghu replied, according to the patrolling disciples of my Sky Patrol City who were 100 miles away, sword cultivator disciples suddenly appeared 100 miles away from the Sky Patrol City. They could not tell where these sword cultivators came from. Moreover, there were so many of them that they could not see clearly. These sword cultivators did not attack the patrolling disciples and allowed them to fly back to Sky Patrol City. According to the patrolling disciples, the sword cultivators besieging the city have cultivations ranging from pregnant sword to bright sword. There are so many of them. As for the illusory sword and bright sword that cannot be detected, there are about 20% of them. Have the patrolling disciples returned? Master Shui pursed his lips and looked into the distance. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the situation and asked again. Governor, 80% of them have returned. There are still about 200 people who have not returned. Jianghu said solemnly, I'm afraid they have already died. About 200 people. Not all of them have died. Perhaps about 10% of them escaped the encirclement. Master Shui said faintly. Yes. Jianghu nodded. There is also Miss Li and the others who are in charge of the teleportation formation. They should be able to escape the encirclement of these sword cultivators. With the four of you attacking, a dozen third-grade sword cultivators may not be able to take down Sky Patrol City. Hiss. Sky Patrol City's city guarding formation of Sky Patrol City is so powerful? Reverend Xing Yan of Mo Sang Mountain gasped and said. Hee, if not, how could Sky Patrol City stand outside the sword tomb for so long? Reverend Shui said confidently. But I'm afraid the sword cultivators will also set up a sword formation. Kuang Tian said again, I heard that the teleportation formation of Sky Patrol City was cut off. This sword formation must be very powerful, right? Reverend Shuayu's expression changed slightly. He did not tell the four of them that the teleportation formation was cut off because he was afraid that they would be afraid. He did not expect Kuang Tian to find out. It's okay. Reverend Shui did not care at all. No matter how powerful the sword formation is, we can hold on for a few days. Once the other cultivators surround the sword cultivators from the outside, we can attack from the inside and defeat the sword cultivators. Sky Patrol City will be the final battle of our Daoist sect cultivators. This was the second time Reverend Shui said this. It seemed that he was really confident that he could defeat the third-grade sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City. Soon after, the ice-like light rushed into the palm, causing the light on the palm to become even more solid. The entire palm quickly expanded until it was half a mu in size. Zhang Yanzong, come and help me. Chong Taishu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the giant hand formed by the ice pearl and said coldly. Yes, a rough reply came and a bald old man flew over. It was the vice sword master of the Xian sword sect, Zhang Yanzong. Hee. Even if there are two sword transformation realm swordsmen, why should I be afraid? Sage Shuayu coldly snorted and patted his forehead again. A dharma that looked like the hand of a nascent soul appeared. This dharma rushed into the array and merged with the light from the icy beauty bead. With a woo sound, the giant hand flew toward Chong Taishu and Zhang Yanzong. Woo woo woo, sounds similar to the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard from the gaps between the fingers of the giant hand formed by the icy beauty beads. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 feet of the hand was sucked dry, and a solid sealing force was produced from the palm. At the same time, it enveloped the space within 100 feet. Inside the space, strands of ice continued to form. Chong Taishu and Zhang Yanzong didn't move, but they were already surrounded by ice. Hee, if it was anything else, the swordsman of my sword domain would be afraid, but this ice? What a joke. Take a look at this old man's methods. Chong Taishu coldly laughed. Although the ice was like sharp thorns, he was a grade 3 sword transformation realm swordsman. His entire body was the body of the sword, so the ice couldn't touch him. Instead, the light pierced through the ice like thorns. Wang, wang, wang. As Chong Taishu finished speaking, Zhang Yanzong and Chong Taishu both turned into swords at the same time. The huge flying sword suddenly streaked across the sky, slashing towards the huge hand and the snow and ice wave formation. Boom, with a loud sound, the two giant swords slashed down even faster than normal swords and hit the giant hand formed by the icy beauty bead. With a kacha sound, all the ice was shattered. Half of the giant hand was shattered and the light from the icy beauty bead dimmed. Wu, with a long cry like a tsunami, the snow domain sage was already prepared and once again activated the giant hand. Several rays of light shot out from the giant hand and smashed down toward Zhang Yanzong and Chong Taishu's giant swords. Hee, Zhang Yanzong's cold laughter came from the sword's shadow. The giant sword suddenly exploded and turned into a thunderbolt that smashed into the ocean of light. At the same time, wang, wang. With a loud sword cry, Chong Taishu's giant sword slowly raised its head from the array. It was like a giant dragon coming out of the sea. Countless rays of light scattered in all directions. With a boom, it fell down like a waterfall. The sword light was so heavy and the sword light was so sharp that even a mountain would bow down before it. Even a river would be cut off by this giant sword. The giant sword that Chong Taishu had transformed into flashed in the sky, and an unparalleled sharpness filled the space of several hundred feet. In this space, not only was sword light flashing and sword chi crisscrossing, even the sword intent revealed was awe-inspiring. Everything in the space was torn to pieces and the snowflakes that were floating in the air disappeared without a trace. Wu, a deafening sword cry suddenly rose up and then there was silence. The entire world seemed to have stopped. The snow domain sage's eyes were filled with that sword light. The sword light was like lightning and like a rainbow. Chapter 2960. At this time, Zhang Yanzong had already retreated. Although he did not get out of the giant sword, his smiling expression could be seen in the sword light. He knew that Chong Taishu did not ask him to break the formation together. Instead, the two of them joined forces to explore the power of the Sky Patrol City's formation. The other swordsmen who were fighting in the distance did the same. Of course, these swordsmen also planned to use up the formation's spirit stones. However, they also knew that the Sky Patrol City had several spirit veins and there must be a lot of spirit stones stored in the city. However, it would take months for them to use up all the spirit stones. Behind the swordsmen, there would be Daoist sect cultivators who would come to their rescue. They had to take down the Sky Patrol City before these cultivators arrived. Otherwise, they would be attacked from the back as Master Shuiyu had said. Clang, with a loud sound, the thousands of sword light converged like fireflies. It was the giant sword in the snow light. Chong Taishu got out of the giant sword with a calm expression. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down at the Wunmu area below him. The brilliance was still surging there, rising and falling in an unstable manner. However, every time there was a wave, the area that was scattered by the sword light would close up again. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the entire formation was restored. The ice pearl gradually bulged in the formation again and a big hand was gradually formed. Under the big hand, the brilliance gradually faded and revealed the pale-faced Master Shuiyu in the formation. Although he looked a little weak, his bright eyes were full of joy and excitement. Obviously, the Sky Patrol City's formation was worthy of its reputation. He was only an early nascent soul stage cultivator, but he was able to fight two swordsmen to a draw with the formation and magic weapon. Boom boom boom. Behind Master Shuiyu, there was a series of loud roars. It was Master Guangtian and Master Mi Yu from the Imperial Thunder Sect and Master Qin Yan and Master Lao Yun from the Mo Sang Mountain who were fighting with the other swordsmen. Ha 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 ha, it's indeed the legendary snow and ice wave formation. Chong Taishu threw his head back and laughed. He was not angry at being blocked by an early nascent soul stage cultivator. He said, "My sword domain has always said that the Sky Patrol City is unbreakable. Every time we attack the country of Shi, we will suffer at the hands of the Sky Patrol City. This great ice wave formation really lives up to its reputation." Humph. Even though Master Shui had managed to block the attacks of the two swordsmen, he had also lost a lot of energy. While secretly adjusting his breathing, he snorted coldly. "Since you know the power of my Sky Patrol City, you should stay in Huan country obediently. Don't covet the 3 cultivation countries. If any of the Dao sect's major sects were to get angry, the sword cultivators of Huan country wouldn't be able to resist. This poor Daoist advises you to return to Huan country as soon as possible. That is your territory." Ha 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 ha, Chong Taishu laughed out loud once again. He looked up at the sky, at the azure sky, and said, "Then let this old man see how angry your Dao sect is. Let the flames of fury burn even more fiercely." Master Shui bit his lip and looked up at the sky as well. At this time, the 5 spiraling green lights had completely disappeared. The sky above Sky Patrol City was as clear as the sky before the sword cultivators' attack. Apart from the absence of the pale winter sun and the absence of floating clouds, the sky above Sky Patrol City was clear. Of course, if these damned sword cultivators were not around, it would be exactly the same as before. Unfortunately, this was just a fantasy. Countless flying swords cried out as if they were bowing to a supreme being. Wu 5 sword cries sounded as if they were one. Where the 5 sword lights were pointing, another 5 green lights fell. When the green lights arrived above the 5 giant swords, the 5 giant swords trembled and showed signs of collapsing. Chong Taishu, Roa Tian, Qing Minghua, Qi Lian Dai, and Zhua Ming could no longer maintain their swords' form. One by one, they broke out from the giant swords. However, Chong Taishu's red face emitted a faint blue radiance. Without any surprise, he reached out his hand and grabbed the green light. An extremely ordinary green flying sword appeared in his hand. Apart from a pure green light flowing on the flying sword, there was nothing special about this flying sword. Similarly, Roa Tian, Qing Minghua, Qi Lian Dai and Zhua Ming's faces flashed red, green, yellow and silver respectively. They each held a green flying sword in their hands. Woo, it sounded like the wind and also like thunder. The 5 of them were in 5 different parts of the Sky Patrol City. They calmly waved the 5 green light swords in their hands. At first, there was no movement at all. However, after a while, an endless hurricane was born from the 5 green light swords. There was also a faint sound of thunder coming from the void. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth near the Sky Patrol City was completely absorbed by the 5 green light swords. Even the snow and ice wave formation that covered the Sky Patrol City was set off huge snow waves. It was like a calm sea being stirred up by a hurricane. An uncontrollable feeling of powerlessness arose in the heart of Sage Shuiyu. Seeing that the Sky Patrol City's formation was about to collapse before the 5 green light swords attacked, how could Sage Shuiyu dare to be careless? Almost without any hesitation, he snorted coldly and slapped his forehead. A baby that looked like Sage Shuiyu appeared on top of his head. This baby was holding a fist-sized ice pearl in its hands. As for the nascent soul, it was wearing a pocket-sized spirit armor. The spirit armor was dotted with greenish-purple ice crystals and was overflowing with treasure light. It was clearly an excellent defensive treasure. Sage Shuiyu took out his nascent soul. The nascent soul didn't fly far and sat cross-legged on top of his head. The ice pearl in its hand emitted a beam of light that rushed into the formation. Then, the nascent soul waved its 2 fat hands and a series of seals rushed into the formation and the ice pearl. As the light flashed, the entire formation seemed to gradually calm down. However, it only lasted for a few breaths of time before the lightning-like green light hit the snow wave that rushed into the sky. The snow wave was like a void in the green light. There was no resistance at all as it slashed into the formation. Bzzz, Sage Xueyu's nascent soul suddenly stood up on top of his head and grabbed with its hand. The ice pearl immediately turned into a giant fist and rushed toward the green light swords with a roar. Boom, countless green lights and beams of light scattered. The green light swords hit the fist and the entire green light sword stopped in midair. However, at this moment, the green light swords suddenly elongated and rushed to the center of Sky Patrol City. There, the sword lights of the 5 green light swords converged and the 5 green light swords revealed a ferocious look. An unparalleled sharpness and an irresistible sword intent followed the 5 connected azure light swords as they fell. Crack, 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 a series of cracking sounds could be heard coming from the fist formed by the ice pearl. In an instant, the entire fist was covered in cracks. With a loud bang, the fist suddenly collapsed. Thousands of light beams shot out from the fist, and the snow fell like a falling tide. Chapter 2961. Oh no. Seeing the green light that was only a few dozen feet away from him, Master Xueyu could feel the weakness of the snow and ice wave formation. A sense of fear that he had never felt before rose from the bottom of his heart. His nascent soul's body sank a bit and was about to retreat back into his body. But when it was halfway through, the green light's sword had already reached his head. The distance of a few dozen feet was covered in a flash, and the snow and ice wave formation could not stop it at all. What kind of sword formation is this? Master Xueyu panicked and no longer dared to let his nascent soul go back into his body. The nascent soul formed a spell and jumped out from the top of his body and disappeared into the distance. The moment the nascent soul disappeared, Master Xueyu used a secret technique and forced his body to escape toward the Sky Patrol City. He wanted to avoid the attack of the green light sword. Whoosh whoosh, there was no need to think. After the green light swept by, Master Xueyu's body had only moved a few feet before it was cut into pieces. In just a moment, Master Xueyu's nascent soul reappeared a few dozen feet below. The nascent soul's face was pale and he was panicking. Where do you think you're going? Unfortunately, Chong Taishu did not plan on letting him go. He roared and sneered. His right hand's index and middle finger were together as if he was forming a sword spell. Master Xueyu's nascent soul did not dare to hesitate. He immediately formed another spell and disappeared. Kill, Chong Taishu did not panic. As he formed another spell, a Tai Wei azure light sword appeared from the green spider web and slashed toward where the nascent soul disappeared like lightning. Wang, with a sword hum, the Tai Wei azure light sword slashed through where the nascent soul disappeared and disappeared as well. Next, a few hundred feet away, ice flowers that looked like colored glass appeared. The color of the ice flowers was purple and green, the same color as the armor on Master Xueyu's nascent soul. As soon as the ice flowers appeared, they immediately absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the world. An extremely cold ice was formed from the ice flowers. It was extremely tough and it was as if it was going to seal the entire space. However, as soon as these ice flowers and astral ice were formed, traces of green light were immediately produced from the space. In an instant, everything was split in half, and the seal immediately collapsed. Another miserable scream came from 1,000 feet away. Sage Xueyu's nascent soul had an expression of disbelief as he looked down at his own body. His nascent soul, which was wearing a suit of armor, had been cut in half. That seemingly sturdy armor hadn't been able to stop the supreme light sword. What was even more strange was that the two halves of Daoist Xueyu's nascent soul became blurry and was absorbed by the supreme light sword. This. Xueyu Enlightened Master never thought that he would die here. He knew very well that he still had a way to escape in the Sky Patrol City. As long as he entered the Sky Patrol City. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to think about anything else now. He really couldn't understand how this so-called heaven's single azure light sword formation could be so fast. Why were the 5 azure light swords so sharp? At this moment, Sage Shuiyu regretted it. He blamed himself. Why didn't he escape earlier? Why did he escape before he sensed danger? At that time, the sword cultivators hadn't surrounded the Sky Patrol City and the single azure light sword formation hadn't been completely set up yet, so he had enough time to escape. My life. Shuiyu Zhenren still wanted to remember something, but his consciousness was already blurred. Following the birth of this lightning flower, the green spiderweb that had just broken the great ice wave formation began to flicker, and the green light around Daoist Master Miyu actually showed signs of collapsing. Sage Miyu was overjoyed when he saw this. He formed a seal and was about to activate his nascent soul. Just as he was about to charge out of the sword formation, he heard a loud voice above his head. Miyu, you should obediently stay here. Following this voice, skyscraper sword Sex Ruo Tian appeared not far from Sage Miyu. Ruo Tian also had a green light sword in his hand. The green light also flashed and slashed at Sage Miyu's magic treasure. Wherever the azure light went, the outer layer of the lightning flower on the magic treasure was annihilated. It was as if all the lightning threads were cut off by the azure light. Crack crack, a series of crisp sounds rang out, and azure cracks appeared on the purple gold magic treasure. Sage Miyu's eyes were about to split open and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Just like Sage Shuiyu, he couldn't imagine how the green light sword could be so sharp. I'll risk it. Sage Miyu knew that this was a moment of life and death. If he didn't fight to the death with the sword cultivator, he would have no chance of survival. However, before he could put his hand on his forehead and release his nascent soul to control the magic treasure, the green spiderweb that had collapsed suddenly shrank and completely wrapped around Daoist Miyu. The moment the green light gathered, all of the world's spiritual energy was completely cut off. Not only was the lightning around Sage Miyu extinguished, even the lightning flower magic treasure lost its brilliance and fell on top of her head. With Sage Miyu trapped, how could Kuang Tian escape? He was in the same situation as Kuang Tian. Looking at the green space, Kuang Tian smiled bitterly. He already understood that Chong Tai Su and the others didn't plan to kill him. All they wanted was the Sky Patrol City. Of course, his value alive was much higher than his value dead. The sword cultivator had 4 nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of thousands of disciples from the 2 sects and Sky Patrol City. How could he be afraid of other Daoist cultivators attacking the city? Forget it, Kuang Tian smiled faintly. I've only just reached nascent soul. Which one of these swords isn't stronger than me? Falling into their hands isn't a coward. Damn it. Thinking of this, Kuang Tian couldn't help but curse. Xiaohua, you little bastard, if it weren't for you, would I be able to guard Sky Patrol City? This person had always been like this. Not to mention the secular world or cultivators, Kuang Tian and Sage Miyu led the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect to guard Sky Patrol City because of Xiaohua's message. But in the end, if Kuang Tian and the others weren't greedy for military merits, why would they come? If Daoist crazed heaven and the others had blocked the sword cultivators, Sky 1 Azure Light Sword formation, and obtained the battle merit, Daoist crazed heaven would have taken most of the credit for himself and definitely wouldn't have pushed the blame onto Xiaohua like now. Unfortunately, no matter how much Kuang Tian cursed Xiaohua, he couldn't escape the fate of being captured by the sword cultivator. Xiaohua, who was far away in the country of Shi, definitely didn't know the cause and effect of this. To the northwest of the country of Shi, there wasn't the bitter cold of the Huan country. Most of the land was green grassland. Most of the time, it was blue like waves. Although it didn't have the monstrous momentum of the Kuai-He Sea, a ripple of wind and grass could be transmitted thousands of miles away. It was a kind of boundlessness. Occasionally, there were some herds of cattle and sheep, embellishing the blue sky like white clouds. Chapter 2962. In the midst of this boundless greenery, a myriad of colors suddenly appeared. There were red, white, yellow, and purple. There were actually spring flowers of various colors in the midst of the green leaves. The sudden appearance of these gorgeous colors was like a calm sea with sky-high waves. In an instant, one's tranquil heart was stirred. Or perhaps it was like a simple spring day rushing into a hot summer day. One's entire mood was joyful and excited. As they went deeper into the mountains, the number of spring flowers increased, and their colors became even more colorful. Colorful could no longer describe the exuberance of the spring flowers in the depths of the mountains. And at the source of this myriad of colors, another huge city appeared in the mountains, floating in the sea of flowers. This was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi. Tongmu City. Beyond Tongmu City, in the northwest, above the sea of flowers, a flying boat was quietly parked. On the flying boat were Xiao Hua and the other 3 who had just returned to the country of Xi from the millions of Meng Mountains. The 4 of them were granted a shortcut to cross the country of Huan by Elder Wu of Huda's stronghold. But this shortcut was not a safe one. There were countless dangers on the way. Not to mention the natural moats, strange birds, and monsters. Even the sword cultivators they encountered from time to time put Xiao Hua and the others in danger. However, this path was chosen by Elder Wu and used by soul scholars. Elder Wu already had an estimate of Xiao Hua's strength, but he still underestimated Xiao Hua. Admittedly, this path had a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman laying down a sword array. Admittedly, it was extremely difficult, but under Xiao Hua's divine ability, they were all turned into smoke. Finally, after half a year of hard work, the 4 of them finally stepped into the territory of the country of Xi. And this half a year of hard work was a great harvest for Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua's soul cultivation technique had now entered Ming Ruo Tian. The 50 green seal characters that belonged to Ming Ruo Tian were revealed one by one, each of them releasing a roar like a stormy sea. The entire mysterious dark cloud was stirred up. Ever since Xiao Hua learned from Elder Wu of Huda village that the green seal text was the most basic and authentic cultivation method of soul cultivation, he didn't plan to look at other cultivation methods. He didn't even look at Master Qin's inheritance. Of course, Xiao Hua still started from the most basic of soul cultivation methods. After all, Li Zongbao and the immortal slaughtering whip still needed him to repair them. After witnessing the power of the sun-shrouding art, Xiao Hua did not give up on this aspect of cultivation. Spiritual sense was indeed too important to Dao sect cultivators. It was simply the foundation of all spells. With a powerful spiritual sense, the power of spells would increase tremendously. There were even many spells that could not be used by low-level cultivators, but with a powerful spiritual sense that surpassed those of the same level, one could see through their core. In addition, the primordial spirit that was formed after comprehending the initial green seal text in Ming Ruo Tian, after the 50th green seal text was born, the primordial spirit underwent some changes that even Xiao Hua didn't understand. This change seemed to be complete, but it also seemed to be indiscernible. Xiao Hua clearly felt it, but when he really examined it, other than some green lines on the primordial spirit, he couldn't see any other differences. Xiao Hua was helpless. He sent the primordial spirit back to the space and had it continue to refine fire talismans, warm up the pill furnace, and refine simple pills. Xiao Hua himself didn't have any free time. Instead, he shouted in an incredulous voice. First squad of the council hall? Xiao Hua frowned slightly behind the 3 people. Is it a special squad of the council hall? But then, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. It seemed that after the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, the council hall named this special squad as the first squad of the council hall because of their outstanding achievements in battle. In the future, no other squad would be able to use this name. That day, Li Zongbao just casually mentioned it and Xiao Hua also casually listened. Unexpectedly, the name of the first squad of the council hall had spread to Tongmu City. This junior deserves to die, this junior deserves to die. Wang Cheng's ecstatic gaze swept across Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Hua, and then fell on Fairy Hongxia's fairy-like beauty. He unconsciously slapped his forehead and said regretfully, this junior should have thought of the 4 seniors when he saw them. I have seen the 4 seniors' appearances in the battle report. How could this junior be so blind? What? This. The dozens of Qi refinement disciples who were fleeing in all directions also came to a realization. They all stopped in mid-air and looked at the 4 of them. Naturally, most of their gazes were still fixed on Fairy Hongxia's face. Yes, this is the first squad of the council hall. This junior saw the battle report half a year ago. Yes, this is Fairy Hongxia from the Rinsing Flowers sect, and this is Senior Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. This is Senior Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect. Heavens, I really saw the legendary hero of the Great Sword Catacomb. One of the disciples shouted. We are indeed the first squad of the council hall. Xiao Mao said with a smile. But now that the first stage of the Great Sword Catacomb has ended, we are here to gain experience. Yes, yes, this junior knows, this junior knows. Wang Cheng said impatiently. The 4 seniors formed deep friendships during the Great Battle, and their cultivations also had great breakthroughs. Therefore, after the Great Battle, the 4 seniors went out to travel together. On one hand, they comprehended what they had gained during the Great Battle. On the other hand, they lived in the wilderness and avoided the harassment of the mortals. They did not bring the battle achievements of the Great Battle into their own cultivation. This kind of pure and untainted nobility really makes us admire you. Damn it, what the hell is this? In the end, Xiao Hua could only shake his head. In this world, rumors are the most erroneous. What deep friendship, that, where did these foundation establishment friends come from? Do they not have any respect for my Dantong city? Just as Xiao Hua was laughing inwardly, several divine consciousnesses swept over from the direction of Dantong city. Once they discovered Xiao Hua and the others, they immediately locked onto them. At the same time, a rough voice roared loudly. Captain Mu, Captain Mu. Wang Qing naturally knew that it was the message talismans that had caused the trouble. He hurriedly shouted, please don't misunderstand, please don't misunderstand. This is the first squad of the council hall of the Dao sect. Ah. The first squad of the council hall of the council hall? In the distance, several early-stage Foundation establishment city guards flew over with a murderous aura. They were flying over with hundreds of Qi refinement disciples. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's shout, the burly man in the lead was as valiant as his voice. His bulging eyes swept over Xiao Mao and the others in astonishment. He was stunned on the spot. Not only the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in the lead, but the other city guards and the hundreds of Qi refinement disciples were also stunned by the name of the first squad of the council hall of the council hall of the council hall. That's right, since the beginning of the war, although Dantong City had not been involved in the war, as one of the 7 major cities of the Kingdom of Xi, how could Dantong City not pay attention to the situation of the war in Sky Patrol City? Almost every day, the situation of the war would be sent to Dantong City in the shortest time possible. Dantong City specially set up a so-called council hall. This council hall did nothing but announce the war report of Sky Patrol City. It was for all the cultivators to discuss. Among the cultivators, there were certainly some who were obsessed with cultivation, but there were also some who liked to be lively, especially when discussing the war. If there were some spirit stones and elixirs as wagers, it would be even more attractive. Therefore, since the Great War of Dao and Sword, a large number of cultivators would gather in Dantong City's council hall every day. There were even many cultivators gathered in the tea houses and wine shops near the council hall. Not only did they listen to the war report and analyze the situation, but they also gave pointers and predicted the outcome of the war. It had to be said that the city lord of Dantong City was farsighted. This council hall not only attracted a large number of cultivators to Dantong City, but there was also an endless stream of small and large merchants. Dantong City's reputation also soared in the war, bringing great prosperity to Dantong City. To a large extent, it made up for the loss caused by not being able to provide the face-retaining elixirs in a short period of time. It could be said that Dantong City's council hall had a better grasp of the news of the war than many of the cultivation sects in the three kingdoms of cultivation. And in the first stage of the Great War of Dao cultivators, the special task force of the council hall had not only risen gradually in Sky Patrol City, but also became a dazzling star in Dantong City. Chapter 2964. Speaking of Li Zongbao's special task force, there was an interesting story in Tongmu City. That year, when the Daoist sect had issued the number 1 bounty order, Twilight Tong City had also released the news in a timely manner. It was said that many cultivators had formed teams and headed to Sky Patrol City to kill Qin Jian that day. As for how many had gone and how many had returned, no one knew. What everyone knew was that Twilight Tong City had also set up bets based on the battle situation at that time. They had placed bets on which sect's disciple would be able to kill Qin Jian. Of course, most of the bets were on Golden Core stage cultivators and there was no sign of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. After Li Zongbao and the others became famous, no one knew what the Dantong City was thinking. Perhaps it was to play to the gallery, but they actually allowed the special task force from the assembly hall to participate in the competition. Moreover, they even invested a considerable amount of spirit stones. When the other cultivators saw this, they were almost overjoyed. This was because although Li Zongbao and the others had military exploits and could even be said to be very outstanding, the three of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators after all. Not to mention the three of them, even if there were 30 of them, they could not be compared to Qin Jian, who was a third-grade illusory sword. Therefore, everyone bet with Tongmu City. For some reason, the people of Dantong City seemed to believe that this special task force would definitely be able to obtain Qin Jian's head. Whenever someone placed a bet, they would answer it without any hesitation. As a result, in the past few years, this place had actually accumulated an enormous amount of spirit stones. Just hearing the number of spirit stones was enough to shock anyone. This number not only exceeded the total number of spirit stones that all the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall had killed Qin Jian, but it also exceeded the total number of other bets. All the cultivators were looking at Tongmu City as a joke. They were waiting for Qin Jian to be killed by the Golden Core cultivators, or for Qin Jian to not be killed by Li Zongbao and the others and get the spirit stones that they won after the battle. However, the news of Qin Jian being killed by Li Zongbao and the others came from Sky Patrol City. This was almost impossible news, but it caused a huge uproar in Tongmu City. The entire conference hall and the entire Tongmu City were in an uproar. Even the cultivators who did not care about the special task force from the conference hall paid attention to Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Not only did Twilight Tong City win a lot of spirit stones, they also obtained a commendation order from Sky Patrol City. The images of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua were displayed in the meeting hall for all cultivators to see. They even listed the sect information of Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua, as well as the glory of their participation in the battle. Especially before the Great Battle of the Sword Tomb, when Xiao Hua withdrew from the special task force and Carefree Valley participated in it, it attracted the attention of many male cultivators. The story of Carefree Valley breaking the 4 cardinal sword array and her Xiantian primordial water saving her Golden Core stage master was spread by word of mouth in Tongmu City. Was leader, who was Foundation Establishment cultivator was stunned was, leader, leaders, how leader was in mid-air. It's really the first team from the conference hall. Leader Mu came to his senses and immediately put on a smile. He adjusted his armor and bowed. I'm Mu Ziming. If he knew that this disciple of his actually doubted the Daoist sect's cultivation method, he would probably immediately come out of seclusion. However, even if he appeared helplessly in front of Xiaohua, what could he do? Other than helplessness, what else could he do? Martial uncles, please come this way. That is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong city. At this moment, Wang Cheng's voice rang out, pulling Xiaohua out of his deep thoughts. When he looked in the direction Wang Cheng was pointing, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. His somewhat astonished eyes flashed with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the front left of the crowd, in the midst of the flowers, there was an oval-shaped bird's nest on top of hundreds of thick spiritual trees. The nest was completely built with fist-sized branches, and there was an extremely large gap between the branches. Through the gap, one could vaguely see the brilliance of the bird's nest. On top of the thick spiritual trees, large green talismans slowly flowed. These green talismans were like flowers and grass, and they corresponded with the surrounding spiritual trees and spiritual grasses. It was as if the grasses and trees on the mountain range were floating above the bird's nest. This bird's nest was admittedly huge, but its color and brilliance seemed to blend together with the many grasses and trees. It really seemed as if a huge bird had built its nest here. This is the meeting hall? Even Li Zongbao's face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and even his voice changed a little. If the meeting hall was a bird's nest, then what about the Book of Heroes in the meeting hall? Wouldn't it be a bird's nest? Wang Qing said in a deadpan manner, "Martial uncles, please know that this is the meeting hall of my Twilight Tong city. It is also the building of my Twilight Tong city that is second only to the city lord's mansion. Usually, the auction for the face-retaining pill in my Twilight Tong city is usually held in this meeting hall." Li Zongbao withdrew his astonishment and nodded slightly. The buildings in Twilight Tong city were really strange. Building a bird's nest was already giving them face, but if they really built something strange, it would be hard to say. The meeting hall was in the shape of a bird's nest, so entering and leaving the meeting hall naturally had to be like a bird's nest. Seeing many chi-refining disciples activating their flying talismans and many foundation establishment cultivators summoning their transcendence energy to fly into a star-shaped entrance, Xiaohua smiled and pointed his hand. It seems, there are also many cultivators who want to enter the bird's nest. Hee, of course. Wang Qing said with a smile. Right now, we are already in the second stage of the Great War of Dao and Sword. Because the nascent soul masters of the three cultivation countries have already participated in the war, there are many battles that have yet to begin, but the outcome is already known. Therefore, the number of cultivators who come to my meeting hall to participate in the meeting has decreased by a lot. As early as a few years ago, when all of you were still fighting at the front line, the meeting hall was filled with people and was much livelier than it is now. Xiaohua nodded. He understood that in the first stage of the Great War of Dao and Sword, the strength invested by the Taoist sect was equivalent to the strength invested by the sword cultivators. Moreover, at that time, they were not very familiar with each other, so it was extremely difficult to guess the outcome of the battle. In particular, the sword cultivators had Zhou Xia's arrangement and LV Ruochang's command. This was definitely beyond the expectations of all the Taoist sect cultivators. If we were there, I'm afraid that we would have been buried in a foreign land. In order to kill the sword cultivators, this subordinate will not hesitate even if my body is smashed to pieces. That disciple said vehemently. Good. Well said. The Foundation Establishment City Guard nodded vigorously. This old man will remember your words. Whenever there is such a good opportunity, this old man will think of you first. Not to mention these Dawn Tree City Guards who were discussing behind Xiaohua and the others. When Xiaohua and the others stepped into the assembly hall, they were greeted by a huge space. The inside of this space was very similar to what they saw outside. It was really in the shape of an oval-shaped bird's nest. However, this bird's nest was really big. It was several times bigger than the assembly hall in Sky Patrol City. However, what attracted Xiao Hua's attention was not the size of the assembly hall, but the images on the inner walls of the bird's nest. This bird's nest was about 1,000 feet tall, and the colorful light screen occupied the inner wall of the bird's nest. Moreover, the light curtain was divided into 2 layers. Each layer was about 100 feet high. In other words, the images on each layer were about 100 feet high. At a glance, there were many huge images that came into view. Xiao Hua might not be able to see the images of the others, but at the bottom layer, there was a female cultivator who was stepping on a red flying cloud and holding a red silk in her hand. Above her head, there was a phoenix celestial body with its wings spread. Wasn't that Fairy Xianxia? And opposite Fairy Xianxia's image, there were several sword cultivators in front of her who were fleeing in panic on their flying swords. Every single one of these sword cultivators had ugly faces, and their faces were filled with fear. With a single glance, one could tell that Fairy Xianxia was extremely valiant and ferocious. Xiao Hua, you are over there. Unlike Xiao Hua, Fairy Xianxia saw Xiao Hua at a glance.